Chapter 398. Wang Tianzong was fishing. Saint was fishing too. The scenery on Mount Dibing was charming. The waves on the West Lake were vast. It was a magnificent scene. It was drizzling in Lin'an. The light rain sprinkled all over the city. It was slow and intermittent. The West Lake in the rain was hazy and beautiful like a fantasy. Saint, dressed in casual clothes, rented a boat and went boating on the lake. He looked indescribably relaxed. Without the black cloak, which meant mystery and power, Saint looked like a young man with a slightly poor physique in the rain. He was 37 or 38 years old and had a pale face. He was not handsome, but he was very clean, so he looked younger than his actual age. The rain in Lin, and seemed to weaken his sword intent. Saint, who was shrouded by the sword intent at any time, looked extremely soft at this time without any fierceness before. The boat drifted aimlessly with the turbulent waves. Saint's eyes were focused on the waves in front of him. His eyes were not as sharp as before, leaving only the most focused seriousness and expectation. He was fishing. It seemed that he was fishing with all his heart. Such a Saint was focused and soft. But he was extremely focused and terrifying. A phone rang abruptly. Saint frowned, took out the phone, looked at the number and said helplessly, "You scared away my fish." A quiet voice sounded on the phone. "So I have no fish to eat, right?" "It depends on luck." Saint shook his head. "I'm in the center of the lake. I'll be there soon." The person on the other side of the phone said simply and then hung up the phone. Saint put down the phone and continued to stare at the lake, lost in thought. He had an appointment with someone today, but it was not the person on the phone. It was an accident. The unexpected phone call and the unexpected person not only scared away his fish, but also disturbed his state of mind. Saint sighed softly. He had been recuperating in Lin, and for nearly half a month. He did not receive any news from any side, so his mind was extremely calm. He really hoped that his heart could continue to be calm. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the misty and hazy surface of the lake. The black shadow walked on the water under the gloomy sky, bringing up a gust of wind. The surface of the lake was shaking with the wind. The boat was tossed about in the turbulent water. Saint put down the fishing rod. In this situation, the fish would not take the bait no matter how stupid they were. The black shadow and the strong wind landed on the ship. The black figure was wearing a black cloak and his body was hunched. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he started coughing violently. Saint frowned slightly and looked at his old buddy who had the best rapport with him. "Your injuries are very serious. Why aren't you staying at home? Why are you running around? What a tiring life." Military counselor resisted coughing and smiled. "I'm not like you. You hide in Lin, and then don't think about anything. There are some things that you can't do anything about," Saint said calmly. Military counselor was silent for a while and sat down next to Saint. Feeling his extremely weak breath, military counselor's voice was slightly solemn. "How could your injury be so serious? It's been almost half a month and you haven't recovered at all?" "Who told you I'm recuperating?" Saint smiled calmly. "Then what are you doing?" Military counselor's voice was a little cold. "Learn the sword." Saint said seriously, "I'm learning the sword, the strongest sword." The sword of the chosen one was naturally the most difficult and the strongest. Military counselor's rising anger stopped. "How's the harvest?" he asked. "Difficult." Saint shook his head. Military counselor didn't speak for a while. The water calmed down again. The boat continued to float on the lake. Saint's palm suddenly lifted up. A big fat fish fell on the boat under the guidance of the fishing rod. Military counselor still didn't speak. Saint ignored him. He skillfully killed the fish, peeled off the scales and removed the internal organs. There were some simple seasonings on it. Cumin chili. Saint smeared the seasonings on the fish. A weak but blazing flame ignited in his palm. It was very fast to grill fish by hand, and the temperature could be controlled at will. The fish was soon cooked. Saint gave half to military counselor. The two of them ate the fish in silence. The fish was grilled until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the seasoning was just right. But the taste was average. Eastern Europe is very chaotic. The two threw the fish bones into the lake without public morality. Military counselor's hands flashed with ice. The ice turned into water and washed the oil stains in his hands. Military counselor said, "Oh. Are you really not going to do anything?" Military counselor looked at Saint, who was calm and focused, and asked, "What can we do in our current state?" Saint asked back. He was telling the truth. In the Battle of Mount Dibing, the 10 Thundershocking Realm experts of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the Earth Supermaster of Samsara faced an expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm. Although the state of that expert at the peak of the Invincible Realm was a little special. But the sword intent that reached the peak of the Invincible Realm did not weaken at all. Under that sword strike, not to mention the 10 Thundershocking Realm experts of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, even the general and duke who had vaguely surpassed the peak of the Thundershocking Realm almost died on the spot. If military counselor and saint hadn't reacted quickly, they would also have died there. Or if Summer Solstice could continue to make another sword strike, the result would still be the same. Military counselor and saint worked together to avoid the strongest sword intent at that time, but they were seriously injured and couldn't do anything in a short time. In their current state, going to Snow Country was completely courting death. Their role was even less than that of an elite of the fire-flaming realm. Military counselor was silent. His aura was chaotic and he seemed a little agitated. In her plan, we wouldn't have appeared on the battlefield in Eastern Europe. Saint said, "It's just that she's too confident and always thinks that she can control everything. But in the real chaos, everyone adapts to the situation. Who can really control everything? I'm here to discuss with you. Do you want me to do something?" Military counselor said. He was different from Saint. Different paths, different positions, and different responsibilities. Now he was also seriously injured. But even if military counselor was seriously injured, he could also do a lot of things. "If you're not afraid of being exposed, you can do whatever you want," Saint said lightly, "as long as you can bear the consequences. If you expose your plan for so many years, how do you think the boss will thank you?" Military counselor smiled bitterly. He also understood what Qin Weibai meant. Although Samsara's foundation was insufficient, it was not really weak to the point that no one could use it. In fact, in detail, when they went to Mount Dibbing to besiege Summer Solstice, it was not necessary for him and Saint to go. Even Duke and Azura did not need to go. It was nothing more than sending some more people. The Purgatory of Heaven capital could squander 10 experts of the Thundershocking Realm. The Samsara Palace could also do the same if they gritted their teeth. But in the end, Qin Weibai chose the 4 strongest combat forces among the 12 supermasters of Samsara, in order to prevent them from participating in the following chaos in Eastern Europe. However, now the largest group of elites of the Samsara Palace hidden in Eastern Europe had almost been wiped out, and the Samsara Palace had suffered heavy losses. Qin Weibai's plan would definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, could the trial in Eastern Europe continue? "As long as you're calm," Saint said. "The boss has the one from the Lin clan with him now. It's not a big problem." "But she's asking for death," military counselor said in a deep voice. Saint fell silent as if he did not know what to say. "What?" military counselor asked. This question was very interesting. In any case, military counselor could not figure out why Qin Weibai would take the initiative to seek death. He knew that Qin Weibai was facing the tribulation for Li Tianlan. But seeking death and certain death were two completely different concepts. One was active and the other was passive. Military counselor did not know why. But he believed that Saint knew. Saint also called Qin Weibai boss. But the two had no real relationship of subordination. This was different from any other heavenly kings in Samsara. Most of the time the two seemed to be cooperating. "She can't get over it." "What?" Saint sighed softly. When it came to this topic, there was an unconcealable tiredness in his tone. "We can't stop her decision. But as far as I know, this matter is not without a turning point," he said softly. "So, as long as you're calm. Your heart is calm enough." Military counselor sneered, as if he wanted to vent his inner irritation on Saint. Saint shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I have to be calm." His tone was soft. "Only with a calm heart can I break through. In my current state, it's useless to go to Eastern Europe. But if I'm lucky enough to break through to the Invincible Realm in the near future, I can increase the boss's chances of survival. If I can enter the Invincible Realm, my sword intent should be able to fit with the strongest sword." Military counselor raised his head and looked at Saint. "Will you enter the Invincible Realm?" "Sooner or later," Saint said. "How sure are you to break through before the chaos in Eastern Europe ends?" Military counselor asked. Now it seems that, Saint thought for a moment and told the truth, "I'm not sure at all." Military counselor's anger began to rise again. With his relationship with Saint would not lie to him. If he was not sure at all, what was the difference between that and not being able to break through at all for the time being? "You need to calm down," Saint said. "Now you're going to lose your mind." Military counselor's anger stopped. I can't calm down, he said. The wind and rain by the lake fell on her black cloak and it was cold. Military counselor laughed at himself. I've seen too many ungrateful things over the years. Do you know what I'm thinking? Saint was a little confused. Except for a few really cruel and unscrupulous people, the kindness that can be forgotten is not heavy enough. Military counselor said softly, Brother, if it weren't for her, I don't know what I would be like now. How can I forget this kind of kindness? How can I calm down? Saint lost his voice for a moment and then said blandly, Loyalty can make people crazy, but it can also make people rational. What's your choice? Loyalty was crazy. So was rationality. The latter was more in line with her requirements. The answer was very clear, very obvious, but also very bitter. It was also the answer that military counselor didn't want to face the most. What are you doing in Lin'an? Saint asked. I'm looking for someone. Military counselor said sullenly, I'm going to Tiannan next. Tiannan? Saint hesitated for a moment. It's just a layout. It's no big deal. Saint nodded. Tiannan was a special and sensitive place. If it was operated well, it would be a veritable foundation of an emperor. And that land, to some extent, was the foundation that Samsara Palace had specially opened up for Li Tianlan with the help of various forces. Now everything was developing very smoothly. After the chaos in Eastern Europe was over, Li Tianlan and the East Emperor Palace would officially rise there. Samsara Palace naturally couldn't give up easily. No matter what happened, they couldn't give up. Qin Weibai kept them in Jianghu state and didn't let them participate in the chaos in Eastern Europe. It was not because they couldn't play a role in the chaos in Eastern Europe, nor because it was dangerous, but because they could play a greater role in Jianghu state. In that case you should leave early, Saint said calmly. With a shake of his wrist, another fish was pulled out of the water by him. It was slightly smaller than the previous one, but it still weighed 2 or 3 pounds. Another fish. Military counselor looked at the water and said, I have an appointment. Saint shook his head. They should be here soon. So this isn't a treat for me? Saint pointed to the fish on the deck. If you don't leave, it won't be a fish but a sword that will serve you. I can't stop you, Saint said. Saint said. He seemed to have thought of something and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Military counselor immediately knew who Saint was making an appointment with. He shook his head and stood up. When he was about to step into the water, he suddenly said, Is that notebook useful? It's very important. Military counselor's eyes were full of undisguised reverence. Do you want to have a look? At my age, I have no hope of reaching the invincible realm. Military counselor shook his head. And I don't have much interest in the invincible realm. After all, the fighting of martial arts is not the most suitable stage for me. His figure stepped on the surface of the lake and the wind suddenly rose. In the turbulent water, military counselor went away in a flash. Saint was still fishing quietly. He was not in a hurry, not arrogant, and extremely focused. The rain in West Lake gradually became heavier. The fog on the lake gradually became heavier. 2 people in white robes walked out from a vast expanse of white fog. They were a man and a woman, both carrying long swords. Both of them were about 40 years old. The man was slightly shorter, more than 7 meters tall, but his appearance was extremely outstanding. He was dressed in white and had white hair. His face was like a jade crown. This was a man who was extremely introverted. He did not show any sort of intent or aura. The deepest impression he gave people was his smile, eyes, and the corners of his mouth. His whole body seemed to be smiling and his smile was bright and even bright. The woman, on the other hand, was extremely tall. A conservative estimate would put her at 175 meters tall. Her black, soft, long hair almost reached her waist. Her face was undoubtedly extremely beautiful. She had a standard oval face, delicate and soft facial features, but this kind of beauty was extremely strange. Just like a woman without any temperament. She was not delicate, not cold, not charming, not calm, not coquettish. Her body did not have any temperament, so her absolute beauty looked extremely fragile. The man and woman in white calmly stepped across the lake and walked onto the boat under Saint. There was only one fish on the boat and it was lonely. The man in white, whose eyebrows seemed to be smiling, chuckled and said in a mellow voice, "This craftsmanship is too bad. A fish and it's so small. It's not enough to eat. Here comes the second one." Saint chuckled, and a big fish of 4 or 5 kilograms was thrown out of the lake by him. A sword in tent appeared in the air. There was only one sword in tent, but it was flying in the air with two completely different artistic conceptions. The big fish that Saint pulled up was still in the air. The scales, blood, and internal organs had begun to peel off in the rotation. When the big fish fell on the boat, it had become extremely clean. The man in white whistled and laughed happily. "One more," he said. "It's almost done." Saint smiled. He held the fishing rod in his hand casually and said calmly, "Has Tianlon looked for you? My level is not high enough." The man in white chuckled. "He didn't look for me, but he looked for Second Sister. Second Sister pulled me here. I'm an idler. Anyway, I have nothing to do. It's good to wander around in Eastern Europe." "Wander around?" Saint smiled and said, "You'll die." "How could it be?" The man in white's smile remained unchanged. "You didn't say anything, but Second Sister dragged me here. Little junior brother has sent me more than 500 text messages and bombarded me with phone calls these days. I have to go. Besides, you are not here. What's the point of staying on the mountain?" The long-haired woman who had been silent smiled gently. She was originally a clean woman without any temperament, but as she smiled, her entire person gained an incomparably moving charm. That kind of charm was faintly discernible, but for a moment, it was enough to make the mountains and rivers pale in comparison. Saint glanced at her and said with a chuckle, "How many people are you going to bring?" "I can't bring many people. About 80 to 100 are the real elites," the woman said. Her voice was as soft as the wind, quiet and indifferent. They were all the real elites. In their eyes, the real elites could not be like the Wang family of Beihai, whose average strength was at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. But if 80 to 100 people were selected, at least more than half of them would enter the fire-flaming realm. Saint nodded and did not express any opinion. He just said casually, "Don't transfer people from my place. They are all my and Chongyang's people." The woman's voice was calm. Saint agreed and said with a smile, "The Snowdance Corps is good. It basically gathered the strongest lineup of the Dongqing clan, Sai City, and Jade Pool. If the Shadow Sect is smart enough, it will also participate." "What's your job arrangement?" "No job." The man in white shook his head. "We thought it was troublesome. At first, we said that we would nominate me to be the chief of staff of the Snowdance Corps, but I wanted that position. Second Sister is lazy, so it's not easy to arrange our own people. So I declined the position of chief of staff. I took our own people to form a special operations group, which is convenient for action." Saint thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Senior brother, how is your injury?" the long-haired woman suddenly asked. "It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Give me time and I will recover. Recently, I have spent all my energy on learning swordsmanship. If I can break through smoothly, my injury will heal faster." Saint said softly, "So I'm afraid I can't go to Eastern Europe this time." "Well, it's a little troublesome for me to go to Eastern Europe with my superficial identity. You go to Eastern Europe for Tianlon, so I don't have to talk about him. I just want you to try your best to help me take care of another person." "Qin Wei Bai?" The man in white raised his eyebrows. "Please," Saint said softly. The man in white nodded. "Senior brother, don't worry." Senior brother. Saint was not older than the man and woman in white. But the ranking between them was not because of their age. It was because of the sword. Whether in the Dark World or in Jianghu State, this man and woman in white were really famous figures. In the Dark World, the man's code name was Yin and Yang. The woman's code name was Phantom. In Jianghu State, their code names had to be added with another word. Sword Master. Yun Qinshi, the Phantom Sword Master of Mount Shu. Han Chongyang, the Yin and Yang Sword Master of Mount Shu. Among the 4 famous swords of Mount Shu, whoever held the Nirvana sword was the first senior brother. The first senior brother was Nirvana Sword Master Wei Kunlun, who was also the first super master of Samsara Palace, Saint. Mount Shu was a very strange martial arts force. They were extremely united internally, but when it came to the outside world, they always made different voices. So they rarely expressed their opinions in politics. Many years ago, the standing minister of the army headquarters of Jianghu State was Dongqing Hongguang. The former standing minister of the army headquarters was Qi Baitsong. Between these two ministers was Wei Yuanhang, the leader of the Prince Group and the uncle of holy disciple Wei Kunlun. For this reason, this generation of Mount Shu's Nirvana sword had always been considered to be biased toward the Prince Group. Jianghu State was no stranger to Yun Qinshi. She met Li Guangtu, the young master of the Li family, when she was in her prime. She had a feeling that meeting Guangtu had ruined her life. After Li Guangtu's treason, the Li family collapsed, and Yun Qinshi also hid in Mount Shu. Now with the appearance of Li Tianlan, her position was naturally on Li Tianlan's side. Yin and Yang sword master Han Chongyang was a pure swordsman. It seemed that he had nothing to do with any of the 6 groups. However, he had a good relationship with Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 spirit generals of Zhongzhou state. They were close friends, which seemed to be his position. As for Great Void Sword Master Li Baidian, the absolute main force of East Emperor Palace, he naturally stood on Li Tianlan's side. The Mount Shu sword masters had different positions. But all the grievances and disputes were outside Mount Shu. Because there were only swords in Mount Shu. There were no positions, no politics and disputes. However, what everyone in this generation didn't know was that the 4 great sword masters of Mount Shu, both inside and outside, seemed to have a unified position quietly. The identity of Nirvana sword master Wei Kunlun might still be in the prince group. But Saint Wei Kunlun was the super master of samsara. The 3rd fish took the bait. Han Chongyang flicked his fingers and ignited the fire. The aroma of grilled fish filled the air. The 3 quietly finished the fish. Han Chongyang said, "Second sister is going to visit Senior Li. Senior brother, do you want to go together?" Saint shook his head. "I won't go." The eaten fish bones were thrown into the lake again. Han Chongyang and Yun Qingxi left West Lake at the same time. The rain in Lin and stopped. There was still fog on the lake. Saint, who had not eaten enough, continued to fish. He looked up at the sky without rain, lowered his head and carefully took out a blue notebook from his arms. For any expert in the dark world, this notebook could be called an absolutely priceless treasure. The blue notebook was not valuable. It was the most common weekly diary in the Sky Academy. What was precious was the handwriting inside, which recorded the most glorious years of a real chosen one. His forbearance, his plan, his rise, his breakthrough, his love and his martial arts. The handwriting in the blue weekly diary was not beautiful, but every stroke was fierce and arrogant. Even after many years, it still seemed to have sword intent. Saint's eyes were focused and almost devout. The original reason why he joined Samsara Palace and became the first supermaster of Samsara was because of this notebook. But it was not until recently that he really held this notebook in his hand. This was his road to the invincible realm. Saint. The disciple of the chosen one could be called Saint. Saint quietly flipped through the notebook in his hand. His movements were soft and he was quiet and focused. From weak to invincible in the world, to supreme. A magnificent and sorrowful song was written on the paper. Saint never put a word in the notebook, not even a punctuation mark. He tried his best to grasp every change of mind, every realization and thought in the words. The martial arts of the chosen one was recorded at the end of the notebook. It was the most detailed and systematic record, but it was also the messiest at the same time. It seemed that the chosen one had inadvertently recorded it when he was sorting out his thoughts. Martial arts, realm, kendo. The content was profound but not mysterious. Saint looked at it quietly. There were not many records about martial arts. On the front and back, the fierce handwriting covered 7 pages like 7 chapters. Saint had read the last chapter. He didn't know how many times he had read the last chapter. In the 7 chapters about martial arts, there was a sentence at the top of each chapter. A sentence from the Analects of Confucius. The dead are like men, unwilling to part with day and night. Between day and night, there seems to be sword intent soaring into the sky. There should be light to reflect the vastness of heaven and earth. There should be darkness to show the truth of the world. There should be day and night in heaven and earth, and so should the sword. The sword of day and night can cut the sky and break the sea. Chapter 399. From afternoon to night, Tongming Temple welcomed a rare peace. Li Tianlan also had more time to think about what he had done. Eastern Europe was in chaos. The Snowdance Corps, which had been established to deal with the chaos in Eastern Europe, had now become a direct agency to receive Eastern European intelligence. In the extremely chaotic situation, countless messages were transmitted from Eastern Europe to Yuzhou every day. They were immediately sent to the Snowdance Corps and placed in front of Li Tianlan. There was an endless stream of information. Yesterday morning, the president of IM met with Jiang Chenyin, the director of the board of directors of East Dynasty International Group in South America, and eagerly hoped that East Dynasty Group would invest in IM. Jiang Chenyin actively expressed his attitude of cooperation with IM. The two sides talked for more than 2 hours and successfully finalized the first phase of investment of about $8 billion. Yesterday afternoon, the Morton family, a wealthy family in Eastern Europe, had a friendly meeting with Cass Rotter, the president of the Men in Black from Star State. Early this morning, The Deputy Prime Minister of Snow Country made an appointment with Grand Duke Irene King Tong Wang Rothschild, the Queen of Shadows of Europe. It was said that the Rothschild family was likely to invest in the 6 major banks of Snow Country in the near future. At noon today, Patriarch Igor, one of the 4 patriarchs of the Eastern Orthodox Church in Eastern Europe, was attacked by an unknown force when he was holding a coming-of-age ceremony for the young master of the wealthy family, Vasily. In less than 2 hours, the Cardinal Archbishop of the Vatican, Brian, was invited to Snow Country. The young master of the Vasily family publicly announced that Brian was his godfather, and he would receive blessings from the European Holy Land. Each piece of intelligence indicated that the situation in Eastern Europe was constantly changing. However, no one would know whether this change was good or bad until the final result was obtained. However, what was certain was that the various wealthy families and countries in Eastern Europe had become the targets of the superpowers that had entered Eastern Europe. Conversely, the various superpowers were also the targets of the local forces in Eastern Europe. So Jianghu state was in a hurry. Because in a sense, before Li Tianlan entered Eastern Europe, Jianghu state had always been outside the game. Jianghu state used a few days to form the Snowdance Corps. It seemed like a child's play, but in fact, no one was willing to give up the interests of Eastern Europe. Li Tianlan moved very quickly. It took him just 2 days to finalize the final list of the Snowdance Corps. Now the list had been brought to the army headquarters in Kunlun City by Fang Wenxi, the minister of the General Political Department of Jianghu State. While waiting for the result in silence, Li Tianlan could think about whether there were any omissions on the list. The list had already been taken away by Fang Wenxi. But Li Tianlan still had a copy. Li Tianlan spent the whole afternoon studying the list in his hand. He could feel that Jianghu State did not want to give up the interests of Eastern Europe in a hurry, so when determining the list, he inevitably thought about some things that were not thorough enough. Now, after looking at it in detail and carefully adjusting the positions behind several names, he suddenly felt that the list was much more pleasing to the eye. There was a knock on the door. Li Zhonghu, dressed in military uniform but without a military rank, stood at the door and scratched his head. "Your Highness, it's time to eat." More than half of the 40,000 troops of the Border Control Corps had returned to their respective stations, but more than 10,000 of the strongest people were still stationed in the Sky Academy. Some excellent officers at the middle, senior, and even at the grassroots level had been transferred to Tongming Temple for a short training. The officers of the army headquarters and those of the special warfare system were all officers. They did not seem to be much different, but in many cases, they had 2 completely different ideas of doing things. Now, it was the 2 principals of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy who were training the officers in Tongming Temple. Li Zhonghu was also on the training list, but he was too lazy to receive any training. In the case that Li Tianlan had not confirmed his bodyguards and secretaries, the Major General of the Border Control Corps consciously worked as a doorman for Li Tianlan. "There's no hurry to eat." Li Tianlan shook his head, handed the list in his hand to Li Zhonghu and said softly, "Take a look." Li Zhonghu froze and walked in to take the list in his hand. Familiar names appeared in his sight one by one. He grinned from ear to ear. "Good." Li Zhonghu said with a smile, "Your Highness, if Jianghu State draws up the Snowdance Corps according to this lineup, then our words in the Snowdance Corps will carry weight." Li Tianlan smiled and said calmly, "It shouldn't be a big problem. The establishment of the Snowdance Corps would fully respect his will." This was a good thing but also not a good thing. Wang Tianzong was an ambitious man who really knew what the rules were. He forced Dongqing Wudi to sit at the gambling table, but at the same time he also gave Dongqing Wudi hope to gamble with him. This so-called hope was the right to speak of the Snowdance Corps. Li Tianlan controlled the right to speak of the Snowdance Corps. Even if Wang Tianzong wanted to reenact the treason case more than 20 years ago, it would not be easy, and he would not do it secretly. At the very least, Li Tianlan had time to react. But similarly, if Li Tianlan fully controlled the Snowdance Corps, the treason case more than 20 years ago would be staged. Once Li Tianlan was defined as a traitor, then the Snowdance Corps, which gathered the strongest lineup of the giant groups Sai City, the Li family, Mount Shu, and Jade Pool, would also be wiped out. At that time, all the forces involved with Li Tianlan would end up extremely tragically. Therefore, the Southeast Group would certainly not object to the list of the Snowdance Corps. This was the bargaining chip that Wang Tianzong had to give to Li Tianlan. Absolutely centralized power also meant absolutely centralized main responsibility. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, Li Tianlan would either soar to the sky with the Snowdance Corps and laugh to the end, or he would fall into hell with all the forces related to him. What Li Tianlan thought most now was what Wang Tianzong would do. Or how would he replicate the treason case more than 20 years ago within the Snowdance Corps? If one wanted to speculate on Wang Tianzong's method, one must have some understanding of the treason case more than 20 years ago. Li Tianlan was now the marshal of Jianghu state and had the authority to know about the treason case. In the past 2 days he had also flipped through some of the materials left behind, but to no avail. It was a normal transfer of personnel, a border conflict that seemed like a coincidence, and the orders given by the higher-ups at the right time. Everything looked normal and there was not the slightest problem. But in this kind of calm without any abnormalities, Li Guangtu's treason, the collapse of the Li family, everything became out of control in an instant. Li Tianlan knew that he couldn't find anything definite with these materials, but he didn't expect that he couldn't find any clues in these materials. Perhaps only the core figures of Kunlun City, the Prince Group, and even the Wang family of Beihai knew the real inside story. And these people were destined not to tell Li Tianlan the inside story. Li Zhonghu put the list on the desk. Li Tianlan frowned and walked to the desk. He stared at the list on the desk thoughtfully. If the treason case 20 years ago was a flawless trap, then it was now a perfect trap. Then today, more than 20 years later, in the chaos in Eastern Europe, Li Tianlan could grasp at least 2 important threads. No matter how chaotic the chaos in Eastern Europe was, if Wang Tianzong wanted to charge him with treason, the 2 people of the Snowdance Corps would play a vital role. One was the vice marshal of the Snowdance Corps. The other was the supervisor of the Snowdance Corps. The 2 of them came from the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City respectively. They were also the only 2 important chess pieces in the Snowdance Corps that Li Tianlan couldn't control. Li Tianlan reached out and pointed at the list on the desk. Li Zhonghu walked to the water dispenser, poured a glass of water for Li Tianlan, and put it in front of him. Li Tianlan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Will the Major General of the Border Control Corps shorten his life by serving tea and water? That's not possible." Li Zhonghu chuckled and said, "I was a bodyguard for Marshal Dongqing. Now I'm a bodyguard for Your Highness. There's no difference. Your Highness, why don't you mention it to your superiors? I don't want to be a damn division commander. How about I be the commander of your bodyguard company? Old Li doesn't look ugly and his strength is passable. It's not shameful to take him with me." "It's not shameful." Li Tianlan laughed and said, "But I'm not qualified to take a general with real power as a bodyguard." "You're the most qualified." Li Zhonghu said disapprovingly. At the peak of the Li family, there were sacred bodyguards around every highness of the Li family. Which bodyguard wasn't a general with real power? Wasn't he an expert famous in the dark world? If you stand at the peak of Jianghu state one day, it's possible for you to be promoted 2 levels in a row, let alone a major general. Li Tianlan suddenly fell silent. He seemed to think of something and his eyes suddenly shone with an amazing light. "I don't want to eat." Li Tianlan said, "Prepare the car and go to the Hidden Dragon Sea." Li Zhonghu froze, stood up straight, saluted and turned to go out. Li Tianlan picked up the red confidential phone on the table and dialed a number. The phone was quickly connected. "Director Han? I'm Li Tianlan." Li Tianlan held the phone and said calmly, "Hello, Your Highness." A low and soft laughter sounded on the phone, very kind and polite. On the other end of the phone was the phone of Han Yi, the deputy director of the General Office of Jianghu State Center. Of course, his position in the General Office was only nominal. The real place of work was in the office of President Li Huaqing. It could be said that he was the big secretary beside Li Huaqing and the real first secretary of Jianghu State. Li Tianlan smiled, gently tapped the list in front of him and said, "I have something to report to the president. I wonder if it's convenient?" The person on the other end of the phone said, "Wait a minute." Han Yi seemed to ask Li Huaqing for instructions. Soon he picked up the phone again and said with a smile, "Your Highness, Mr. President asked you to come over." He paused and calmly reminded, "At 9 o'clock, the President also has an appointment with Secretary Wang of Wuxia to talk." Li Tianlan looked at his watch. It was 7:10 in the evening. Based on the current road conditions in Yuzhou, he would have more than an hour to report his work before Li Huaqing met Wang Qinglei of Wuxia when he arrived at the Hidden Dragon Sea. Li Tianlan said thank you, hung up the phone and turned to walk out of the office. Li Zhonghu had prepared the car and personally acted as the driver. The car drove at a constant speed to the Hidden Dragon Sea. Li Tianlan sat in the back seat and opened the window. The hot summer night wind poured in and mixed with the cold air in the car. It was a little cool. Li Tianlan lit a cigarette, but his mind was clearer than ever. "I thought wrong about one thing," Li Tianlan said. Li Zhonghu responded, waved his hand and refused the cigarette that Li Tianlan handed over. His hands were on the steering wheel, meticulous. The car drove very steadily. I've been thinking about how the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City will deal with me. Li Tianlan smiled and said self-deprecatingly, in fact I'm afraid but I don't want to admit it. He always felt that he would not be afraid of anything. But since he entered Tongming Temple and put on the marshal's military uniform, he had been afraid and panicking. The discomfort of suddenly being in a high position was fear. The confusion of not knowing how the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City would make a move was fear. The worry of forming the Snowdance Corps but not knowing what the road ahead would be was fear. Under great pressure, there were some things that he didn't want to think about but he couldn't help thinking about. This was also fear. He was afraid of death, afraid of failure, afraid of holding a good hand, but after losing he would let everyone be doomed eternally. But the moment he sat in the car and left Tongming Temple, he realized that all his worries and fears were meaningless. Because it was impossible for him to know the plans of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City, and it was impossible for him to influence their decisions. The only thing he could do was to control his own power and do his own thing. The chaos in Eastern Europe was an unprecedented opportunity and danger for him. Instead of worrying about gains and losses and guarding against the enemy's sharp knife that he didn't know when it would stab him, it was better to integrate the resources in his hands to create a favorable situation for himself as much as possible. The car was dark. Li Tianlan's eyes were clear. Your Highness, do you have a way to reverse the predicament? Li Zhonghu asked with a laugh as he drove. There is no way. It's just that we can't be suppressed by them all the time. We can't see the plan of the Wang family of Beihai yet. If we take the initiative to stick our noses out and let them lead us, what does that mean? We can't see their plan but we will see it sooner or later. They prepare theirs and I prepare mine. It's too early to say who will win and who will lose. Li Tianlan shook his head. His eyes were calm and peaceful. Since returning to Huiding from the polar region, his state of mind seemed to have become so calm for the first time. The car went on Chang and Street under the night light and finally entered the Hidden Dragon Sea. The Hidden Dragon Sea shone with a hazy shimmer in the night. The hazy light was reflected in the lake, which was called the sea. The waves were sparkling, and the whole Hidden Dragon Sea looked mysterious and solemn. Have you been here? Li Tianlan asked curiously. This was the first time he came to the power center of Jianghu State. Through the curtain of night and lights, the antique pavilions and terraces were hazy in the water ripples. This kind of scene was beautiful but it was not charming. Instead it was indescribably solemn and solemn. I had the honor to come here once with the marshal, and we went to Jinqiu Pavilion. Li Zhonghu said with a smile. Jinqiu Pavilion was the office of President Li Huaqing, and it was also the rumored office of the president. Li Tianlan nodded and looked at the scenery outside the window in silence. Where is Zhuanyuantai? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. Li Zhonghu was stunned. He was silent for a few seconds and then whispered, in the middle of Jinqiu Pavilion and West Flower Hall, slightly behind, but... He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. There is no Zhuanyuantai in the Hidden Dragon Sea. Li Tianlan calmly said a fact that was absolutely not friendly to him. Now there was only Kunlun Pavilion in the Hidden Dragon Sea, but no Zhuanyuantai. More than 20 years ago, before the Li family collapsed, when Li Honghe was still the state-protecting god of war of Jianghu State, Zhuanyuantai in the Hidden Dragon Sea was the power center of the special warfare system of Jianghu State. With the collapse of the Li family, Kunlun City rose, and the Gu family built a city in Kunlun Mountain. Zhuanyuantai in the Hidden Dragon Sea also became Kunlun Pavilion. In fact, the building did not change, nor did its location. It was just that the plaque of Zhuanyuantai was taken down and replaced with Kunlun Pavilion. It was a very simple move, but it represented the rise and fall of the Li family and the Gu family. Behind the scenes, it also represented the life and death, honor and disgrace and ups and downs of countless people. Zhuanyuantai could not be seen in the Hidden Dragon Sea. But Zhuanyuantai had always been in Li Tianlan's heart, where he could always see it. There will be in the future. Li Tianlan stared at the night outside the window and said calmly. Jinqiu Pavilion was in sight. Li Zhonghu slowed down the car, looked at Li Tianlan and whispered, Your Highness, when you come back from Eastern Europe, it will be very close to rebuilding Zhuanyuantai. So I can't lose. Li Tianlan laughed. No matter who I face, I can't lose. When the car stopped in front of Jinqiu Pavilion, Li Tianlan saw two figures standing in front of Jinqiu Pavilion at the first time. One was Han Yi, the head of the president's office. The other turned out to be President Li Huaqing. The president greeted him in person. Even if Li Tianlan's state of mind was calm, he couldn't help feeling flattered when he saw this scene. He quickly got out of the car, took a few steps forward, stood at attention, saluted and said calmly, "Mr. President. Comrade Tianlan." Li Huaqing smiled and reached out to shake hands with Li Tianlan. His expression was elegant and gentle. "Let's go in and talk." The two entered the office of Jinqiu Pavilion one after the other. Han Yi served freshly brewed tea. When walking out of the office, the secretary of Jianghu State, who had become a governor-level senior official at the age of 40, subconsciously looked back at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan sat there quietly, dressed in a military uniform, and the martial rank on his shoulder was shining in the light. Military rank, military uniform, calm but a little too young face. Even if he had enough psychological preparation, Han Yi still couldn't help feeling a little shocked when he saw this scene. He was a little self-deprecating and emotional. He gently closed the door and smiled at Li Zhonghu, who had already gotten out of the car. Perhaps because the academics did not fully support the giant group at the high-level meeting, Li Huaqing was extremely polite to Li Tianlan. He did not take a seat behind the desk, but sat with Li Tianlan in the reception area of the office, completely in the posture of old friends chatting. Li Tianlan drank tea silently. Except for a little surprise when he saw Li Huaqing go out to greet him at the beginning, his expression became calmer after entering the door. "Tianlan, how is the list of the Snowdance Corps coming along?" Li Huaqing smiled and took the initiative to ask. "Not bad." Li Tianlan nodded. "The army headquarters in Kunlun City are very supportive of the formation of the Snowdance Corps. We had a meeting at noon. I have already handed the list of the Snowdance Corps to the general administration. There should be news soon." Li Huaqing said, and held the teacup, a little hesitant. He was silent for a while, then slowly said, "To be honest, from the perspective of pure state affairs, I'm relieved to let you lead a corps. Eastern Europe is very chaotic. If we want to make a breakthrough in the chaos, it's really difficult to be steady. We need a young leader with courage and drive to fight for what we can fight for Jianghu State. Between you and Jiang, I'm more optimistic about you. But from a personal point of view, your position is very sensitive. Woody and I have some concerns. Some things are hard for us to stop. Since it has happened, we can only try to seek a result that is beneficial to everyone. Tianlan, if you need my help, I will try my best." In the private meeting, President Li Huaqing's words were direct and frank. There was no hypocrisy between them and he came straight to the point. After all, Li Tianlan was still an ally of the academics. If it weren't for his relationship with the giant group, Li Tianlan would have officially entered the academics. With the combat capability of the invincible realm, he would almost be the #1 expert of the academics. Such a figure deserved the attention of anyone in Jianghu State. Moreover, although President Li Huaqing had now planned to give up the special warfare system, it was only because of the trade-off between the military and the special warfare system. If possible, he would naturally fight for it. In this Eastern European chaos, if Li Tianlan could block the Wang family of Beihai in Kunlun City, the academics would have a lot more room to operate. To say the least, even if the relationship between Li Tianlan and the academics would gradually drift apart in the future, in the current situation as long as he still existed, the academics would have a lot more room to operate in the future. If Li Tianlan really died in Eastern Europe and was executed for treason, the giant group would fall apart. Under the violent social turmoil, the pressure on the academics who cooperated with the giant group would be unimaginable. In any case, as long as it was possible, Li Huaqing would give Li Tianlan some necessary help. "I came here today to ask Mr. President for a person." Li Tianlan drank tea and said softly. "Who?" Li Huaqing raised his eyebrows. The status of the Snowdance Corps was extremely important now. Most of the people in Jianghu State, as long as Li Tianlan wanted them, could basically be transferred here now. Li Tianlan deliberately came to him to ask for a person, which could only show that this candidate was extremely special. Li Tianlan smiled and said softly, "In the past 2 days, I've looked up some information about the treason case more than 20 years ago, but I got nothing." Li Huaqing smiled bitterly and did not speak. The treason case had been the most influential and worst case in Jianghu State for more than 20 years. Now the remaining files clearly pointed to Li Guangtu's treason. Everyone knew that this matter was very strange, but they could not find any evidence at all. What was the use of Li Tianlan studying those materials that had been turned over? Those materials? They don't make any sense. Li Huaqing said softly. "They really don't make any sense." Li Tianlan said, "So I put those materials back. But I think even if the materials are meaningless, the people are always meaningful. If we can find a person who has experienced the treason case, even if we can't figure out what happened that year, we can at least reduce the probability of the treason case in Eastern Europe. A person who has experienced the treason case? Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Tianlan. Oh. Desert prison fireman, Li Tianlan said calmly, the sacred guard beside my grandfather. More than 20 years ago, he was the first vice-marshal of the Border Control Corps. Apart from my father, he is the most responsible person in the treason case in Jianghu State. Chapter 400. Fireman Li Huaqing had heard the name more than once. At the peak of the Li family, every sacred guard around the god of war was a strong man. For example, Yudong Lai now. At the age of more than 70, his state had already deteriorated severely, and now he could barely stay in the thundershocking realm. But no one dared to underestimate Yudong Lai, because he was poison doctor. Among the 5 sacred guards around Li Honghe, Yudong Lai, who was at the peak of the thundershocking realm, was the weakest in terms of realm and combat capability, but his means of using poison were weird and impossible to guard against. Li Honghe had never been defeated in hundreds of battles in his life, and Yudong Lai's ability to poison was indispensable. Among the 5 sacred guards, Fireman had the lowest realm, but his combat capability was the strongest. Not to mention how powerful he was at his peak. At the end of the treason case, Fireman, who was seriously injured, killed more than one superior of the half-step invincible realm in a heavy siege. If it weren't for more than 20 years of prison life that destroyed his potential, Jianghu State today would have at least one more invincible realm expert who could be listed on the divine list. Tribulation of Sai City directly entered the invincible realm from the Qi-controlling realm. Fireman was looking for a way to enter the invincible realm from the fire-flaming realm. Once this extraordinary road went far enough, the combat capability he exerted was completely incredible. The academics needed experts with enough influence in the special warfare system. So the academics had the idea of Fireman before. 3 years ago, during the final battle of Heaven Capital, Samsara Palace and Jianghu State were still in a cooperative relationship, but the code name Fireman appeared more than once in the list of elites sent by Jianghu State to East Island. But in the end, because of the opposition of the Southeast Group and the Special Warfare Group, Fireman still stayed in the desert prison. Now that Li Tianlan had a high enough status, enough power and a suitable opportunity, he would naturally try his best to let the sacred guard imprisoned in the desert see the light of day again. Li Huaqing hesitated, looked at Li Tianlan's calm face and didn't speak for a while. Li Tianlan waited quietly. Things are a little troublesome. Li Huaqing was silent for a while before he slowly said, Fireman was the vice-marshal of the Border Control Corps more than 20 years ago. In the case of treason more than 20 years ago, if Li Guangtu was the main person responsible, then Fireman was equivalent to the secondary culprit. The most important thing was that even now, Fireman was not a dispensable character in Jianghu State. With his combat capability, after cultivation he was absolutely expected to be on an equal footing with the top superiors of the half-step invincible realm, which was equivalent to the tribulation 3 years ago. It would be more than troublesome to release such a character under the pressure of the Southeast Group and the Special Warfare Group. There was also a considerable risk. I know. Li Tianlan's tone was calm, but there was an imperceptible sharpness in it. Please do your best, President. Li Huaqing was stunned and looked into Li Tianlan's eyes. Li Tianlan looked at Li Huaqing calmly. His eyes were firm. He knew what Li Huaqing was thinking. Li Huaqing also knew that Li Tianlan knew what he was thinking. If the giant group joined forces with the academics, it would not be difficult to get Fireman out. The key was that Li Huaqing did not want the academics to take too many risks. Fireman's identity was extremely special. Once he regained his freedom, to some extent, the distance between the academics and the giant group would be narrowed again. The chaos in Eastern Europe was extremely delicate. Because of Li Tianlan, the entire giant group was on the edge of the cliff. At this time, the academics approached the giant group, and the risk was completely visible. If Li Huaqing supported Fireman, its significance was even more important than his support for Dongqing Wudi at the high-level meeting. After all, when voting, his vote was more like a symbolic meaning and did not play any role. However, with the full support of Fireman, the full support of the giant group, and Li Tianlan, the commander of the Snowdance Corps, this resolution was likely to be passed. The practical significance of this could be said to be very great. So Li Tianlan said that he asked the president to do his best. His words were very polite, but also very strong. Wait for my news. After a long time, Li Huaqing whispered, But even if Fireman comes out, his position? Just be the captain of my bodyguards. Li Tianlan said. He won't mind. Li Huaqing nodded with a smile. The captain of the bodyguards was really not a specific job. But Li Tianlan's identity was there. The heir of the Li family. Fireman first assisted Li Honghe, then Li Guangtu, and now Li Tianlan. For the people of the Li family, this was absolutely a glory. What was there to mind? I'll arrange this. Li Huaqing seemed to think of something and made up his mind completely. Li Tianlan nodded. He looked at the time, got up, shook hands with Li Huaqing and turned to leave. Li Huaqing personally sent him out and looked at his back as he walked towards the Audi thoughtfully. The military uniform was still the same one. It fit well. Now, it seemed that even the temperament was incomparably compatible. This young man, who was only 22 years old this year, seemed to be adapting to his role faster and faster. Li Huaqing was a little surprised by his terrifying adaptability. Li Zhonghu opened the door of the Audi for him. Li Tianlan sat in, rolled down the window and waved to Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing also smiled and waved. The Audi left Jianghu Pavilion and went farther and farther away. Li Tianlan quietly looked at the night of the Hidden Dragon Sea. Kunlun Pavilion, which represented Kunlun City, stood in the night, brightly lit. Li Tianlan looked at it calmly, his eyes firm. This was the first time he had asked President Li Huaqing for something as himself and also as the heir of the Li family. It was a demand, not a request. He didn't tell Dongqing Wudi in advance, nor did he discuss it with others. Now he was the youngest marshal in the special warfare system of Jianghu State. Standing in this position, he instinctively wanted to do what he felt was right. He was not being pushed to do something. He wasn't going to do anything as a chess piece. Now he had a good hand in his hand, and he just wanted to try his best to play all the cards in this hand. Fireman was a crucial step, but it was only the first step. He was going to face the Wang family of Beihai. It was Kunlun City. It was the Prince Group. There were also many people with ulterior motives. So next, Sai City, Samsara Palace, and even the Purgatory of Heaven capital were all in his plan. In such a huge game of chess, it was far easier to be a chess piece than a chess player. But this was the position that should belong to Li Tianlan. There was nervousness, excitement, and apprehension in his heart, but most of all, it was the excitement and lofty sentiments aroused by the thick atmosphere of power in the Hidden Dragon Sea at night. His cell phone suddenly rang. Li Tianlan took out his cell phone, looked at the number, and answered it directly. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After seeing Li Tianlan off, President Li Huaqing returned to Jianghu Pavilion and made a pot of tea himself. He had told his secretary Han Yi to cancel all the reports tonight. When Secretary Wang of Wuxia province came, he could come in directly. The smell of tea wafted in the reception area of the office. Li Huaqing quietly played with the teapot at hand. His face was hidden in the rising mist, appearing blurry and deep. Today's two meetings were unexpected. It was an accident that Li Tianlan took the initiative to find him. It was also an accident that Wang Qinglei, the top leader of Wuxia, came to find him. As the president of Jianghu State, Li Huaqing communicated frequently with the leaders of various provinces. But this time he did not intend to communicate with Wang Qinglei. Wang Qinglei took the initiative to find him and said that he wanted to report. Li Huaqing did not know what the other party wanted to say. Time passed slowly. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Li Huaqing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Wang Qinglei, a member of the Jianghu State Decision-Making Committee and the top leader of Wuxia Province, walked in slowly and shook hands with Li Huaqing with a smile. "Comrade Qinglei, sit down." Li Huaqing smiled and pointed to the sofa, his voice steady and calm. Wang Qinglei sat down with a smile, whispering, "President, I heard that Li Tianlan came just now?" This was obviously not a report but more like a chat. Li Huaqing was not surprised. He nodded and said with a smile, "He gave me a difficult problem." Wang Qinglei's smile remained unchanged. "Fireman," Li Huaqing said, "do you know this person? The one in the desert?" The sharpness in Wang Qinglei's eyes flashed away. He nodded and said, "I've heard of him. Tianlan wants me to get Fireman out. I support it. The case of more than 20 years ago is confusing. Specifically, Fireman's crime is not unforgivable. Tianlan now wants him to be a personal soldier by his side. In principle, I agree." Li Huaqing looked at Wang Qinglei with burning eyes and said, "Comrade Qinglei, what do you think?" Wang Qinglei was one of the leaders of the Southeast Group. When Li Tianlan was appointed as the commander of the Snowdance Corps, he voted in favor. But this did not mean that he and Wang Tianzong would really be of one mind. If the Wang family of Beihai were really united, there would be no such conversation now. We made our position clear when we decided to restart the Snowdance Corps. Wang Qinglei pondered for a while and said with a chuckle, "The list of the Snowdance Corps was prepared by the commander. This is not empty talk. Since His Highness wants a personal soldier, if we don't agree, won't it seem that we are deliberately embarrassing him? At that time Minister Dongqing will hit the table again." Li Huaqing laughed and nodded. "I think so too. Qinglei, on this matter we have the same opinion." From Comrade Qinglei to Qinglei. It was just a change of address, but the atmosphere in the office had a subtle change. Wang Qinglei picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea and said softly, "President, I came here this time mainly to report to you the situation of the overlapping posts of the supervisory and organizational departments in Wuxia. Both the supervisory and organizational departments are the top priorities. I hope to do a pilot in Wuxia. The specific documents will be submitted to you in a few days, and I hope to get your support." Li Huaqing said calmly, "I've heard of this. Qinglei, it's a big deal." "It's just an attempt." Wang Qinglei chuckled. "The cause of our party is getting better and better in useful attempts." Li Huaqing thought for a while, nodded and said thoughtfully, "But if this pilot is passed, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see results in a short time. It will take time." "Indeed." Wang Qinglei nodded and said meaningfully, "Wuxia needs time. I need time. President, don't you need time?" Li Huaqing's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at Wang Qinglei intentionally or unintentionally. Of course he needed time, and he needed time more than anyone else. His term of office still had more than 3 years. In these 3 years he must arrange a future for the academics. At present, it could be said that it was extremely difficult for him to achieve his goal. Time was of the essence for Li Huaqing. Qinglei's words seemed to mean something? Li Huaqing rubbed his hair with his palm and said calmly, "I'm telling the truth." Wang Qinglei smiled, looked at Li Huaqing and said softly, "Mr. President, we all need time. You give me the time I need and I can naturally give you the time you need." He looked at Li Huaqing calmly, smiled, and asked a question that was almost fatally tempting to Li Huaqing. "Mr. President, do you want to be re-elected again?" Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version, M. Chapter 401. Li Tianlan came to Green Mountain as fast as he could. It was Dongqing Wudi who called him. Minister Fang Wenxi had submitted the list of the Snowdance Corps to the Army headquarters in Kunlun City. Dongqing Wudi held another meeting in the Army headquarters building. The Army of Jianghu State and Kunlun City passed the list, reported it to the office of the President and the Cabinet, and then conveyed it to the decision-making committee, and then immediately issued a transfer order. In addition to informing Li Tianlan of the results of the meeting on the phone, Dongqing Wudi also told Li Tianlan a piece of unexpected news. Li Honghe arrived in Yuzhou and was now living in the Bai family's manor. The hidden Dragon Sea was not far from Green Mountain. In less than 40 minutes, Li Tianlan's Audi had reached Green Mountain and slowly drove into the Bai family's manor. Dongqing Rushi had arrived in Yuzhou from Huading and was waiting in front of the main villa. Seeing Li Tianlan get out of the car, she gently jumped down the steps and almost jumped into Li Tianlan's arms. Li Tianlan reached out to hold her and said, "Why are you so happy? I heard that you're a marshal." "Of course I'm happy," Dongqing Rushi said softly. Dongqing Rushi said softly. She was wearing a long red dress and her black hair was dancing in the wind. The red dress set off her skin, which was extremely white and delicate. She looked pure and charming. "I'm going to Eastern Europe with you," Dongqing Rushi said and reached out to gently touch the military rank on Li Tianlan's shoulder. Her eyes were clear and serious. "It looks better than Dad's." Li Tianlan smiled. The military ranks of Jianghu State were the same as those of the Special Warfare System. Only the title of Marshal was slightly different. It was also an olive branch with 3 gold stars, but there was a delicate golden shield behind the gold star on the epaulette of the military marshal. The title of Marshal in the Special Warfare System was a golden sword in front of the gold star. "How's Huading?" Li Tianlan walked up the steps and asked casually. "It's fine." Dongqing Rushi thought for a moment. "The maneuver these 2 days is also very interesting. But there are fewer people going to see it." Li Tianlan said, The final maneuver had a result on the first day. The result had already appeared, so the process was naturally not worth looking forward to. Although the final maneuver was still going on, it had now lost its original meaning. So the headmasters of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy were not in Huading at this time. Instead, they came to Tongming Temple in the West Mountain of Yuzhou to train the officers of the Snowdance Corps. Dongqing Rushi naturally put her small hand in Li Tianlan's. The two entered the villa. In the living room, Li Honghe and Bai Zhanfang were playing chess. Neither of them had any desire to win or lose. Their moves were casual, and many times, in the eyes of an outsider, their moves were meaningless. Dongqing Wudi sat aside and looked at the chessboard in boredom. When he saw Li Tianlan and Dongqing Rushi coming in, he smiled and waved at them. Li Tianlan came over and called him Grandpa. He glanced at Bai Zhanfang. Before he could speak, Li Honghe said without looking up, "Zhanfang is my old friend for many years, just like cold light. You should call him Grandpa too." Li Tianlan paused for a moment, then calmly called him Grandpa with a smile. Bai Zhanfang looked up at him with a smile, patted the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down." Li Tianlan nodded and took Dongqing Rushi to sit next to Dongqing Wudi. "Xishan is quite far from here. How did we get here so quickly?" Dongqing Wudi looked at the chessboard and laughed casually. "I had a talk with the president before I came out of the Hidden Dragon Sea. It's not far from here," Li Tianlan said quietly. In his sight, Bai Zhanfang seemed to be dim-sighted because of old age. A cannon shot hit one of Li Honghe's pawns through Li Honghe's chess pieces. Li Honghe didn't say it out loud, but the other pawn moved forward 2 squares at a time without batting an eyelid. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched. "Hidden Dragon Sea?" Dongqing Wudi raised his eyebrows. Li Honghe and Bai Zhanfang also turned their eyes to Li Tianlan. "Well, the Snowdance Corps was established and I also found a powerful bodyguard. But the identity of the best candidate in my mind is a little special, so I specially talked to the president," Li Tianlan said. Li Honghe calmly messed up the chessboard, which was already at a disadvantage. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Who is the best candidate in your mind?" "Of course it's Master Hua." Li Tianlan laughed and said, "No one is more suitable than him." Li Honghe's eyes relaxed. He nodded and sighed, "I came here to talk to you about this." Jihua was implicated by the Li family back then. Otherwise, with his talent, he should have entered the invincible realm long ago. After so many years there has been no chance before. Now that there is a chance, I have to get him out of the desert. Jihua was the name of Fireman. His surname was Wu. It was obviously a very familiar name not only for the Li family but also for the Dongqing clan. Dongqing Wudi was stunned and whispered, "He is really a good candidate, but his age is not a problem." Li Tianlan whispered, "With fire. In my current state, no one in the Snowdance Corps is his opponent except me." Fireman's realm was in the fire-flaming realm. But like Tribulation 3 years ago, he broke one limit after another in the fire-flaming realm and finally stepped into a different path. In fact, it was impossible to tell whether such a person was still in the fire-flaming realm or not. But one thing Li Tianlan could be sure of was that when he fought with Fireman in the desert prison to verify his strength, Fireman did not really use his full strength. What he exerted was the real strength of the fulfillment of the fire-flaming realm, not the strength after he broke through the limit of the fire-flaming realm. In that state, Fireman still forced Li Tianlan to break through into the thunder-shocking realm, so that he had the first time to recultivate martial arts. How strong was a Fireman who could exert his full strength? In Li Tianlan's view, in this state, even if Fireman had no hope of entering the invincible realm in this life, and his state would decline with age, the strength he could exert would hardly be worse than that of Tribulation 3 years ago. Such a person was not only an absolute expert in the 4 realms of martial arts, but also could play a very important role in the battlefield of the invincible realm. "What did the president say?" Li Honghe asked aloud. "He agreed." Li Tianlan's tone was calm. The atmosphere in the living room froze for a moment. Li Honghe, Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi looked at each other. Li Honghe's eyes relaxed slightly. Bai Zhanfang's eyes were full of smiles. Dongqing Wudi's eyes were full of relief. Without any of them knowing, Li Tianlan went to the Hidden Dragon Sea. This matter could be said to be very small, but it could also be said to be very important. Such a Li Tianlan was what they wanted to see. The Li family, the Dongqing clan, the Bai family, and even the entire giant group put their future on Li Tianlan. Under the great responsibility, each of them was eager to see Li Tianlan's future. Not only his martial arts but also his ability to deal with things. It was hard to say how Li Tianlan's ability was now, but at least today he let everyone see his autonomy. It had only been a few days since he became the marshal of the special warfare system of Jianghu state. But he had been actively adapting to the change of his identity. Today he went to the Hidden Dragon Sea not as a young man, but as a marshal of Jianghu state. The fact that he could adapt to his identity in a short time sounded simple, but how could it be so easy? Li Tianlan was also not used to it now. But he was trying very hard to adapt to his new identity and status, and was doing the behavior that was in line with his identity and status. He was the future core of the giant group, the future of the giant group. And the future leader that the giant group wanted should have his own ideas, his own plans, his own thoughts, his own actions, and his own schemes. Tonight was just the first step for Li Tianlan. And it was a perfect first step. Li Huaqing agreed to Li Tianlan's request, which also showed that Li Huaqing recognized Li Tianlan's current identity and behavior. Very good, the president is still very supportive of the Snowdance Corps. Tianlan, if you need anything in the future, you should communicate with the president in time. As an ally, he always has to bear some of his own obligations. Dongqing Wudi chuckled, took out a cigarette and handed it to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan nodded, took the cigarette and lit it. What are you talking about? A soft voice suddenly sounded. In the sound of soft footsteps, Bai Qingqian came over with a plate of fruit and put it on the tea table. Mom. Dongqing Rushi stood up and called her in a crisp voice. Bai Qingqian smiled and touched Dongqing Rushi's head, but she looked at Li Tianlan. Although she was at home, this extraordinary woman who was very famous in the political circle of Jianghu state, was also dressed in formal clothes. She was charming, and her whole body was full of an indescribable grace and elegance. Li Tianlan stood up subconsciously. He, who was calm just now, instinctively reached out and scratched his head, looking a little silly. Dongqing Rushi laughed out loud. But except for her, everyone, including Li Honghe, had a complicated look in their eyes. Eat more fruit and smoke less. It's bad for your health. Bai Qingqian looked at Li Tianlan, and her voice was soft and gentle. Li Tianlan said yes, but he didn't know what to say. This was the second time he saw Bai Qingqian. But just like the first time he saw her, it was hard for Li Tianlan to describe his feelings. His perception, which was almost close to the peak of the invincible realm, was completely confused under her eyes. This feeling was not panic, but an instinctive but somewhat inexplicable feeling of wanting to be close to her. This feeling might come from her eyes or it might be something else. Li Tianlan couldn't tell. He just felt that this feeling was very strange, so it made him very uncomfortable. This military uniform suits you very well, Bai Qingqian said softly. She was very close to Dongqing Rushi, and Dongqing Rushi was very close to Li Tianlan. So he couldn't help but feel natural. Bai Qingqian raised her hand and touched Li Tianlan's head. She said softly, "How do you feel now that you're a marshal? Are you tired?" Li Tianlan's body was completely stiff. Bai Qingqian's hand was very gentle. But Li Tianlan's body was as stiff as a stone. "I'm fine." His voice seemed to be a little frozen, so it sounded a little strange. Bai Qingqian's eyes shook violently. She took a step forward subconsciously, and then she seemed to realize something, so she put down her palm. "Don't be too stressed." She smiled and seemed to want to say something, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she said, "You guys talk first." It seemed that there were thousands of words that she didn't know where to start. Finally, they were all hidden in her eyes. Bai Qingqian gently turned and went upstairs. Li Tianlan sat down again. Bai Qingqian stood in front of the railing on the second floor and stared at the hall. Li Tianlan, who had already sat down, raised his head subconsciously. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and Bai Qingqian had already turned and entered the room. She wore a formal suit at home because she was about to leave and return to Guangdong. On the first day Li Tianlan came to Yuzhou, she had already put down a lot of official business in Guangdong and returned to Yuzhou. She wanted to see Li Tianlan, but she didn't want to disturb him. Until today, until now. She waited for Li Tianlan's arrival. But she just took a look at him. Just to take a look at him. Compared to the thousands of kilometers she would have to travel back, this look was too short. The living room returned to silence again. Dongqing Rushi cut a piece of orange for Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan took it and ate it. The orange was very sweet. Dongqing Rushi reached out to take the apple again. "Let's go to the study," Bai Zhanfang suddenly said, breaking the weird silence in the living room. Dongqing Wudi patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder, stood up and looked at Li Honghe. Li Honghe had been staying in Yuzhou in recent days. Now that the list of the Snowdance Corps was officially determined, Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi certainly had to discuss the action in Eastern Europe with Li Honghe. The Li family had collapsed for many years. But Li Honghe still had a backup plan. In this situation, it was time for Li Honghe to show some of his backup plans. Even if he had said that he would not be the protagonist in the chaos in Eastern Europe, even if he was not the protagonist, he would play a very important role. Let's go. Li Honghe stood up. A cell phone suddenly rang. It was not a phone call but a text message. Li Honghe frowned, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. His body suddenly stiffened for a moment, and a pair of turbid eyes quietly looked at the cell phone screen. Senior Li? Dongqing Wudi shouted with some confusion. Li Honghe did not respond. After a long time he slowly put away the cell phone in his hand and looked at Li Tianlan, Dongqing Wudi and Bai Zhanfeng. He suddenly laughed. I can't go to the study with you. He smiled softly but his tone became calm, firm and irresistible. I want to go back to Lin and right away. Wudi, arrange a private plane. What's the matter? Li Tianlan asked with a frown. It's okay. Li Honghe looked at his grandson with soft eyes. It's a good thing. I just suddenly remembered that my existence is still very meaningful. His existence was meaningful. But Li Honghe also knew that it was meaningless for him to be here. Li Honghe did leave a lot of things in Jianghu state. These things could still play an important role today. But before he used those chess pieces, the woman named Qin Weibai directly overturned the chessboard in his hand. So the chess pieces in his hand began to overlap with the chess pieces in her hand. In such a situation, Li Honghe could still play a role. But his role was no longer crucial. For him, an unimportant role was equivalent to no role. If it was not useful, it was meaningless. It was not until he received this text message that he realized that even if Qin Weibai controlled most of the chess pieces he had prepared, there were still some things that she could not control at all. Ironically, until today, Li Honghe did not know if he could control these things. But he would do his best. So he wanted to go back. Go back right away. Genius 1 second to remember the address of this website. Mobile version. Chapter 402. Bai Zhanfeng personally saw Li Honghe out of the villa. The Bai family's manor was huge. The helicopter arranged by Dongqing Wudi had stopped on the lawn in front of the villa when they walked out. The helicopter flew straight to the airport. During this time, the airport would temporarily open a military route. In about 2 hours, Li Honghe would arrive in Linhan. In addition to Li Honghe, there was another passenger on the helicopter. Bai Qingqian. She also had to go to the airport and fly directly to Kanto. The two of them happened to have a smooth journey, so they traveled together. No one knew what was written in the text message that Li Honghe received. But everyone could feel the anxiety and graveness in his eyes, as well as the unconcealable thoughts and doubts. In Li Tianlan's memory, he seemed to have never seen Li Honghe in this state. He was sure that something had happened, but he wasn't sure what. Everything in Lin and was stable at present. Although Lonely Mountain had disappeared, the Ministry of Supervision had begun to rebuild on the ruins of Lonely Mountain. Li Tianlan really couldn't think of anything that would happen in Lin, and that required Li Honghe to rush back immediately. Grandpa, I'll go with you, Li Tianlan said calmly. It was not a question but a statement. On Lonely Mountain more than half a month ago, Li Honghe took Wang Tianzong's sword. No one in the entire dark world could escape unscathed from the Sword Emperor's peak sword intent. Li Honghe had also been beaten down to the Invincible Realm and was seriously injured. Today it could be said that there were no Invincible Realm experts in the Li family. Only Li Tianlan, an Invincible Realm expert, could support them. Something really happened, he had to go back. You stay. Li Honghe glanced at him. His tone was calm and indifferent. Li Tianlan became more and more puzzled. He looked at Li Honghe and said nothing. Actually, it's nothing serious. Li Honghe was silent for a while and smiled. I'm just a little sensitive. His eyes fell on Bai Zhanfeng and Dongqing Wudi and he said calmly, I know what you mean. The chaos in Eastern Europe this time was beyond my expectations, but it was in someone's plan. In the long run it was like a game of chess with many parties. No matter how the chess game developed, it would eventually usher in a new era. I have chess pieces in my hands, but I don't have the qualifications to sit in front of the chessboard and play. At most, I can only play a small role. But if this chess piece falls into someone else's hands, it might be even more useful. So there's no point in me staying here. Then why are you in such a hurry to return? Bai Zhanfeng looked at Li Honghe, and his tone was unusually calm. Dongqing Wudi heard something else and asked. Li Tianlan also heard something else from this calmness. He turned to look at Bai Zhanfeng. Bai Zhanfeng was looking at Li Honghe. He looked relaxed and even had a smile on his face. The oldest member of the decision-making committee in Jianghu State was not outstanding in appearance. He had dark skin and an ordinary face. As he grew older, there were more wrinkles on his face. His body was a little stooped, and he looked like an old farmer who had spent his whole life facing the yellow soil. When he smiled, he looked very honest and gentle. But at this moment, his eyes were clear, and there was an indescribable vigilance in them. Li Tianlan frowned. Because someone has arrived in Lin. Li Honghe chuckled and said, I'm no longer qualified to participate in the chess game in Eastern Europe. When I go back, I want to meet someone who is truly qualified to play chess. The general situation in Eastern Europe was chaotic, and the chess game was naturally chaotic. Multi-party Go. If this was a game of chess, who would be qualified to sit in front of the chessboard and play? Wang Qinzong, the Sword Emperor of Jianghu State, was qualified. The dominators of the superpowers in the Dark World were qualified to do so. The person in charge of the special warfare systems of the major countries was qualified to do so. In the eyes of the outside world, the Samsara Palace and Qin Weibai, who were still a powerful force despite the destruction of the headquarters and the death of the palace master, were qualified to do so. The Polar Ground Alliance had fallen apart, but this superpower that was spread all over Eastern Europe was the main chessboard of Eastern Europe, so the missing former leader of the Polar Ground Alliance, Tyrant, was also qualified. With the support of the giant group and the academics, Li Tianlan, who was about to lead the Snowdance Corps into Eastern Europe on behalf of Jianghu State, was barely qualified to play chess. Since Li Tianlan was here, who else had come to Lin? Li Honghe saw the vigilance in Bai Zhanfang's eyes. He smiled and patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder. The old man's palm was very heavy, carrying all of his hope and strength. This is my grandson. Li Honghe chuckled. In any case, old Bai, I won't hurt my grandson, will I? I'm ashamed of many people in my life, but I have a clear conscience about Jianghu State and the overall situation. In terms of inheritance, my biggest failure in my 80s is to cultivate a son with great ambition. The most successful thing is to cultivate a grandson who can bring me strong hope. I don't have much time left. Naturally, all my hopes can only be placed on him. Bai Zhanfang's eyes flashed. He looked at Li Honghe thoughtfully. Dongqing Wudi was also thoughtful. Let's go. Li Honghe said, and his palm still fell on Li Tianlan's shoulder. Li Tianlan followed Li Honghe in silence and sent him to the plain. Do you remember what I said when I taught you to play chess for the first time? Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan and asked with a smile. Li Tianlan's eyes were in a trance, and his thoughts returned to the past that he didn't want to recall but would never forget. In the camp surrounded by the primeval forest, his life from childhood to adulthood was extremely boring but extremely rich. From morning to dusk, from spring and autumn to winter and summer, day and night alternated, and the seasons changed. His life was always disgusting and disgusting food, martial arts and meditation day and night, repeated practice of calligraphy and chessboard, forbearance in the face of the Li family's many tombstones, doubt at the star-spangled flag in the camp, desire for the future, and wild thoughts about the Li family's glorious past and shabby present situation. Perhaps at that time all of this was still very vague or distant. It was not until Li Tianlan went to Huading, stepped into Heaven Capital, went to Lin, and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers for 3 years. Now he came to Yuzhou that he really realized what he was shouldering. I remember. He nodded and said quietly, a chess game is a mess. A chess game is a mess. This was the first sentence that Li Honghe said to him when he taught him to play chess. Yes. Li Honghe said, the chessboard is very clear and so are the chess pieces. For Go, the most peaceful game is before a chess piece is played. Once a chess piece is played, even if there is only one piece, it will be a mess. For chess, chariots, horses, cannons, soldiers, fortune-tellers, and generals, no matter which one moves first, it will also be the beginning of a mess. Once a chess piece moves, it means that the situation begins to get out of control. How can anyone really control everything? In the final analysis, Chinese chess and Go are games between two people. But the real general trend is often a multi-party game. You can't grasp people's hearts, so naturally you can't grasp the general trend. Li Honghe looked at Li Tianlan softly and said calmly, but you can at least control the chess pieces in your hands. So, he patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder again. There are many things, don't be anxious. The more chaotic the situation is, the more you can't be anxious, especially when your strength is at a disadvantage. On the road of martial arts, you should move forward bravely and never retreat. But in the general trend, it is wisdom to be able to endure and retreat. You have done this very well before. Li Tianlan thought about it. I don't seem to have done anything before, he said. That's the best. Li Honghe laughed and said, Doing nothing is like sitting on a chessboard but you don't move a single piece. I'm proficient in Chinese chess. In a game of Chinese chess, you're the strongest not when you've taken down the opponent's chess pieces, nor when you're in a checkmate. You're the strongest when you've arranged your chess pieces but haven't moved yet. You had potential before but your strength, power and resources were not enough. The Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the Prince Group were all eyeing you covetously. What could you do? In terms of scheming, wisdom, and shrewdness, both Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun are far better than you. In this state, what you do will really disappoint me. If you do nothing, it means that you have no flaws. If you have no flaws, others will have to break the rules if they want to move against you. Li Honghe's tone was still calm. Perhaps he knew what Li Tianlan was going to face next, so he talked a lot. You have power in your hands now. In the chess game in Eastern Europe, you are barely qualified to play chess. But I still hope that you can be steady, don't be impatient and don't act rashly. Sometimes, even if you have a chance, don't make a decision easily. The chaos in Eastern Europe is very delicate. As far as we are concerned, we can't make even a little mistake. Do you understand? Li Tianlan said, silently. That's it. Li Honghe said in a flat tone, remember it's a taboo to seek victory on the chessboard with multiple parties. Striving not to lose is the most correct way. This is especially true on a chessboard that is destined to have no victor. Li Tianlan turned his head and looked at Li Honghe quietly. After a while, he whispered, Grandpa, do you think that there will be no winner in the chaos in Eastern Europe? Since it's a chaos, how can there be a winner? The winner is the one who sticks to the end and remains undefeated. Li Honghe's voice was low. He looked up at the sky. The air in Green Mountain was fresh. The manor was lit up. The soft light didn't cover the stars in the sky. The starlight sprinkled down as bright and cold as the moonlight. This is not your time, Li Honghe suddenly said. No one knew whether his voice was low or helpless, but it sounded extremely heavy. It's not the Li family's time either. Just do your best in the chaos in Eastern Europe. You can do something but don't try to change the general trend. No matter who wins or loses in the chaos in Eastern Europe, it will be a new era. It's your era. He walked into the helicopter silently. The helicopter's rotors began to whistle in the night. The signal light was on. The fuselage began to take off. The huge airflow blew the surrounding lawn into a clear wave shape, which continued to spread around. Li Tianlan remained motionless in the fierce wind, just squinting and looking up at the sky. The helicopter gradually went away in the air and eventually disappeared. Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi came over. Li Tianlan glanced at them. Just walk around? Dongqing Wudi said. The manor was very large. There was no difference between talking in the secret room of the study and walking around and chatting outside. Li Tianlan nodded and walked behind Bai Zhanfang and Dongqing Wudi, not speaking for a while. Where are the high-level members of the Snowdance Corps now? Dongqing Wudi suddenly broke the silence and asked. The Snowdance Corps was the best lineup of the Dongqing clan, Sai City, Jade Pool, and Mount Shu, but a considerable number of important personnel were contacted by Li Tianlan himself. Even the cornerstone of the Snowdance Corps, the more than 15,000 ordinary elite soldiers, were confirmed by Li Tianlan. Both the Dongqing clan and Sai City gave Li Tianlan the greatest autonomy, intentionally or unintentionally. As for Dongqing Wudi, he could only grasp the movements of Jade Pool. The Sword Justice of Jade Pool and First Elder were still in Jade Pool. But the two Sword Masters of Mount Shu. Dongqing Wudi did not pay attention to Cool Breeze, Drifting Cloud, Deep Dream and others in Sai City. Everyone is in Yuzhou now. Li Tianlan said, just waiting for the transfer order. Before the transfer order was issued, it was obviously against the rules for these experts to appear in Yuzhou. However, the establishment of a special warfare battalion and the list fully respected the will of the new commander, which was not in line with the rules. Dongqing Wudi nodded and silently thought about the list of the Snowdance Corps. Ling Shuangxue, the First Elder of Jade Pool, and Su Chang'e, the Sword Justice of Jade Pool. The two represented the power of Jade Pool. About 60 swordsmen of Jade Pool joined the Snowdance Corps with them, including Dongqing Rushi, who had entered the Thunder-Shocking Realm, Bai Yuming of the Bai family, and Su Chu, the first disciple of Jade Pool, who would set off immediately after his injury was slightly better. Yun Qinshi, the Phantom Sword Master of Mount Shu, and Han Chongyang, the Yin and Yang Sword Master, also joined the Snowdance Corps with about 100 swordsmen. Although Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud of Sai City had not reached the half-step invincible realm in terms of realm, both of them were top assassins. On some occasions they played a much more important role than the masters of the half-step invincible realm. Led by the two of them, the assassin team formed by Deep Dream and Du Hanin would become a sharp sword of the Snowdance Corps. The strength of the Shadow Sect was slightly weaker, but Hua Qingfeng's strength was there. With him as the leader, it was also a force that could not be ignored. As for the Border Control Corps, the 4 major generals who led the 40,000 troops to the Sky Academy all joined the Snowdance Corps, which was also a combat capability that could not be ignored. Among them, Li Zhonghu was not far from the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. In addition, Fireman, the first person in the fire-flaming realm in recent decades, was Fireman. There was also Li Tianlan, who had the combat capability of the invincible realm. In the Snowdance Corps of 20,000 people, more than 3/4 of the soldiers were in the same boat. In addition to the Snowdance Corps, there were Tribulation, Situ Tsangyue Qin Weibai, and Cheng Huaining, the new commander of the Arctic Ocean Command in Jianghu State. This list of names was absolutely luxurious, as everyone thought it was really a good hand. But Li Tianlan, who held such a good hand, needed to face a situation that was equally complicated, and the enemy he faced was more powerful. Dongqing Wudi hesitated and finally couldn't help asking, "Tianlan, do you have any plans for Eastern Europe?" "Not yet." Li Tianlan thought of what his grandfather had just said and slowly shook his head. "Let's take one step at a time, but we can't let go of Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America. They must give Jianghu State an explanation. It just so happens that I have an old score with the Jiang family of South America. If there is a chance, I will naturally settle it." More than 3 years ago, he had vowed in Heaven Capital to destroy the Jiang family of South America in this life. Li Tianlan had never forgotten what had happened on that day. "It's right to target the Jiang family of South America and Knights Templars." Dongqing Wudi nodded. "It was these two forces that caused the garrison of Zhongzhou State and I'm to suffer heavy losses when they besieged the Samsara Palace." For Li Tianlan, whether they besieged the Samsara Palace or attacked the garrison, they were all reasons for Li Tianlan to target them. "I'll give you a hint," Dongqing Wudi said slowly. "This time, Zhongzhou State is not only sending the Snowdance Corps to Eastern Europe, but also some free forces that Zhongzhou State can't fully control. The two highnesses of Sai City, Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong, and even Kunlun City will send similar candidates to Eastern Europe. No matter what they pursue, once they succeed, it will be beneficial to Zhongzhou State as a whole. So in the face of enemies outside Zhongzhou State, we don't lack top combat effectiveness. The other force is a neutral force. The terracotta army you saw in Heaven Capital is almost all dispatched. The 4 spirit generals are now in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is very big, so this time the strength mobilized by Zhongzhou State is far greater than that of the decisive Battle of Heaven Capital. As for the Snowdance Corps, as long as you let the Jiang family of South America and Knights Templars pay the price, and unite with the Arctic Ocean Command to exert pressure on Eastern European countries and expand the size of the garrison of Zhongzhou State, the Snowdance Corps will have completed its task. Its performance will be considered as a pass. Tianlan, the chaos in Eastern Europe is not like the decisive Battle of Heaven Capital. It involves the voice of more than a dozen countries in the Dark World. The struggle between countries, the choice of wealthy families, and the entanglement of religions are more than a pool of muddy water. It's simply a quagmire. I'll give you a suggestion. When you arrive in Eastern Europe, seize the opportunity to fight Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America. Don't care about anything else. Finish the most important task first, put yourself in an invincible position, and find opportunities to plan other things. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Tianlan deeply and repeated again, "What I'm saying is, don't worry about anything except your own task. In the chaos, no one can see the overall situation clearly. Great credit may become a trap in the blink of an eye. You are the commander of the Snowdance Corps, so on the battlefield of Zhongzhou State, you have to be responsible for the 20,000 elites of the Snowdance Corps." He paused and said heavily, "You only need to be responsible for these 20,000 people." What he said could not be clearer. He was the commander of the Snowdance Corps. When necessary, he had to give up Wang Tianzong, Situ Tsangyue Tribulation and everyone including Qin Weibai. That was the most conservative approach. As long as he completed his task and fulfilled his duties, other than the Snowdance Corps, no matter how many people he gave up, it was just a decision-making choice. In any case, it was difficult to connect it with treason. Li Tianlan did not agree with such conservatism. But he could not refute it. In Eastern Europe, he had to be responsible for the Snowdance Corps. But if Eastern Europe and the Snowdance Corps were linked together, he also had to be responsible for the Li family, the Dongqing clan, and all the forces that supported him. Li Tianlan would not give up something that he could not give up. But at this time he could only be silent. I will have a good sense of propriety. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he whispered. The Snowdance Corps will not have a big problem. Just keep an eye on the vice-marshal, the supervisor and the small groups around them. Bai Zhanfang said, the problem is still Wang Tianzong himself. Speaking of Wang Tianzong, the old counselor of Jianghu State's tone was full of undisguised seriousness. Absolute force might not determine everything in the general trend, but at some subtle key points, it was enough to exert earth-shattering power. Li Tianlan now had a good hand in his hand. But Wang Tianzong had a sword in his hand. At a critical moment he might be able to smash the entire chessboard with a sword. It's okay. Dongqing Wudi hesitated for a while and finally shook his head slowly. It's okay? Bai Zhanfang looked at Dongqing Wudi. For him this was the most important thing. I've contacted Bosch Qin. Dongqing Wudi looked at Bai Zhanfang and then at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly. Dongqing Wudi continued, in the early stage of the chaos in Eastern Europe, the possibility of Wang Tianzong taking action is not high. If he takes action he must have the confidence to confirm Qianlan's treason after his death. This requires a good enough opportunity and time to brew. Otherwise, if it is too obvious, does he really regard Jianghu State as nothing? During the time when Wang Tianzong is brewing his conspiracy, Tianlan can open up the situation in Eastern Europe, and Bosch Qin will try his best to guide the situation. Although everything is risky, it is not completely uncontrollable. There were always risks. No matter what trump cards they had, for Li Tianlan and everyone in the dark world, Wang Tianzong was an unreachable peak. This was the biggest risk. What if Wang Tianzong insists on taking action at the last moment? Bai Zhanfang asked. The Samsara Palace is already prepared. Dongqing Wudi's tone was a little hesitant. What preparation? Li Tianlan suddenly asked. He looked at Dongqing Wudi with clear eyes. Bai Zhanfang was also looking at Dongqing Wudi, his eyes focused and condensed. The chosen one stroke. Dongqing Wudi said slowly. His tone was a little confused. Obviously he didn't know where the sword came from. He just said a fact he heard. The real chosen one's sword at the peak state. No matter how strong Wang Tianzong is, he can't block that sword unscathed. Bai Zhanfang fell silent. Li Tianlan's eyes were a little wandering. The chosen one stroke. In a trance, Li Tianlan thought of a lot of things. He didn't know how many people had heard of that name. But he trusted Qin Weibai. So he could be sure that for hundreds of years, in addition to the original ancestors of the Wang family of Beihai, the chosen one really existed. Dongqing Huangtu. Li Tianlan had asked a lot of people. He asked Dongqing Hongguang and Dongqing Wudi, Dongqing Rushi and Dongqing Qiuqi, Zhuang Huayang, Li Beidian and Ning Qianqing. But it seemed that no one had heard of the name. The answers he got were all negative. The chosen one was nameless. But how could the chosen one really be nameless? The history of Jianghu State seemed to be missing a certain period of time, as if a big hand had erased all traces of his existence. Li Tianlan didn't think that no one knew Dongqing Huangtu. At least he didn't think that Dongqing Hongguang and Dongqing Wudi didn't know. He had always thought that people who knew Dongqing Huangtu were unwilling to mention the name. Li Tianlan had been curious about the chosen one and had pursued him. But he didn't think that the other party could have much interference and influence on his future. After all, no matter how glorious the chosen one was, it was all in the past. So after the fruitless pursuit, he gradually let go of his doubts and curiosity, like wanting to hear stories. But until now, the chosen one stroke. And it was the peak stroke of the chosen one. It suddenly appeared in the Samsara Palace's plan. From Li Tianlan's current perspective, he could vaguely realize how powerful Wang Tianzong had become. He had almost surpassed the limit of the invincible realm and had half a foot out of the invincible realm. In this state, as long as Wang Tianzong took a small step forward for this era, he would be the real chosen one. To be able to suppress Wang Tianzong in this state, it must be the sword of the real chosen one. Dongqing Huangtu. It could only be Dongqing Huangtu. This was the first time, unprecedented, that Li Tianlan felt so close to the mysterious chosen one. It turned out that he had something to do with him. At least now, his sword had become an important trump card for him to retreat in Eastern Europe. Was Dongqing Huangtu still alive? If so, since he was willing to attack Wang Tianzong with the spirit of the chosen one, it was impossible for him to limit himself to Eastern Europe and Snow Country. If he was really dead, where did his sword come from? Li Tianlan thought of Dongqing Huangtu and the Samsara Palace. Naturally, he suddenly thought of the sword stroke that the master of Samsara Palace faced Wang Tianzong when she went straight into Mount Dibbing more than 3 years ago. He didn't see that sword stroke, but he had heard about it afterward. The sword stroke of the master of Samsara Palace was the 15th blade, Samsara, of the 24 moves of sword. Qin Weibai once said that the master of Samsara Palace was not at the top of the divine list, but she had a sword stroke that was enough to fight against any peak of the invincible realm. Based on the vague relationship between the Samsara Palace and Dongqing Huangtu, Li Tianlan seemed to know whose sword intent the master of Samsara Palace's Samsara was. But now the headquarters of the Samsara Palace was destroyed. Although the master of Samsara Palace was not dead, she must know Wang Tianzong's state and strength at this time. Peak of the invincible realm? Wang Tianzong was no longer at the peak of the invincible realm. He had vaguely broken through half a step again. Could the sword stroke of the master of Samsara still threaten Wang Tianzong? And the sword intent simulated by Samsara? It was impossible to reach the level of the chosen one's sword, let alone the sword at the peak. Li Tianlan was very sure of this. The sword stroke of the master of Samsara Palace was very powerful. But it was impossible for her Samsara to reproduce Dongqing Huangtu's peak sword intent. So where did this sword stroke come from? Did it really exist? Li Tianlan's mind was a little confused. It seemed that from this moment on, the name Dongqing Huangtu was no longer a story in his mind. This name was associated with the Samsara Palace, the master of Samsara Palace, and even Qin Weibai, the Dongqing clan, and him. It was subtle and distant. Li Tianlan shook his head violently. What's wrong? Dongqing Wudi noticed Li Tianlan's abnormality and asked casually. General. Li Tianlan looked at Dongqing Wudi. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became unprecedentedly calm and serious. I want to know someone. Go ahead. Dongqing Wudi nodded. Who is Dongqing Huangtu? He asked, looking into Dongqing Wudi's eyes. Bai Zhanfang paused slightly and turned to glance at Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi's body stiffened for a moment, and he subconsciously avoided Li Tianlan's gaze. Li Tianlan was looking at Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi and Bai Zhanfang's eyes met in an instant. The place that was once called Fairyland seemed to have vitality no matter how much it suffered. In Lin and Lonely Mountain, which had been closed for more than 3 years, turned into ruins overnight. In the discussion of the people, the sign of a forbidden military area had been put up here as quickly as possible. Countless engineering teams began to rush to establish the Special Warfare Supervision Department in the southeast of Jianghu State. The remaining dozen or so people of the Li family became the most serious supervisors, supervising the construction team's construction period, and guarding the Li family cemetery on Lonely Mountain, the only place that had not been destroyed in that battle. The huge cemetery was at the end of Lonely Mountain. Now Lonely Mountain had become a flat land, but the cemetery was still built on a high place, high above, as if overlooking the supervision department that was under construction. Once again, greenery and flowers appeared on the ruins of Lonely Mountain. The flowers and plants grew very fast and were full of vitality. In the scene of busy construction, they looked very pleasing. The people of the Li family had left Qin Weibai's villa. They built a few simple small houses between the cemetery and the construction site, and stayed here every day. In the dead of night, standing in the Li family cemetery and looking down, the huge cemetery, the simple huts, the unfinished construction site, the gradually flourishing flowers and plants, and the West Lake not far away were wrapped in the cold starlight, looking like a desolate but very lively painting. A man and a woman appeared in the huge cemetery. The two came from the foot of the mountain on the water, avoiding the perception of all the people of the Li family, and walked into the cemetery. The slope of the cemetery was obvious, layer by layer. The man with a simple appearance and temperament walked to the highest point of the cemetery and sat on a tombstone at random. Looking at the large cemetery in his sight, he was lost in thought and was silent for a long time. Silence was a kind of power. It was also an indescribable momentum. He sat quietly on the tombstone, quietly and silently. But the whole cemetery seemed to become real in his silence, so real that it seemed to be out of this illusory world. A beautiful woman in a fiery red dress stood quietly beside the man. The woman was in her 30s, mature and well-developed. Her face, which should have been cold and elegant, became as charming as water when she stood next to the man. She stood next to the man and looked at the place where she was going to live. Her eyes flashed and no one knew what she was thinking. How about this place? The man suddenly asked. It's very good. The woman smiled. She stared at the man's face in a daze. There was respect in her eyes but also a deep tenderness. The flowers and plants here are blooming very well. When you don't talk you can hear the sound of flowers blooming. It's really good. The man smiled and said, but it's not the best. The flowers here don't deserve you. The woman tilted her head and looked at him with some doubts. The man narrowed his eyes. In the dim night, his eyes were a little cold. There used to be the most beautiful flower here. What about now? The woman seemed to feel the change in the man's temperament and asked cautiously. Now. The man said calmly, it was taken away. He was silent for a moment and continued, but it doesn't matter. You stay here first. After a while, I will bring the flower back to you. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. It's the beginning of the month. I'm very serious about asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, brothers. Support me crazily. I'll continue to guarantee 8,000 words tomorrow. Will you vote monthly? Will you? Will you? At least 8,000 words the day after tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? Chapter 403. It was August. There was still sunlight in the northernmost part of the world. But the sunlight was fading. The sunlight fell from the highest point of the sky. It was no longer bright or warm. It shone in the cold city with obvious alienation and indifference. The midsummer was not over. The sky in Mormons was getting colder and colder. The manor near the port was still dotted with green, but the flowers had withered. The luxurious atmosphere was more desolate in the cold weather. It was not dilapidated, but it was enough to make people feel melancholy. Mormons was about to enter the polar night. But in the afterglow of the polar day, the sun still hung in the sky for 24 hours. The midsummer in Mormons was still as cold as winter even in the polar day. At 3 o'clock in the night, the temperature was close to 0 degrees Celsius. The dock not far from the manor was still busy, and the occasional whistle cut through the night sky. Flaming Fire, who had been with Qin Weibai for the longest time in the Samsara Palace, held a very special container in her hand and carefully collected morning dew behind the manor. A very special and rare grass tree was planted behind the manor. It was said to be a tree but it was not tall, reaching the waist. It was said to be a grass but it was much taller. The living environment of this kind of grass tree had extremely harsh requirements for air temperature and air humidity. Although it could live in Mormons, it was not as green as it was in the headquarters of the Samsara Palace. The cold air rose in the sun, which had not yet arrived in the early morning. The cold air turned into dew, hanging on the leaves of the grass tree, crystal clear. Flaming Fire silently thought of the headquarters of the Samsara Palace. She collected the dew on the leaves into the container and calmly returned to the main villa. The collected morning dew was poured into a purifying gas. The dew was purified and boiled. Flaming Fire opened the refrigerator. There were several gorgeous crystal bottles in the refrigerator which were filled with ice cubes. Flaming Fire took out some ice cubes and put them into the boiling dew. She added a little honey and shook it gently. Finally, she put the water into a delicate thermos pot. She was busy in the kitchen with brisk and skillful movements. At nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, she baked the bread with Mormon's most famous caviar and fried a small piece of steak. The light was on in the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. The light and the sunlight in the polar day met inside and outside the villa. Flaming Fire began to cut the fruit. There weren't many fruits but there were plenty of varieties. Qin Weibai, who had slept for less than 4 hours, washed up and walked out of the bedroom. Boss. Flaming Fire, who had just finished her work, placed the food on the table. Qin Weibai nodded, sat down at the table and sipped water. Ice was added to the hot water, and the temperature was just right, bringing with it a refreshing sweetness. His spirit returned to Qin Weibai bit by bit. Her face was pale and haggard, but her eyes were gradually filled with an indescribable radiance. Flaming Fire did not prepare breakfast for herself. She just sat opposite Qin Weibai and watched her drink water. When she was completely sober, Flaming Fire said softly, "Boss, Horsewoman sent a message that deity has left Heaven Capital and his whereabouts are unknown." Qin Weibai paused in the act of drinking water, picked up the knife and fork, and lazily and elegantly cut the steak in front of her. There were only 7 of the 12 famous supermasters of Samsara Palace left, and 5 of them had been killed by Wang Tianzong's domineering sword. Flaming Fire followed Qin Weibai. Saint, military counselor, duke and general, the 4 strongest supermasters were all seriously injured. Ghost voluntarily accepted the transformation and became a member of the Devil Troop. Now it was still dormant after being transferred from the headquarters to Snow Country. Horsewoman had been staying in East Island. But her task was not to keep an eye on Deity. So now she could only get the news that Deity had left Heaven Capital. No movement from Purple Night? Qin Weibai ate a piece of steak and asked softly. She thought of the prince who was sent to the purgatory of Heaven Capital by the East Island royal family, and a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. No. Flaming Fire said calmly, she has been with Deity for 3 years and they have no children. Qin Weibai quietly ate breakfast and kept silent for a long time. There was only a small piece of steak left, and the bread and fruit gradually disappeared. I see. Qin Weibai stood up and turned to the study. Flaming Fire picked up the thermos and followed with Qin Weibai's cup. Let Horsewoman come to Snow Country. Qin Weibai suddenly said. Flaming Fire nodded subconsciously and said hesitantly, Heaven Capital, it's meaningless. Qin Weibai's voice was ethereal and distant. He has no chance. Snow Country needs people, and it will be more convenient for Horsewoman to come here. The two walked into the study. The study was luxurious and large, but it was not spacious. Countless documents were piled up in every corner of the study, so full that there was almost no room for people to stand. Qin Weibai looked at all this, walked to the desk with a calm look and sat down. She was slender and tall, but sitting behind the desk she was almost completely drowned by the piles of documents everywhere. But Flaming Fire knew that the documents in front of her were not all. After returning from the Holy Land to Mormons, this was the 5th batch of documents that had been moved to the study. Or intelligence. All the intelligence of the Samsara Palace since its establishment. It spanned a long time and involved the whole dark world, countless wealthy families, a large number of countries and densely packed organizations. As for individuals, it was an extremely complicated and detailed network of contacts, as numerous as the stars. It had been nearly 3 days since Qin Weibai returned from the Holy Land. She had hardly rested in the past 3 days. She had just slept for a while. She spent all her time looking through the intelligence. It seemed that she wanted to reorganize all the intelligence since the appearance of the Samsara Palace. She read it carefully and seriously. No one knew what she was looking for. The direction she was looking for was the whole direction. The internal strife within the wealthy families, the grievances between each other. The internal strife within the countries, the wars between countries. Every conflict in the dark world. The confrontation between the major dark forces. The conspiracy and betrayal between the Eastern Church and the Vatican. All the experts who had appeared in the dark world in recent decades. Even some anecdotes were in the scope of what she was looking for. Flaming Fire once proposed to mobilize a group of elites in intelligence to help, but Qin Weibai refused without hesitation. Some things were not a matter of trust but could only be done by herself. Qin Weibai quickly browsed through the recent events in Eastern Europe, and then buried herself in the mountain of intelligence again, reading carefully. Time in the study seemed to freeze, and only the sound of folders being opened and pages being turned could be heard. Flaming Fire kept moving out the information that Qin Weibai had read and then brought in new information and materials. So the spacious study was always so crowded, and there was almost no place to stand. Flaming Fire was moving. Qin Weibai never moved. She just quietly read the intelligence collected by the Samsara Palace. The light in the study was flowing and shining on Qin Weibai. Everything was so beautiful, so natural and so calm. But what Flaming Fire thought of was Qin Weibai's more than 50 hours of sleeplessness after returning from the Holy Land. During that long and repetitive time, she could feel the anxiety hidden in Qin Weibai's appearance. Even panic. That was not the panic after things were out of control. It was a kind of unpreparedness, unpredictability, and bewilderment in the face of the unknown. Another batch of intelligence materials was moved in. All the materials were copies sent from the intelligence agencies of the Samsara Palace all over the dark world. They were the kind that would be burned after reading. Qin Weibai had been reading in silence. After she finished reading the materials, she threw them into the stove, and the smoke drifted to the outside world. The sun was getting brighter. Flaming Fire turned off the light and gently opened the curtains. The cold sunlight fell into the study. Qin Weibai raised her head and looked at the light outside the window. For nearly half a year there was no night in Mormons and the sun always existed. Time passed on the dial and the hands ticked. In the shining sun all day long, time seemed to have lost its meaning and so did the clock. Qin Weibai looked at it silently for a while. The sunlight in Mormons was not even dazzling. The sun was hot but it was as cold as the moon. For a moment she seemed to be lost in such an environment. She didn't know day and night, the sun and the moon. She kept this position and was silent for a long time. Go and invite Mr. Lin. At a certain moment, Qin Weibai suddenly said in a light voice. Flaming Fire nodded, turned around and went out. Lin Fengting came quickly. His intention to protect Qin Weibai was obvious, so he lived in the guest room on the first floor. Now that he had handed over the position of the patriarch of the Lin clan to Qin Weibai, he was relaxed and looked more and more handsome. When he walked into the study, he was stunned when he saw the materials piled up in the study. Then he laughed. I heard that you haven't had much rest since you came back. Are you so busy? There are some things that I have to figure out. Qin Weibai said softly. Lin Fengting said. He sat down opposite Qin Weibai and asked directly, What can I do for you? I want to see the person in charge of intelligence of the Lin clan. Qin Weibai said. Now she had the power of the patriarch of the Lin clan and the qualification to give orders. But the Lin clan was not a family. It was a clan scattered all over the world. There were internal connections, but they were very loose on ordinary days. Even Qin Weibai needed some time to adapt to this unusual mode of operation. The person in charge of the Lin clan was naturally not in the headquarters of the Lin clan. Strictly speaking, the intelligence agency of the Lin clan was equivalent to several branches separated from the headquarters, but it always kept in close contact with the headquarters. Different from the intelligence agency of the Wang family of Beihai, the intelligence system of the Lin clan was also unknown in the dark world. It was composed of countless intelligence organizations, large and small, and even seemingly unrelated, all over the world. It was huge but also loose. I'll give you the contact information, Lin Fengting said. Lin Fengting said. He thought for a moment, then continued, How about this? I'll call some important people over in the next few days. You can meet them. If you need them, just give them instructions. Okay. Qin Weibai nodded. Lin Fengting's attitude now became very subtle. At the beginning, she just wanted to borrow Lin Fengting's sword. Now Lin Fengting was here. He didn't want to fight with other dark forces. He didn't care about the so-called victory or defeat, let alone the Samsara Palace. What he wanted was to protect himself from death. Qin Weibai was very clear about this. Therefore, the headquarters of the Lin clan could provide her with Shenyuan sword, a super force hidden in the dark, and some peripheral help provided by the major branches of the Lin clan. These were basically the greatest support for her. From the bottom of his heart, even if Lin Fengting handed over the position of patriarch to her, he didn't want the whole Lin clan to be involved in the general trend of the dark world. Have you gained anything these days? Lin Fengting looked around at the intelligence and asked. Qin Weibai shook her head. She pursed her lips and her eyes were a little tired. If I had gained anything, I wouldn't have borrowed the intelligence system of the Lin clan. I have a hunch that I can't find any clues in the intelligence of the Samsara Palace. Lin Fengting frowned. No clue at all? He asked thoughtfully. No. Qin Weibai shook her head. If that's the case, the Lin clan may not have any clues. Lin Fengting smiled helplessly. In some ways, the intelligence of the Samsara Palace is unique. If we can't find any clues in the Samsara Palace, what valuable things can the intelligence of the Lin clan, which doesn't care much about the dark world? But in terms of execution, the execution of the intelligence system of the Lin clan is far better than that of the Samsara Palace. Qin Weibai looked at Lin Fengting and said, This is what I value most. I can't find anything here, and it's meaningless to go through the intelligence of the Lin clan. But the Lin clan can continue to investigate. We have no clues now, but we have a very obvious target. Follower? Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. Follower. Qin Weibai nodded and said affirmatively. That man's true strength is infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm, and he is even stronger than Aldak, the killing angel of the Vatican, who died in Heaven Capital 3 years ago. Now that he has been crowned, his true strength is enough to rank in the top 5 on the divine list. To investigate him, it is too difficult to start with him or the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican. Lin Fengting frowned and said, On this trip to the Holy Land, what shocked him the most was not the unfathomable Pope, but the extremely mysterious follower. As the Vice Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps, he only showed the combat capability of the invincible realm. But at the moment of fighting in the hotel, his true strength was not far from Arisis's. This meant that even if he was not Lin Fengting's opponent after the crowning, the gap between them was no longer that of heaven and earth, but that it could be seen. It was not only difficult to investigate such a person, but also absolutely dangerous. No matter how difficult it is, we have to go on. You know what it means? Qin Weibai said. Lin Fengting was silent. He naturally knew what it meant. An invincible realm expert infinitely close to the peak of the invincible realm was just a follower. In that case, who is the highness behind him? What was this person plotting by hiding in the Vatican? Only by investigating the follower and finding out who the highness behind him is can I be sure of something. Qin Weibai said, investigate the intelligence of the Vatican first. Go deeper step by step, enter the Holy Disarmament Corps and finally find out the details of the follower. It doesn't make much sense for him to sneak into the Holy Disarmament Corps. There must be people in the Holy Disarmament Corps. My only guess now is that the person behind the scenes wants to control the Vatican by letting an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm sneak into the Vatican. The follower is now close to Holy Virgin Angel. They are already very close to something. The internal structure of the Vatican was simple and complicated. As the Holy Virgin of the Vatican, Angel's responsibility was equally great. The position of the Holy Virgin in the Vatican was second only to that of the Pope. In addition to being responsible for spreading the glory of the Lord, they also had the right to choose the spokesperson for the Lord. The spokesperson of the Lord was naturally the Pope. The Holy Virgin did not have the power to appoint the Pope, but she had the power to choose the candidate for the Pope. In the end, a new Pope would be elected by the cardinals. Why don't we tell the Vatican the identity of the follower? Lin Fengting said thoughtfully. It doesn't make sense. Qin Weibai answered without hesitation. In the final battle in Snow Country, we need the power of the follower. Moreover, the follower is the only clue exposed by the so-called highness. If we tell the Vatican the news, we will take the initiative to cut off this clue. An expert close to the peak of the invincible realm is indeed terrible, but I'm more worried about the person behind him. What on earth are you worried about? Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai and asked. Qin Weibai froze for a moment. She was silent for a long time before she suddenly smiled and told the truth from the bottom of her heart. In terms of martial arts aptitude, I'm really ordinary and not outstanding. What she said was inexplicable. But Lin Fengting's face changed slightly. What I'm worried about is naturally the mysterious highness. I don't know him, but obviously he knows me. That's the most abnormal thing. What's there to worry about the follower? After all, he's a person who has been exposed. Even if he's really at the peak of the invincible realm, in the end he's just a dog of someone else. She looked at Lin Fengting and said, have you ever seen someone who uses an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm as a dog? I have, but he died in the end and the highness behind the follower. She didn't continue but was thinking about something. At present, no one is in line with that highness, not Wang Tianzong, not deity and not you, sir. How can anyone else have such courage? Qin Weibai said. Have you ever seen someone who uses an expert close to the peak of the invincible realm as a dog? Lin Fengting suddenly asked quietly. His tone was frighteningly quiet. He's dead, Qin Weibai said. When she spoke of this fact, there was no emotion in her eyes. She was just a little absent-minded. Are you sure he's dead? Lin Fengting's voice was even quieter. But such a quiet sentence seemed to carry the chill of the whole Mormons. In an instant, it oppressed the whole study and a cold feeling came over. Qin Weibai's expression didn't change. She just looked at Lin Fengting. Do you think it's him? She asked. Is it possible? There are always some facts that can't be explained. For example, the one in Heaven Capital. Lin Fengting said. It's different. Qin Weibai shook her head. You know it yourself. It's impossible. Maybe. Lin Fengting said. Any invincible realm expert has karma. Qin Weibai didn't seem to take Lin Fengting's speculation to heart. Before this, in the whole dark world only you have the least karma. The karma of an invincible realm expert was the karma of the dark world. The karma of the dark world was blood, killing, hatred, kindness, standpoint, and involuntary. Before this, only Lin Fengting had the least karma. But followers have no karma. Qin Weibai said, at least I can't find his karma. That's why I have to continue to look for him. If I find out his followers, the highness behind him will be exposed. Do you suspect that highness is an enemy? Lin Fengting asked. Now, in a sense, they were still in a state of cooperation with that highness. I hate the unknown. Qin Weibai shook her head. And even if he's not an enemy, at least he won't be a friend. If this person is not found out, sooner or later he will be a big trouble for the whole dark world. The sound of helicopter rotors suddenly sounded outside the window. Qin Weibai raised her eyebrows. Flaming Fire, who was guarding outside, pushed the door open in time and said calmly, Boss, Miss Qin is here. Qin Weibai agreed. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and walked out of the study. Let's go and have a look. The sound of the rotor roared over the entire manor. The helicopter landed slowly. The sun passed through the rotor, leaving a rotating mottled brilliance on the ground. Qin Weibai walked out of the villa. The helicopter landed on the lawn in front of the villa and gradually quieted down. The cabin door was opened. A young woman with a pure face got off the plane. When she saw Qin Weibai, she trotted over excitedly, took Qin Weibai's hand and said with a charming smile, "Sister." Lin Fengting, who followed Qin Weibai out of the villa, looked confused. He didn't know what was going on. "This is my sister." Qin Weibai introduced them to each other. "This is Mr. Lin." "Hello." The young woman took the initiative to reach out her hand and said with a natural and unrestrained smile, "I'm Qin Weiyun." "Qin Weibai, Qin Wei." "Sister, sister." Lin Fengting's mind went blank for a moment, but his eyes fell on Qin Weibai. The Qin family of Baiyu State should be one of the largest Chinese wealthy families in Eastern Europe. Qin Weibai smiled. Lin Fengting opened his mouth wide. Baiyu State bordered snow country and was one of the small countries in Eastern Europe. However, the Qin family in Baiyu State was absolutely famous in Eastern Europe and the entire Dark World. It was one of the top Chinese wealthy families in Europe. In Eastern Europe, it was enough to compete with super wealthy families like Morton and Violet. Even several of the most powerful branches of the Lin clan had cooperation with the Qin family in many ways. It was not surprising that Qin Weiyun came from the Qin family. But Qin Weibai, the Qin family of Baiyu State? Lin Fengting shook his head hard. His voice was a little hoarse. "Are you a member of the Qin family?" "No." Qin Weibai was stunned and then shook her head. "It's just a coincidence of names. Don't get me wrong, sir. This is my sworn sister. If I were a member of the Qin family, do you think other forces in the Dark World wouldn't find out? But Samsara Palace does maintain some secret cooperation with the Qin family." Lin Fengting laughed at himself. Indeed, not only Jianghu State, but all the major forces in the world had investigated the origin of Qin Weibai, the number 2 figure of Samsara Palace. The Qin family of Baiyu State was a behemoth that couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. If Qin Weibai came from the Qin family, even if she did a good job of keeping it a secret, she would have been found out long ago. "Yes, third grandpa asked me to ask you if you have time to go to Baiyu State. He asked me to tell you that it's time to make up your mind about some cooperation." Qin Weiyun said with a chuckle. Her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, but she was extremely delicate, especially the kind of purity from inside to outside, which made her look indescribably kind and amiable. Qin Weibai thought for a moment and nodded. "Then I'll go once." Her eyes fell on Lin Fengting. Lin Fengting shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, "I'll stay and gather some clansmen here. When you come back you should be able to see them. You take flaming fire with you." "Then let's go." Qin Weibai nodded and decisively walked to the helicopter on the lawn. Qin Weiyun smiled brightly and waved at Lin Fengting. The roar of the helicopter's rotors sounded again. Lin Fengting looked up. The helicopter was getting farther and farther in his sight and finally became a small dot. Almost at the same time Qin Weibai left the manor. A figure wrapped in a black cloak stepped into the manor unhurriedly. The black figure's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. He walked and stopped in the manor and finally stopped in front of the main villa. Lin Fengting still stood there, looking at the mysterious and somewhat sneaky black-robed man calmly. He smiled calmly and said, "You are?" The black-robed man seemed to be stunned for a moment. He hesitated for a while and then said with a smile, "Mr. Lin?" Lin Fengting nodded. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and finally took off the black cloak, revealing the Taoist robe that looked extremely sage-like on him. "I'm Xian Xuanzi." Xian Xuanzi chuckled and said, "In the Samsara Palace, my code name is Tianji." Lin Fengting narrowed his eyes. The 12 super masters of the Samsara Palace became the 13 super masters. Almost no one knew about this except for a few core figures. But Lin Fengting knew. "I've heard a lot about you, Taoist." He smiled and asked directly, "Taoist, what's the matter? Boss Qin just left. I shouldn't have let her see this. It's best for her to leave." Xian Xuanzi said with a smile. Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. He was confused. "This manor is very big, but Mr. Lin, don't you feel that something is missing?" Xian Xuanzi suddenly asked. "What is missing?" Lin Fengting looked around casually. The manor was luxurious. The villa was beautiful. The lawn was smooth. But the weather was too cold and some flowers had withered, making it look a little desolate. Qin Weibai was proud and aloof, so she obviously didn't care about this. It's missing vitality. Xian Xuanzi took out a small bottle from his arms and said with a smile, it's missing the vitality of the manor, the vitality of the Samsara Palace, and the vitality of the boss. He held the small bottle and said gently, if you have nothing to do, you can come with me to see a miracle. It's my honor. Lin Fengting seemed to know what Xian Xuanzi meant. His eyes lit up quietly. The two passed by the villa and continued to walk backward. They walked all the way to the back of the manor. A patch of grass and trees was planted at the back. The morning dew had been collected once, but the cold air rose, and the morning dew appeared on the leaves again. Under the sunlight, it looked extremely crystal. Before joining the Samsara Palace, I heard some interesting rumors from a little friend. It said that the boss only drinks some purified morning dew or mountain spring water in a few specific places every day, and only eats some fruits and vegetables. That little friend is one of the boss's crazy admirers. He mentioned the boss that day and said that the boss is an otherworldly goddess. Xian Xuanzi looked at the trees and grass in front of him and said with a strange smile, how can it be so exaggerated? Lin Fengting laughed. You mean Xiaoyao, right? I seem to have heard about it. Boss Qin does have high requirements for food, but when there's no morning dew or mountain spring, she still drinks purified water. Besides, she doesn't eat meat, only fruits and vegetables. Does Xiaoyao think that Boss Qin is a wild rabbit in the mountains? It's just a rumor, it's always interesting. Xian Xuanzi smiled. He suddenly glanced at Lin Fengting and asked, Mr. Lin, I heard from military counselor that the boss asked you to borrow a sword, and now you are inviting her to join the Lin clan? Lin Fengting was slightly stunned and nodded. She is now the acting patriarch of the Lin clan. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations to the Lin clan. Xian Xuanzi's smile gradually widened. Congratulations? Lin Fengting murmured to himself, Taoist priest, there seems to be a hidden meaning in your words. I should have congratulated her. Not to mention the help the boss's wisdom brings to the Lin clan. Now that Eastern Europe is in chaos, no one is optimistic about the Samsara Palace in this final battle. If the Samsara Palace collapses, maybe the supermasters who have not participated in the Samsara can protect some core things of the Samsara Palace. But the peripheral things are also priceless and unimaginable. If the boss joins the Lin clan, I think she doesn't value the peripheral things. These things will naturally be taken over by the Lin clan. Xian Xuanzi said calmly. Lin Fengting was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think of this. What he valued was Qin Weibai's value to the Lin clan in the future, but he ignored the benefits she had accumulated before after she joined the Lin clan. I didn't think about this. Lin Fengting told the truth. It doesn't matter. Xian Xuanzi said blandly, I just want to tell you that the Samsara will be destroyed and the boss will die. You have your way of protection and I have my way. I brought the boss a chance of survival today. In the future, when she enters the Lin clan and uses the power of the Lin clan to fulfill her promise to me, I hope you can remember my contribution today. Lin Fengting didn't say anything but asked, where is the chance of survival? Here. Xian Xuanzi looked down at the small bottle in his hand. Just waiting for the wind to rise. Would you like to help me, Mr. Lin? Lin Fengting took a deep look at Xian Xuanzi. He took a step forward. In an instant, the sword intent in the entire manor soared into the sky. Infinite sword energy crisscrossed over the manor, covering the entire manor. The sword energy brought up the wind. It kept whistling. Xian Xuanzi laughed. Whether from a metaphysical point of view or from a practical point of view, Lin Fengting's sword was needed to protect Qin Weibai's life. He walked into the land planted with grass and trees and poured a pile of powder from the small bottle. The powder fell on his palm and was blown up by the wind. It was as light as dust. The wind formed by the sword energy blew the powder and scattered it in every corner of the manor. The sun shone down coldly. In an instant, the sound of flowers blooming was heard in the manor. With the strong wind, flowers bloomed in the manor where the powder fell. Incomparably strong and bright colors bloomed in every corner of the manor in an instant. Thousands of purple and red colors were like a miracle. The coldness in the northernmost part of the world in midsummer still enveloped the sky of Mormons. The icy wind was getting stronger and the polar night was coming. At the time when the polar sun and the polar night were about to alternate. For the first time, there was spring in the manor of Mormons. On the same day, in the early morning of Mormons, under the light of the polar sun, it was led by Holy Virgin Angel and Saint War Angel Arcis. 300 holy punishment priests and 800 saint warriors officially entered Eastern Europe and set foot in snow country. Chapter 404. Few people knew that there was a flower on Lonely Mountain in Lin'an. But those who knew the existence of this flower always kept it in mind. If one kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. Deity firmly believed in this truth. How long this flower existed was equal to how long it had taken root in the depths of his heart. This was one of the things he once wanted the most. Now he didn't need this flower anymore. But he could give this flower to others. He didn't need it, but he needed it. He needed this flower so he would come to get it. He had been like this all his life, from childhood to adulthood. He didn't ask for help. If he wanted something, he would take it himself, rob it, and fight for it. The process didn't matter as long as he could get it. He had never considered whether these things belonged to him or not. For him, whatever he had the ability to have, no matter who it belonged to in the beginning, was in his hands. This was not domineering. It was a kind of bigotry that was integrated into the bone marrow. Deity didn't think there was anything wrong with this. The world he lived in was the dark world. The world they lived in was the dark world. There were no so-called moral restraints, no laws, no rules, no right or wrong, only strength. His bigotry once made him outstanding in his youth, made him high-spirited when he was young, and once made him fall into the abyss when he was at the peak of his youth. Now, when he had lived more than half of his life at the age of middle age and old age, he once again stood at the peak of the world. Bigotry was not a shortcoming. It was faith. A man could have no bottom line and even lose his humanity, but he always had faith. This was what supported the soul to live. There was no light in the ruins of Lonely Mountain in the dark. Deity sat on the tombstone at the back of the mountain, which was also the highest point. He looked down, thought about his own thoughts, and was silent for a long time. Phoenix in a fiery red dress stood quietly beside him, staring at Deity's ordinary but extraordinarily real side profile. The cemetery was full of grass. The wind blew through the grass, with a subtle but comfortable sound of the wind. The cemetery was cool without the heat of midsummer. Deity had been silent, and the whole cemetery became more and more real with his silence, even a little depressed. Deity thought about the flower. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "I haven't seen that flower either, but I think it should be very beautiful. That flower is called Flourishing Age, which is the dragon vein of Jianghu state. It gathers the fate of Jianghu state. So the more beautiful Jianghu state is, the more beautiful the flower is." He turned to look at Phoenix beside him. "Is Jianghu state beautiful?" "It's not as good as Tiandu," Phoenix said softly. She spoke without hesitation. Jianghu state was the most powerful country in this era. Compared with it, even if East Island was not the so-called barbarian land, it was still far behind Jianghu state. Heaven capital was not even comparable to the territory of Jianghu state. But for Phoenix, Jianghu state was not as good as Heaven capital. "What belongs to your highness is the most beautiful," she said softly. "Yes." Deity's expression was calm. He nodded and chuckled. "Jianghu state used to belong to me, so Jianghu state used to be very beautiful." Deity chuckled and nodded. "It doesn't matter. When we get the dragon vein, Jianghu state will be ours sooner or later." Dragon vein. Phoenix hesitated for a moment. Deity's eyes turned and fell on her. "I heard that the dragon vein is," she thought for a moment and suddenly didn't know how to address that person. "The dragon vein seems to have been given to him by great master Wuwei." In the end, she could only use a very vague word. "Yes." Deity nodded calmly. "So now he is the dragon vein and the flower." "Then you?" Phoenix became more and more hesitant. "It doesn't matter." Deity said softly, "It's better for the dragon vein to be with him than to disappear. He has a flower on him and there are roots here. When he dies and his blood is sprinkled on this land, the flower will bloom again." His voice was soft and cold. "All flowers and plants need nutrients." Phoenix wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally she was silent. She had a lot to say. There was a flower on Lonely Mountain. This flower was the dragon vein. It was not only the purgatory of Heaven capital and the Li family that knew this. As for Jianghu state, at least the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun city also knew the existence of this flower. And they should also know that Li Tianlan was carrying the dragon vein now. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun city naturally wanted this flower. But the reason why they wanted to kill Li Tianlan had nothing to do with this flower. It might be because both Kunlun city and the Wang family of Beihai hid the fact about this flower. But Phoenix always felt that if Li Tianlan's blood was sprinkled on this land, It would be too easy to reactivate the dragon vein of Jianghu state. It's really not easy. Deity seemed to know what Phoenix was worried about. He narrowed his eyes. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City naturally want this flower, but they can't get it. Even if Li Tianlan dies, they can't get it. Because they dare not pay the price. Since they can't get it, they won't think about it. But I'm different. They all say I'm crazy. I don't care about the price. Since they are so cowardly, this flower is naturally mine. This is not cowardice. A faint voice sounded. The voice was very far away and old, but it condensed into a line, crossed the entire cemetery and rang in their ears. Deity looked into the distance with no expression. The phoenix looked down from above. She was a superior of the half-step invincible realm. Even at night she could still see far. An old man appeared at the other end of the cemetery. He seemed to come in a hurry, so he looked a little haggard, but his footsteps did not stop at all. He crossed the tombstone and the grass. The somewhat old, somewhat stooped figure floated like a shadow and soon arrived in front of the two. Phoenix hesitated for a moment, but still subconsciously bowed slightly. Li Honghe, who rushed to Lin and from Yuzhou, did not go to see Phoenix, but just looked at Deity. The tombstone was very high. Deity sat on it and Li Honghe needed to look up. The air was quiet for a while and even the wind seemed to be silent. This was the meeting after more than 20 years. Everything was so strange yet so familiar. Deity looked at Li Honghe quietly. The two stared at each other, one looking down, the other looking up, both expressionless. Li Honghe's aura was still weak. But his eyes focused little by little and his eyebrows gradually rose. Come down. He looked at Deity on the tombstone, and his tone was dignified and heavy, like a command. Are you angry? In the long reunion, which seemed to be a lifetime without seeing each other again, Deity laughed softly. His smile was gentle, but the light in his eyes was gradually distorted. He patted the tombstone on which he was sitting. His movement was not heavy, but the whole tombstone shook with a loud bang, and the huge tombstone was vaguely covered with cracks. Is it because of this? Deity asked. Come down. Li Honghe's voice was low, close to a low roar. Now he had fallen from the invincible realm, his aura was weak and his combat capability was weak. But at this time, there was a kind of scalp-numbing awe and fierceness in him. He was like an old lion whose territory had been touched. Although he was old, he could still wave his sharp claws. Deity jumped down from the tombstone. The tombstone was really high, taller than his whole body. So Deity also needed to look up at the tombstone. The tomb of Shui Jingqing. He looked at the tombstone expressionlessly and read. His figure was back to Li Honghe. In the midsummer night, his voice was like the chilly wind blowing from hell, with endless coldness and blood. I can probably understand the position of this tombstone in your heart. Those lying here are the heroes of the Li family. They have no regrets for the Li family until they sleep forever. Every drop of blood, every wound, and every life of the people in this cemetery is their contribution to the Li family. So this place is supreme in your heart, and it can't be desecrated. You don't allow me to sit on it. In your heart, I'm disrespecting the dead, right? Li Honghe's face twitched and he didn't speak. But why should I respect it? Deity's voice was still cold. He didn't look back, just pointed to the tombstone in front of him. Who is Shui Jingqing? He is my brother. He was the first guard who followed me from the beginning. We were inseparable. When he was alive, we drank and ate together, killed enemies together, and graduated from the Sky Academy together. Most of the time I was him and he was me. He was my most trusted brother. Li Honghe was still silent. Deity turned around. Of course this was when he was alive. We once said that we would live and die together. Now I'm alive and he's dead. Why should I respect him? My brother, does he need respect? He looked into Li Honghe's eyes and his face was a little ferocious. But his voice was extremely suppressed and soft. Really? Really? Boom. The huge tombstone suddenly broke into countless pieces. Stones flew all over the sky with smoke and dust, and then were blown away by the wind. The night grew quieter. What he needs is to be alive. Deity's voice was low. His palm crossed Li Honghe and pointed to the tombstone in his sight. All the people here need to be alive, not respect. When people die, the lights go out. Respect? Does it make sense? Deity approached Li Honghe and looked into Li Honghe's old but firm eyes. It's the Li family who killed them, but when it comes to you and me, he paused and said heavily, is it you or me who killed them? You hate me. Li Honghe looked into Deity's eyes and said, I can't afford to hate you. Deity shook his head. But you're too pedantic and cling to your friendship. It's pure retribution that you end up like this. But those in the cemetery are all my brothers. They shouldn't be like this, but they're all implicated by your pedantry. If you're guilty, you're unforgivable. I took action 3 times in those days, but I was stopped by you. Before that, you were the person I admired the most and the greatest person in my heart. But after the establishment of the Purgatory of Heaven capital, you were the person I hated the most. You cared about your friendship with the Wang family of Beihai, but how did the Wang family of Beihai treat you? I had 3 chances, and each time I had at least a 50% chance to swallow the Wang family of Beihai. At that time, the Li family dominated the Zhongzhou state. Deity looked at Li Honghe with a sneer. It was all ruined by you. You ruined it. Tell me, what's the use of your friendship? Li Honghe's eyes gradually became complicated. You still haven't repented. He said softly, you still think you're right. I'm wrong. Deity took a deep breath. I shouldn't have been stopped by you at the beginning. I'm wrong that I didn't completely realize your pedantry. Friendship. Have you ever seen a friendship that can last for hundreds of years? Every generation of the Wang family of Beihai is purging and seeking change. In the eyes of outsiders, isn't it an internal fratricide? Will you believe in the friendship of such a family? Old guy, what the hell are you thinking? For hundreds of years, the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai have been close, not because of the so-called friendship, but because we're strong enough. What so-called friendship? Bullshit. If it was you who died more than 20 years ago instead of the one from the Wang family of Beihai, if Wang Tianzong had reached the invincible realm earlier than me, do you think the Wang family of Beihai would let us go when we were weak? What did I do wrong? Tell me, what did I do wrong back then? I just made a choice that anyone would have made. Everything you said is your assumption. If you hadn't done that, how could the Li family be where it is today? Assumption? If you hadn't stopped me back then, how could the Li family be where it is today? No one here will die. Today we will be stronger and keep our word. Deity's voice was sharp and violent. There seemed to be a sudden gust of wind in the cemetery because of his momentum. The gust of wind was shrill. In the shrill wind, Li Honghe fell silent. Deity also fell silent and looked at the large cemetery in his sight again. The cause of that day and the effect of today have happened. What's the point of saying these things? After a long time, Li Honghe said slowly. His eyes became quiet. Once the silence lost its temperature, it would be very cold. What are you doing these days? He asked straightforwardly. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Deity said, there's a flower here. I want that flower. At any cost. At any cost? Li Honghe raised the corner of his mouth and said with some mockery, can you use that flower? Deity waved his hand. Dressed in a fiery red dress, the beautiful Phoenix took 2 steps forward. Deity put his arm around Phoenix's still slender and soft waist. This is my woman. He looked at Li Honghe and said, now she has my son and you have a grandson. Are you happy? Li Honghe's pupils suddenly contracted. I can't use that flower. Deity said coldly, but my son can always use it. That flower was originally prepared for Huawu. Now Huawu has been killed. My son and Phoenix's name is still Huawu, and he still needs that flower. This flower is not prepared for you. Li Honghe said quietly, I know Huawu. I'm also sad that he was killed. But if he and Tianlan were in the thunder-shocking realm at the same time, he would never be Tianlan's opponent. Neither Huawu nor the unborn little guy can bear this flower. The wind was even more shrill. Deity was silent for a long time before he said expressionlessly, bullshit. A cold light flashed in Li Honghe's eyes. Before he could say anything, Deity had waved his hand. You can't stop me. He said coldly, just like I can't stop you. We have our own ideas just like playing chess. You say you're good at chess, so why don't we play a game of chess? You want to use Tiannan as the chessboard? Let Li Tianlan replace me and take over the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital. This is your plan. And I want this flower to let Huawu replace Li Tianlan. I still have time to play with you and your good grandson as long as you can afford it. You're still not convinced. Li Honghe's tone was complicated. His voice drifted in the wind like crying and laughing. He was extremely bitter. I'm willing to bet and I'm willing to lose. Deity said blandly, I haven't bet yet. How can I be convinced? Phoenix will live here. When the flower blooms, she can support herself. Of course, if you are willing to take care of her, I can appreciate it. When I bring the flower back, we can see who is right and who is wrong. Deity continued. Li Honghe was silent. Deity could not bring back the flower. That was for sure. What he could bring back was only Li Tianlan's body. Li Honghe turned around and said calmly, "Follow me." He walked slowly out of the cemetery. Deity and Phoenix followed him without saying a word. The three of them passed the wooden house again, passed the construction site, walked to the side of Lonely Mountain, entered the former boundary of Mount Qingyun, and then came to the ruins of Qingyun Temple. Mount Qingyun collapsed and Qingyun Temple was destroyed. But there were still specks of white fog in the middle of the night. Li Honghe's figure stopped somewhere. He pointed to the ground and looked at Deity. "What do you see?" Deity looked down and narrowed his eyes. "Is this white fog the remaining luck? Can you see anything else out of the white fog?" Li Honghe did not answer his question but asked calmly. Deity frowned. The white fog in his sight was very thin, and he could clearly see the ground. The ground was very flat and empty. "What do you want to say?" he asked impatiently. Li Honghe smiled. It was a very sarcastic smile. Given the relationship between them, it had become like this. This smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. "What about you?" Li Honghe looked at Phoenix. "What do you see?" Phoenix hesitated, looked at Deity and then looked at the ground. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the ground, whispering, "This seems to be a rhizome." "Rhizome?" Deity raised his eyebrows. In his sight, the ground was still empty. "How can you see the dragon vein if you have evil intentions?" Li Honghe said coldly, "Don't you understand? You can't see the dragon vein. This flower has nothing to do with you from the very beginning. No one favors you. I don't, and neither does Wu Wei." Deity narrowed his eyes and looked at Phoenix. Phoenix's face was a little pale, but she nodded and pointed to the ground carefully. Deity was silent for a long time. After a long time he laughed. "It doesn't matter," he whispered. "So what if I can't see it? You can always see it. Do you think I will support you?" Li Honghe looked at Deity expressionlessly. She looked at the man who was her son by blood. "It doesn't matter," Deity said blandly. "Li Tianlan is dead, so you can only support me." He turned around slowly. "Lin and is a good place. I have an appointment with someone here and someone has an appointment with me here." He walked toward the outside world. "You wait here and wait for me to bring the flower." Phoenix subconsciously wanted to follow him, but thinking of the child in her belly, she still stood where she was and stood in front of Li Honghe. Li Honghe looked at Deity's back as he left. "You can't succeed," he said. Deity did not respond and continued to move forward. Li Honghe laughed. His voice gradually rose a little, and his voice line floated in the misty white mist. "You will fall in the same place." His voice was firm. "Twice." Someone did make an appointment with Deity. And Deity also made an appointment with someone else. The person who made an appointment with Deity set the location at the West Lake Club in Lin'an. So Deity also set the location here and it was the same box. Meeting twice in the same place was enough to show Deity's confidence. The club was not far from Lonely Mountain, about 3 kilometers. Deity entered the club at the appointed time and walked into the box booked by the other party. There was red wine in the box. The red wine had just been opened, and the fragrance of the wine was spreading. There was a stack of fruit plates and a goblet in front of the red wine. A little further away from the fruit platter, there was a laptop that was turned on. The computer had a video on. In the video, a tall figure that looked a little fat appeared on the screen. This was a slightly stout man with short hair and a mask, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Deity entered the box and saw this strange scene, narrowing his eyes. "Welcome, Your Highness." The man on the laptop screen laughed. His voice was soft, low, and magnetic. "Should I call you Deity? Or Marshal Li? Did you make an appointment with me?" Deity laughed. His voice was cold and fierce, sounding a little crazy. "Interesting, really interesting. You sincerely asked me to meet. I came here from East Island, but you show me this laptop? Sorry." On the screen, the man's voice was faint and sounded insincere. "I don't think it's necessary to meet face to face. As long as we can talk about something that interests each other, whether it's a video call or a real meeting, it's the same. If you want to have a video call, you can do it with me in Heaven Capital." Deity smiled coldly. "Are you kidding me by asking me to come here to have a video call?" The man was silent for a moment. "I didn't mean that," he said softly. "I hope Marshal Li doesn't misunderstand, but I had a little accident here. For the safety of both of us, I think it's the best way to meet here. And I know Marshal Li will come to Lin'an. For that flower you should also come to Lin'an." His voice became softer and softer. Looking at the time, it should be time for your child's gender to be confirmed, right? Phoenix is a very beautiful woman. Marshally has good taste. Deity suddenly fell silent. In the purgatory of heaven capital, the news of Phoenix's pregnancy was a real top secret. Even his most trusted Daybreak and Dawn didn't know it. Who are you? Deity was silent for a moment, looked at the screen and asked coldly. You can call me your highness. Of course, I prefer another title. You can call me your majesty. There were many highnesses in the dark world. Every invincible realm expert could be called your highness. Some distinguished people, such as Wang Xingxiao, Wang Yuetong, Qin Weibai, and the heirs of the royal families of various countries, could also use this title. But His Majesty, there was only one majesty in the dark world. Deity laughed, and his laughter was a little crazy. A guy who doesn't even have a title dares to call himself your majesty? His Majesty is His Majesty. Does he need any title? Just like Wang Qianzong, adding Sword Emperor in front of it. How ridiculous is that? His Majesty is His Majesty, the only majesty. The man's voice was low and a little gentle. Deity stopped laughing and he stared at the screen in front of him. Is Luxing Sanquan your man? He asked suddenly. This time, the one who pulled the strings was Luxing Sanquan, the invincible Grand Master who was known as the Sword Sage in East Island and the leader of Jifeng Sword Training School. This question. If it was a few days ago I wouldn't be sure. But now, yes, he is my follower. The man on the screen smiled elegantly. The Sword Sage of East Island is your follower. Deity repeated and said with a slight sneer, what a big deal. In my opinion he is my follower and he has no other identity. The man said softly, if your majesty thinks that I have violated your territory, I can ask Luxing Sanquan to withdraw from East Island with the power of Jifeng Sword Training School. I want to cooperate with you, so please believe in my sincerity. I am willing to compromise on some things. Deity sneered and said nothing. Luxing Sanquan withdrew from East Island. Deity naturally had no objection. In the current situation of East Island, Wuji Palace and Jifeng Sword Training School seemed to have bowed to the purgatory of heaven capital, but the internal game had never stopped. If Jifeng Sword Training School withdrew, the purgatory of heaven capital could suppress Wuji Palace in the shortest time, unify the dark world of East Island, and hold the power of the entire special warfare system. But such an ending was not what the royals wanted to see. So even if Jifeng Sword Training School wanted to withdraw, even if the Mikado knew that Luxing Sanquan had become the mysterious highness or His Majesty's follower, the royals would not let Jifeng Sword Training School and Luxing Sanquan leave. This was a necessary means to check and balance the purgatory of heaven capital. So what the other party said about withdrawing and sincerity were all bullsh**. The man on the screen also gradually fell silent. After a long time he said softly, it seems that you can't fully trust me. Don't talk nonsense. Deity said blandly, get to the point. The point? The man on the screen said it silently and then laughed. The point of course is Eastern Europe. Marshally, what do you think of the chaos in Eastern Europe? I can't see through it. Deity said blandly. The chaos in Eastern Europe would only get more and more chaotic, and it was far from clear. For now no one could see through it. Marshally can't see through it, but you're still involved, aren't you? The man who claimed to be His Majesty said with a smile. The purgatory of heaven capital is very strong. It has the support of the former experts of the Li family. It can be said that there are many experts inside. However, if possible, you still need the combat capability of the invincible realm, don't you? Luxing Sanquan is good, and so are the swordsmen of Jifeng Sword Training School. If Marshally needs them, you can take them with you on this trip to Eastern Europe. They can be used as dogs or cannon fodder. As for the things they get, whether they are interests or power, they can be handed over to the purgatory of heaven capital unconditionally. As for the interior of East Island, after the chaos in Eastern Europe is over, Jifeng Sword Training School can also follow your lead. What do you think? He laughed softly and said, one more invincible realm lackey and more than a dozen more top swordsmen will still help Marshal Li in your plan to conquer Eastern Europe, won't it? What do you want? Deity narrowed his eyes. An invincible realm dog. These words were truly bold and courageous. The invincible realm was the top combat capability in the dark world. Anything involving an invincible realm expert could be regarded as a major event in the dark world. An invincible realm dog? In the dark world, except for the person in front of him, even Deity himself did not dare to say so. And Luxing Sanquan was not the most ordinary invincible realm expert. He was the sword sage of East Island. It's simple. It's just a life. The man said blandly. Whose life? Deity looked at the screen and said a cold joke. Wang Tianzong? The other party's answer was colder than his cold joke. Wang Tianzong has too many restrictions and is nothing to be afraid of. In some ways, Marshal Li, you have too many restrictions and are also nothing to be afraid of. I don't deny that you are powerful, but you are nothing to be afraid of. That's why I want to cooperate with you. Who is that? Deity looked at the screen and asked. The person on the screen hesitated and finally said, Qin Weibai. Marshal Li, as long as you kill Qin Weibai in Eastern Europe, you will be my firmest ally. This doesn't seem to conflict with your plan. You should want to kill Li Tianlan, don't you? The man's tone was flat and slow. I think of a joke. It's not very funny, but it's true. Many people in Jianghu state want to kill Li Tianlan. Wang Tianzong wants to kill him, Gu Xingyun wants to kill him, and a group of big shots in the Prince group also want to kill him. I don't deny their wisdom, but in this matter they behave like fools. This word is not elegant, but they are really stupid, simply stupid. They will never understand that if Qin Weibai doesn't die, they can't kill Li Tianlan. Marshal Li is wise, I think you should understand. Even if you don't understand, I tell you and you should understand. Why should I believe you? Deity's tone was cold. Don't believe me. It doesn't matter. The man said with a smile, I just provide you with help and at the same time ask you to help me kill Qin Weibai. As long as she dies, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. At that time, Li Tianlan will be easy to kill. Deity was indifferent and silent. Reason? After a long time he asked softly. No reason. The man shook his head. 2 days ago I was sure of something, so she must die. If there is a reason, she knows too much. Deity seemed to be making a choice. If you are worried about Lin Fengting, I can also provide some help. I have another follower who has just been crowned by the Pope. Although he is no match for Lin Fengting, he can restrain him for a short time. The man said with a smile. Except the Pope's coronation. Deity's body seemed to shake. Qin Weibai can completely trust the Lin clan. It can even be said that apart from Li Tianlan, the only one she can completely trust is the Lin clan. As for the reason, you can understand that the Lin clan accepted a disciple many years ago, but the past is gone with the wind, and it is no longer important. The only important thing is that Qin Weibai is also very important to the Lin clan. In the battlefield of Eastern Europe, my people can temporarily restrain Lin Fengting, but in the purgatory of Heaven capital, they may be targeted by the Lin clan. You need to decide how to choose. The man said softly, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I can give everything that Jifeng Sword Training School has obtained in this Eastern European chaos, and even a part of what the Vatican has obtained, to the purgatory of Heaven capital without reservation. Is it worth it? Deity asked, narrowing his eyes. The gains of Jifeng Sword Training School and a part of the Vatican were destined to be rich. And in this Eastern European chaos, only 2 people in the Vatican were crowned by the Pope, Arcis and the Vice Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. Arcis was impossible. The so-called follower could only be the Vice Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps. It took a lot of effort for the other party to climb to that position. Once the other party gave a part of the Vatican's gains to the purgatory of Heaven capital, it was equivalent to all their efforts in the Vatican being wasted. Just to kill Qin Weibai. Was it really worth it? It's worth it. The man said calmly, it's absolutely worth it. About this, His Highness. I really didn't dig a pit for the sake of digging a pit. This is a very important main line. It appeared in the outline before I started writing, and there are some clues in front. 8,500 chapters asking for monthly votes. Chapter 405. Late at night in midsummer. The empty night began to become gloomy in the second half of the night. The dark sky hung over West Lake and the stars were hidden. The quiet West Lake was quiet in the light of Lin, like a frozen, dim and blurry landscape painting. At a certain moment, the gloomy and depressing night suddenly lit up with a pale sky. The light illuminated the bustling landscape of Lin. The sky lit up for a moment and then fell silent again. The next second, the roaring thunder broke the silence of heaven and earth. The heavy rain swept through the whole of Lin, and in an instant, time in the West Lake clubhouse was still flowing forward in luxury. West Lake was beautiful in the rain. But the waves of West Lake under the heavy rain were turbulent, with a vague violence that could devour everything in the magnificence. The night was getting darker and darker. There seemed to be only the heavy rain falling nonstop in the whole world. Deity was still sitting in the private room of the clubhouse. The laptop video had been turned off. The conversation had been over for a long time. Deity sat in the position where he was talking, motionless. He didn't know how long he had been silent. He had talked a lot with the mysterious His Majesty, but it seemed that he had talked very little. The other party was extremely shrewd, so from beginning to end, Deity never got any extra information. He only knew that the other party wanted to ask him to kill Qin Weibai. His attitude was very firm. It was the kind of determination that almost at all costs. Deity quietly thought about everything that had happened tonight. Not much happened tonight, but the aftertaste was extremely long. The flowers on Lonely Mountain, Li Honghe's attitude, the mysterious His Majesty, the two followers of the invincible realm, Qin Weibai, and the chaos in Eastern Europe. Everything seemed clear at a glance. But Deity had not completely figured out the subtle connection between them until now. This mysterious His Majesty knew a lot of things. Qin Weibai also knew a lot of things. But what did this His Majesty confirm recently that made him want to kill Qin Weibai? And who was he and what did he want? The second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican was his follower. Luxing Zhangquan, the Sage of Sword of East Island, was his follower. In that case, could he have other disciples? The quality of his followers was extremely high, so high that Deity had to be serious. If the follower of the Vatican had the ability to restrain Lin Fengting after the coronation, it was enough to show that his strength was close to the peak of the invincible realm. Luxing Zhangquan's current strength was still far from the peak of the invincible realm. But now he was qualified to be listed on the divine list. 2 disciples of the invincible realm, and both of them were invincible realm experts with the strength of the divine list. In recent decades, except for the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family at their peak, no force in the dark world could have such a luxurious lineup. What was more, the 2 invincible realm experts who could be listed on the divine list were just disciples. Or rather, they were lackeys. The invincible realm was the peak of the dark world. There were billions of people in the world, but how many of them could reach this level? There were a total of 30 people on the divine and holy lists, and there were a few who didn't have time to get on the list after they broke through the realm. There were only so many people. There were invincible realm experts who hid their names, but there were fewer of them than those who didn't get on the list, and they wouldn't affect the general trend. Every expert in the invincible realm, no matter strong or weak, was a strong-willed person. Regardless of whether they were noble or despicable, they all had their own dignity in their hearts. If these 2 disciples united and cooperated, with Jifeng Sword Training School as the foundation, within a few years, it would be enough to establish a superpower in the dark world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to make such people their lackeys. How did His Majesty do it? And what was his ultimate purpose in doing all this? One question after another emerged in Deity's mind, and eventually became a mess. He subconsciously wanted to check Luxing Zhangquan and the Vice Marshal of the Holy Disarmament Corps, but his intuition told him that it would basically be useless. He didn't agree to cooperate with His Majesty, nor did he refuse. This negotiation seemed to be useless, but some foundations had been laid. The night was getting darker. The heavy rain outside the club was getting wilder. All the lights in the West Lake Club were completely turned on. The bright light shone out in the night rain, bringing out a halo. The lights were intertwined in the rain curtain. In the deep night, there was an intertwined dreamy light, like a rainbow, beautiful. A low-key Volkswagen slowly entered the West Lake Club in the heavy rain. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, a figure passed through the rain curtain and walked into the box where Li Guangtu was. Li Guangtu was still silent and didn't seem to notice that someone had come in. But His Majesty had an appointment with him today, and he had an appointment with others here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The figure in a black suit placed the black umbrella in his hand in the corner of the box and bowed slightly to Deity. His tone was respectful and his posture was serious, showing a very formal respect and deference. Your Majesty? Deity turned his head to look at the deeply bowed figure and laughed at himself. What kind of majesty am I? I don't like this title. Your martial arts are unparalleled, and your sword intent is strong enough to compete with the Sword Emperor. Naturally, you deserve the title of His Majesty. The figure in the black suit slowly straightened up. He wasn't short, but he couldn't be considered burly. However, as he stood there, he gave off an extremely tough and straight feeling. His delicate and clean appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but his temperament was extremely eye-catching. The corners of his mouth were gently pursed, and he looked resolute and cold, but his eyes were calm and indifferent. This was the face of a young man, 27 or 28 years old. A face that almost all the young masters in Jianghu state now knew. A face that even left a deep impression on the world in the final maneuver a few days ago. Jiang Shangyu's face. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu calmly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Deity. Jiang Shangyu. This was a meeting that no one had expected, and it was also the first official meeting between the two. There was no appreciation in Deity's eyes, only a touch of satisfaction, as if he was looking at a chess piece that could be used. Jiang Shangyu's expression was very calm and respectful. It was hard to say whether he took the initiative to contact the Purgatory of Heaven capital, or the Purgatory of Heaven capital looked for him. In some seemingly accidental but actually inevitable coincidences, the two sides had a connection. The first time Jiang Shangyu did something for the Purgatory of Heaven capital was 2 years ago. No one knew this. Even Jiang Shan didn't know. You did well in the final maneuver. Deity looked at him for a while and said lightly, I am looking forward to your future. Jiang Shangyu hesitated as if he didn't know how to address him. Finally he said softly, You flatter me. It's not a compliment. Deity shook his head. What I like is your potential. If you tell me that you have no potential, it only proves that I have no vision. There is no need for modesty in the Purgatory of Heaven capital. If a capable person deliberately lowers his position, he is incompetent. You have determined your path to the invincible realm before you are 30 years old. Before you are 40 years old, you are expected to be invincible. In the future you may be able to stand at the top of the divine list. Jiang Shangyu stood silently and did not speak. In the past 2 years, you have done a few things for the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and you have done a good job. The Jiang family is in a delicate position now. I can see the direction of your efforts. To some extent, there is no conflict between my direction and the Jiang families. And you and your family can play a big role in my chessboard. That's why I see you today. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu's calm face and chuckled. His voice was very low, but because it was very real and clear, it sounded very loud in Jiang Shangyu's ears. Jiang Shangyu, would you like to join the Purgatory of Heaven capital? This question was not difficult to answer. If he was unwilling, Jiang Shangyu would not have come today. 2 years ago, he would not have contacted the people of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. So he nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, I am willing to be a chess piece in your Majesty's hands. He still called him Your Majesty. Deity did not say much but said calmly, When I come to Jianghu state, there will be a place for the Jiang family beside me. Jiang Shangyu bent down deeply and bowed. In the future you will contact me directly and be responsible for me. Deity continued. In the Purgatory of Heaven capital, it was a great honor to be able to contact Deity directly. This could be regarded as a reward. Okay. Jiang Shangyu responded respectfully, but a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. What's wrong? Deity raised his eyebrows. Something is wrong with Leng Yu. As Jiang Shangyu spoke, he looked up at Deity and said, Recently she has little contact with me. Her state seems to be a little special. Purgatory of Heaven capital, Leng Yu. This was a secret name among the higher-ups of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. In the past 2 years, it was not Dawn Daybreak who had contact with Jiang Shangyu but Leng Yu. It was the most convenient for her to contact Jiang Shangyu. However, Jiang Shangyu noticed that she seemed to be in trouble. Deity was silent for a while. It's okay. He thought for a moment and said, She can solve it herself. Jiang Shangyu nodded and asked, Does your Majesty need me to go to Eastern Europe? Jianghu State has restarted the Snowdance Corps. If your Majesty needs, I can operate myself into the Snowdance Corps. No need. Deity shook his head and personally poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Shangyu. The wine was good. But after a long time the taste inevitably faded. How are your injuries? He asked. Jiang Shangyu's hand holding the wine glass paused, shook his head and said, It's not a big problem. I can recover in half a year. The main problem is the realm drop, but it's not serious. Now I'm still in the thunder-shocking realm. In the final maneuver he, Wang Xingxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Song Ci were seriously injured by Li Tianlan. Gu Hanshan, who had not dropped his realm, had the lightest injury. Wang Xingxiao and Song Ci chose the most violent realm drop attack at the same time. They fell directly from the peak of the thunder-shocking realm to the peak of the fire-flaming realm. At this time they were the most seriously injured. Jiang Shangyu also dropped his realm drop attack. But he stayed at the peak of the fire-flaming realm for 3 years. In the fire-flaming realm he could not be more perfect. So his realm drop attack only made him drop back a small realm. Compared with before the final maneuver, his realm was still higher. As long as he recovered from his injury, it would not be a big problem. And now he had his own path. In the following time he did not need a long closed-door training in silence. What he needed most was to stimulate his potential between life and death and broaden his road to the invincible realm. Then you go to Tianan. Deity said. Tianan? Jiang Shangyu repeated it, a little confused. East Emperor Palace will also go to Tianan. Deity's tone was calm. East Emperor Palace. Tianan. Jiang Shangyu's body suddenly shook. In an instant, the pattern of all the forces operating together in Tianan suddenly became clear in front of him. The members of East Emperor Palace connected with the major forces inside and outside Tianan. Just for a moment Jiang Shangyu understood what Tianan meant to Li Tianlan. Tianan is great. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Deity did not speak. For him, East Emperor Palace was actually not important. In the chaos of Eastern Europe he had to get that flower. If he wanted to get that flower he had to get Li Tianlan's body. Once Li Tianlan died, East Emperor Palace would be meaningless to Tianan. However, if there was no East Emperor Palace in that place, it would still be the battlefield between the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the Wang family of Beihai in the future. At this time if Jiang Shangyu, a hidden pawn, was buried there, it might play an unexpected role. And, in case Li Tianlan survived this time, Jiang Shangyu and Tianan could also become a key pawn for Deity and Li Tianlan to compete for the dominance of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. He was the supreme ruler of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital belonged to the Li family. During the years when the Li family collapsed, Deity did not know what the old man who was good at playing chess had planned. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital was definitely one of his biggest plans. The Purgatory of Heaven capital was very strong. Deity liked this plan very much. But the only thing he did not like was the position of some backbone forces of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Deity believed that those backbone forces were loyal enough to him. But the bad thing was that they were also loyal enough to Li Tianlan. What Li Honghe hoped most was that Deity and Li Tianlan could coordinate the power within the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and finally let Li Tianlan control the entire Purgatory of Heaven capital in Tianan, and then return to Jianghu state to restore the glory of the Li family. This required Deity to be willing to let go. But how could he be willing? If he was not willing he had to struggle and rob. For Deity, if Li Tianlan died in Eastern Europe, there would be no hidden danger in the future of the Purgatory of Heaven capital. This was the best ending. But if the chaos in Eastern Europe could not be resolved as he wished, he would let Jiang Shangyu go now, and then it might play an unexpected role. Jiang Shangyu Li Tianlan Di Jiang. Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu thoughtfully. Among the three, if the latter two were at the same level, then Jiang Shangyu was undoubtedly too weak. Deity's eyes were a little hesitant. In his mind, Li Tianlan, Wang Xingxiao, Jiang Shangyu, Gu Hanshan, Song Ci, and Dongqing Rushi were undoubtedly the most promising young people in Jianghu state. And this was also the most correct order of strength in his mind. Li Tianlan was very strong. But Deity did not think that he deserved the glory of the Li family in the past. He could not win over Wang Xingxiao and Song Ci. As for Gu Hanshan, Deity had no prejudice against Gu Hanshan. He just correctly thought that all the people in Kunlun City were worthless clowns. He did not bother to target anyone. To put it simply, he simply looked down on them. The halo of Gu Hanshan's heavenly king heart was indeed dazzling enough. But in Deity's view, he was not even as good as Jiang Shangyu, who had a poor foundation. Dongqing Rushi was in a special state. In this way, among the most outstanding young people in Jianghu state, the only one he could cultivate was Jiang Shangyu. Whether he was to use him to fight against Li Tianlan Di Jiang, or Wang Xingxiao in the future, Jiang Shangyu seemed to be a little unqualified. His talent was outstanding enough, but in martial arts, pure talent and physique could not determine everything. Jiang Shangyu was not as good as Wang Xingxiao now. The most important thing was that the Jiang family did not have the martial arts inheritance and martial arts concept that had been accumulated for hundreds of years and was infinitely close to perfection. There was silence in the box. In the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Jiang Shangyu blinked, chuckled, and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty? Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me?" Deity suddenly said. The immortality seal of the Purgatory of Heaven capital was famous in the dark world. Everyone knew that Deity's weapon was a huge and somewhat exaggerated death scythe. But whether it was the immortality seal or the death scythe, What broke out in the end was sword intent. Only sword intent. It was based on the Li family's 24 moves of sword and became more subtle. It was deity's invincible path. Jiang Shangyu froze for a moment. His face showed shock little by little and finally became ecstatic. Your Majesty, his voice trembled a little. Before coming here today he never thought that he would have such an opportunity. He had his own invincible path. If he had deity's guidance, you don't want to? Deity asked with a smile. I do. Jiang Shangyu's expression trembled. He didn't seem to know what to say, so he could only bow deeply. Do you know why I chose you? Deity looked at Jiang Shangyu. His eyes were not soft but calm. Not only because you are my only choice at the moment but also because you are ambitious, but you are very clear-headed. Your family is also very clear-headed. It took the Jiang family several generations to climb up generation by generation. It's not easy to get to where it is today. You know what your status means today and you know the consequences of losing it in your heart. This is the awe in your heart. So you have a request, but it's not a big one. In my opinion, this is stability. I like people who are stable. So, again, I look forward to your future in the purgatory of heaven capital. Jiang Shangyu bowed deeply and didn't get up for a long time. Deity reached out his hand. There was sword intent in the air. The sword intent was condensed and heavy. The air in the entire box seemed to solidify. Deity's fingers slid in the air. A faintly discernible line was drawn in the transparent air by the sword intent. Imprinting words and pictures in the void with sword intent was by no means an ordinary means of the invincible realm. When Jiang Shangyu raised his head, Deity had already carved a giant tree in the air with sword intent. The giant tree was full of leaves and transparent, but it was faintly shining in the air. The sword energy was extremely dazzling. In my eyes, martial arts is a tree. Decisively and calmly, Deity taught Jiang Shangyu the first lesson. The root of the tree is the starting point of martial arts and the foundation. The deeper the root is under the ground, the bigger the tree will be. The 4 realms of martial arts are the trunk, chi-controlling realm, ice-condensing realm, fire-flaming realm, and thunder-shocking realm. The more accumulated, the thicker the trunk will be. In a sense, it can affect the final achievement. Deity looked at the leafy tree in the air. Above the trunk is the canopy. The martial path is very big and this tree is also very big, so the canopy is very luxuriant. Thousands of branches form the canopy, so in my heart the canopy is the path and each branch is a different path. Look at this tree. Deity's tone was focused and calm. The trunk is the 4 realms of martial arts, and these different branches represent different heights. The thunder-shocking realm, the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, the half-step invincible realm, the worst invincible realm, the ordinary invincible realm, the slightly worse invincible realm, the stronger invincible realm, the normal invincible realm, the strong invincible realm, the peak of the invincible realm. The road is chosen by oneself. Deity said, each branch that forms the canopy grows upward at the beginning, but for various reasons in the end the branches will fall down. Only a few of them can always go up. This is the right way. So in the dark world, most of the half-step invincible realm experts can't enter the real invincible realm. The road has length and so does the branch. The final height of the branch also means the strength after entering the invincible realm. Here. Deity reached out and pointed. He pointed to the highest point in the book. Looking along his finger, Jiang Shangyu didn't know whether he was pointing at a leaf or a branch, but he was indeed the highest point. There is a saying about the chosen one in the dark world. The chosen one stands in the highest position and has absolute combat capability and dominance. If the chosen one really exists, this is the position of the chosen one. He waved his hand. The air began to fluctuate silently. The lush canopy began to disappear in large swaths. The drooping branches were gone, and the branches that grew horizontally were also disappearing. The branches that were going up but not high enough were also disappearing. In the blink of an eye, only a few tallest branches were left flickering in the air. Deity looked at the picture he had created. His eyes were a little complicated. Jiang Shangyu counted the branches. It was easy to count the branches, for 2 of them were in the highest position, and it was hard to tell which one was higher. The other 2 had a difference in height, but it was very small, and they were also in the position closest to the highest. I don't know much about martial arts. I know a little about the 24 moves of sword. Because of the relationship between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai, I also know a little about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Deity calmly pointed to the lowest of the 4 branches. If the chosen one is at the top, then I should be in this position. Starting from the root all the way up, this is my path and my current position. The branch that represented his path was really high. It was very close to the top two branches that were level with each other. It was even closer to another branch. Jiang Shangyu seemed to feel a little strange. He looked at another branch. The branch that was a little higher than deity and a little lower than the top two branches. That is? He asked. That is Wang Tianzong's position. Deity calmly said, our paths are different. My path is truth and darkness. Wang Tianzong's path is illusion and light. There is no difference between the two paths. If I hadn't been injured, I could have reached Wang Tianzong's height. What he said could not be considered absolute authority, but it was more credible than most people's. Jiang Shangyu stared at a few branches. His eyes fell on the top two branches and he was thinking about deity's words. The real night. The illusory day. It was extremely pure. So their sword intent would be pure, pure enough to tear everything. Wang Tianzong. Deity. This was already the peak of this era in the dark world. What kind of demeanor does a heaven's favorite have? If the top two branches are the chosen one, can the chosen one walk side by side? Jiang Shangyu asked. That's not the chosen one. It's just the position that the chosen one should be in. That's the end of martial arts. I think I can't get there, so I chose my current path. Wang Tianzong also thinks he can't get there, so he chose his own path. What you mean are two different but somewhat similar paths of the chosen one? What kind of path? Jiang Shangyu asked seriously. You've seen it? Deity said, in the final maneuver, the forever silent world vaguely had the embryonic form of the chosen one's path. Li Tianlan's current sword intent represents a path of the chosen one. Reality and illusion. Deity's path was real and dark. Wang Tianzong's path was illusion and light. The combination of reality and illusion was the real path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu suddenly fell silent. He already knew the other path. He smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence he still asked, in addition to Li Tianlan's path, the other path of the chosen one? Darkness and light, of course. Deity said calmly, it's also day and night. The heavy rain passed through the night and fell in the morning. The rain lessened a little. Deity had left for a long time. Jiang Shangyu sat in the position where Deity had sat all night, looking up at the tree that still existed in the air. The sword intent left by Deity was very faint. The tree also faded a lot. Jiang Shangyu looked at it quietly. His eyes were obscure, with one or countless emotions that were hard to understand. Illusion and light. Reality and darkness. Both could lead to the strongest peak of the invincible realm. Illusion and reality. Day and night. It was the path of the chosen one. Jiang Shangyu closed his eyes silently. The sword stroke of Li Tianlan in the final maneuver reappeared in his mind. The sword was not a sword. It was just a green leaf. But the green leaf was also a sword. Everything was a sword. The green leaf drifted in the domain of nothingness. The world quieted down, shrank and fell into silence. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, cities, tall buildings, everything seemed to disappear completely, become false and become nothingness. The green leaf drifted, neither fast nor slow. It smashed Gu Hanshan's ninth secluded impasse, Wang Xingxiao's and Song Si's sword light, and his starry sky. The sword intent was still condensed and did not dissipate. It was so real that it seemed to crush everyone's will. Reality and illusion. Reality and illusion. Jiang Shangyu suddenly opened his eyes. Cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead. The cold sweat flowed down his face and fell on his clothes. Jiang Shangyu suddenly burst out laughing. His eyes were distorted, his face ferocious, and his laughter was sad and desperate. The tree in the air was still flashing. No one knew that Jiang Shangyu was not desperate because of Li Tianlan's sword stroke. It was because of something else. Something else. He laughed for a long time, bent over on the sofa and finally knelt on the ground. He laughed so hard that he could not stand up straight. After a long time he slowly stood up with his hand on the wall. His fingers touched the button on the wall. Soft music began to play, surrounding the private room. Jiang Shangyu sat back on the sofa, reached out to pour himself a glass of wine, and drank it silently. The wine was good, but it tasted bad. He did not like red wine and he had never liked it. The tree in the air disappeared. Jiang Shangyu drank the wine in big gulps. His eyes were a little blurred and he seemed to be drunk. But his heart was calm. He saw the end of martial arts that deity showed him, saw deity's path and even got deity's sword intent. He needed these very much. But they were not his after all. He had his own path. Jiang Shangyu took a deep breath and thought about Tianan. He learned swordsmanship from deity. Deity was his teacher. His teacher wanted him to go to Tianan, maybe to guard against Dijiang or against Li Tianlan. But until deity left, he did not tell deity about his cooperation with Li Tianlan. Jiang Shangyu finished drinking the red wine, lay on the sofa and looked at the ceiling with dull eyes. He needed deity's martial arts. But he really did not like to let deity be his teacher. He also did not like the swords of the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai. If he and deity were born in the same era, he firmly believed that he had the capital to compete with deity. Hey, hee, Jiang Shangyu's eyes were dull and he laughed again. No one knew whether it was a sneer or a drunken laugh. In the hazy and soft music, his drunken murmur was suppressed. I hate God for taking 20 years from me. Mount Dibing. It was drizzling. Beihai province was close to the sea. There was a lot of rain and snow, but it rarely rained heavily. It was often drizzling and raining. The rain began a few days ago and gradually slowed down, but it never stopped. It went through several nights and mornings. According to the weather station, it seemed to last until tomorrow night. In the rainy sky in the early morning, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove to the top of Mount Dibing after passing several checkpoints. The Mercedes-Benz came directly to the Emperor Hall where Wang Qianzong usually lived. At 5 o'clock in the morning. At this time Wang Qianzong should not have gotten up yet. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened. Xian Ming, the chief intelligence officer of the Wang family of Beihai, who had disappeared for a period of time on Mount Dibing, pushed the door and got out of the car with a tired face. At the same time, a middle-aged man about 50 years old followed him out of the car. The middle-aged man was slightly plump, wore a pair of glasses and was dressed very well. He looked like a successful person who had achieved success and recognition. However, at this time he stood beside Xian Ming and looked at the bustling Mount Dibing around, but he seemed a little timid so that he was somewhat out of tune with the atmosphere on Mount Dibing. Xian Ming did not care about this. He looked at the closed door of the Emperor Hall, hesitated and stepped forward to press the doorbell. At the same time he raised his voice and said, "Your Majesty, Xian Ming wants to see you." His voice was clear and powerful. It passed through the door and resounded in the Emperor Hall. The Emperor Hall was silent for a moment, and the bedroom on the second floor lit up. "What's the matter?" Wang Qianzong's steady voice sounded. "I found something, and I need your Majesty to look at it immediately." Xian Ming's expression was strange. Thinking of the news, his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. "It's about Qin Weibai." A few days ago Wang Qianzong asked him to investigate Qin Weibai at all costs. Xian Ming already had the news. It was not fast. But the object of the investigation was the mysterious Qin Weibai. So the speed of getting the news was not slow. But Xian Ming was not sure whether his investigation was going well. The result of this investigation was simply the weirdest information he had ever received in his life. Xian Ming himself could not even explain some things. But he must send these things to Wang Qianzong as soon as possible. The door of the Emperor Hall opened slowly. Wang Qianzong, still in pajamas, appeared at the door looking calm. He looked at Xian Ming, who was travel-worn and bloodshot. His eyes softened a little and he nodded. "Who is this?" His eyes fell on the middle-aged man behind Xian Ming with some doubts. "In the investigation of Qin Weibai, this is a very key figure," Xian Ming said. Wang Qianzong said yes and waved his hand. "Come in and talk." Xian Ming nodded and looked back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a bag tightly in his hand. Xian Ming's eyes fell on the bag first. In an instant, that strange and inexplicable feeling emerged in his heart again. A refreshing morning breeze blew in front of the Emperor Hall. Xian Ming's body trembled and he suddenly felt that the midsummer morning was very cold. There should be one more chapter before I enter Eastern Europe. I often write things from the perspective of the protagonist. This is a bad habit. But in the environment of special warfare, before the protagonist plays an important role, God and the Sword Emperor can actually represent the main line. But it should not be like this next time. 8,500 word chapters, you know. Chapter 406. There were accidents in everything. There were big and small accidents. Obviously, His Majesty or His Highness, who couldn't meet deity because of an accident, had a big accident. So that when Luxing Zhangquan, the sword sage in East Island, received his video call, he could intuitively feel his hidden irritation. When the video call lit up, Luxing Zhangquan just finished his meditation. East Island had been very lively in the past 3 years. The impact of the final Battle of Heaven capital had not completely disappeared. In some aspects it could even be said that there were still people crying. The rise of the Purgatory of Heaven capital and the demise of Liuhua Palace indirectly led to the rise and fall of some wealthy families in East Island. The Shinto suffered heavy losses in East Island. The upheaval of the superstructure directly threatened the current system, and countless politicians and ministers stepped down. At the beginning, the final Battle of Heaven capital was just a conflict in the Dark World, but then it swept the whole world in a very short time. The financial war led by Jianghu state, together with several European and American countries and wealthy families, was still the most shocking wound on East Island. In 3 years, the currency of East Island appreciated nearly 6 times, which not only meant that the wealth accumulated by East Island for decades was plundered by major countries and funds, but also meant that the overall economic order of East Island was completely chaotic. Under the influence of the financial war, the whole East Island was struggling to survive in the shadow of tragedy. The collapse of the economic order had become the most serious social problem, and the crime rate kept rising. This once known as the second economic power in Asia fell into a quagmire and fell into the abyss under the impact of money. The whole country seemed to be struggling in a huge mud but at a loss. As for the special warfare system and the dark world of East Island, the past 3 years were the process of the game between the Purgatory of Heaven capital, Wuxia Palace, and Jifeng Sword Raining School. Mai Shiranui, the Holy Virgin of Liuhua Palace, joined the Purgatory of Heaven capital, and the Purgatory of Heaven capital naturally accepted the power of Liuhua Palace. From the very beginning they had a deep foundation, and the royal family did not have any defense against this superpower that suddenly rose. On the contrary, they gave a lot of support. Under such circumstances, even if Wuxia Palace and Jifeng Sword Raining School joined hands, they still struggled in the game with the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Moreover, there were grievances between Wuxia Palace and Jifeng Sword Raining School. Most of the time, the members of the Jifeng Sword Raining School were more willing to treat the Limitless Palace's palace master, Tianhai Wuji, as an abandoned disciple of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. But as the oldest holy land of swordsmanship in East Island, in the last 3 years, Jifeng Sword Raining School had long lost its glory as a holy land of swordsmanship. The reason was actually very simple. Among the 3 invincible realm experts in East Island, Luxing Sanquan, the master of Jifeng Sword Raining School and the Sage of Sword, was the weakest. In the last divine and holy lists, Luxing Sanquan ranked second on the holy and holy list, and he didn't even get on the divine list. His strength was a far cry from God's. Even compared to Tianhai Wuji, there was still a gap. Therefore, for the Jifeng Sword Raining School, the past 3 years had been 3 years of silence and humiliation. This was also the reason why he decided to become a disciple. It was very humiliating for an invincible realm expert to willingly crawl at the feet of others. Luxing Sanquan also had the dignity of the invincible realm. He also felt humiliated. But as the leader of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, if he could use this humiliation to prop up the glory of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, he was willing. This mysterious His Majesty could give him a lot of things. For example, the realm after the highest kendo of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. For example, the past grievances of the Jifeng Sword Raining School. For example, a good enough and absolutely feasible prospect. Another example would be some secretive but powerful partners. Luxing Sanquan marveled at everything about the other party. That was the power that was enough to control his fate. This kind of power, no matter who held it, could make Luxing Sanquan bow his head. Therefore, in the residence of the leader of the Jifeng Sword Raining School, Luxing Sanquan did not hesitate to connect the video as soon as he saw the video communication. It was dark and silent in the video. The camera on the opposite side seemed to be unintentionally blocked, so Luxing Sanquan could not see everything on the opposite side. But his figure was very clear in the video. Therefore, he bent down respectfully, bowed deeply, and said meticulously, "Your Highness." In the dark screen, the man responded, but his voice was suffocating. "I've talked to God," he said faintly. His voice was slow, a little hoarse, and almost cold out of control. "He refused your request?" Luxing Sanquan frowned unconsciously. This question was very important to him. The meeting between God and His Highness was his matchmaking. If the two sides could not cooperate, his life in East Island would undoubtedly be more difficult. Luxing Sanquan could not figure out why the other party refused. He just didn't agree. His Highness took several deep breaths. His negative emotions seemed to be a little out of control, and he kept inhaling, which sounded like he was crying. "He has concerns," He doesn't trust me. Shao, or am I that scary? Shao. Luxing Sanquan was the sword sage of East Island, the leader of the Jifeng sword training school. But for him he was just a disciple. The second disciple. It was okay to call him Shao. Luxing Sanquan did not think there was any problem, so he smiled and said sincerely, "Everything you have is awesome. You should trust me." His Highness was silent for a while and said calmly, "He should trust me. On the matter of Eastern Europe we have the same position. You should trust me." "Do you need me to do anything?" Luxing Sanquan asked. He knew that what he asked was nonsense, but sometimes nonsense was also a kind of attitude. If His Highness had no order, he would not open this video call with him. "I may try to persuade him, let him—" "What's the use of persuasion?" His Highness interrupted him. He was silent for a while and said calmly, "You said that in the final battle of Heaven Capital 3 years ago, one of God's sons died?" Luxing Sanquan froze for a moment. "Is the news reliable?" His Highness asked. Luxing Sanquan thought about it seriously. "It should be reliable. Of course, there has been no specific news from the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. But after the final battle of Heaven Capital, the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, together with the royal family, used the resources of the government, and did investigate some things in Ninghu. The investigation was very detailed. It seemed that in the days of the final battle, a young man died. From some hidden channels I got the news that the man should be the son of God," he said in a very cautious tone. "Well?" His Highness's tone was a little weird, like crying and laughing. "Huawu died. I don't know his name," Luxing Sanquan said. "God can't find anything," His Highness said calmly. Luxing Sanquan smiled and nodded. "From the information I received, it seems that the other party did not get any valuable clues." His Highness was silent. The silence became very long, perhaps even a very long time. The other side of the screen was still dark and silent. Luxing Sanquan waited silently, wondering if His Highness had fallen asleep. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, Luxing Sanquan finally couldn't help but whisper, "Your Highness, do you know who killed Huawu's son?" "I know," His Highness said calmly, "but I'm hesitant to say it." Luxing Sanquan was a little excited. "If you can provide this news to the Purgatory of Heaven Capital, our cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital will become very stable." Silence. Another long silence ensued. His Highness's silence was a test of patience. Just when Luxing Sanquan was a little helpless, His Highness took a deep breath and whispered, "Indeed. But I have no evidence," he said. "The truth doesn't need evidence, especially for the dark world," Luxing Sanquan said meaningfully. He was really looking forward to the cooperation between His Highness and the Purgatory of Heaven Capital. In other words, he was looking forward to the scene of His Highness ruling the world in the future. At that time, Jifeng Sword Training School would also shine. The cooperation with the Purgatory of Heaven Capital was a very important step. Luxing Sanquan wanted to make it happen. "That's why I can't say it," His Highness whispered. Luxing Sanquan raised his eyebrows in confusion. There was no logical relationship in this sentence. If Huawu died, oh, the son of deity, do you know who is the most suspicious? His Highness laughed softly. Luxing Sanquan did not speak and listened quietly. "One is Qin Weibai and the other is me." Deity's tone was a little complicated. "At this stage, only I or Qin Weibai, or only we can do it, are obsessed with killing Huawu. But I didn't kill Huawu," His Highness said calmly, "so it's Qin Weibai and it can only be Qin Weibai." Then, Luxing Sanquan looked at the screen. "Why can't your Highness say it?" "It's not that I can't say it, but it's risky to say it. I can tell deity, but I'm not sure if deity will believe it. If he doesn't believe it, he will naturally suspect me," His Highness said. "In fact, it won't be a big problem, your Highness. If we haven't done it, we can always explain it clearly." Luxing Sanquan tried to follow deity's thinking. "It's true, so deity doesn't need to be afraid. Even if I can't explain it clearly, he won't know who I am." Deity laughed and his tone was a little cold, "But Qin Weibai will know. I provided the news of Huawu and Qin Weibai can at least determine a general range to find me in this range. I don't have the confidence to deliberately hide absolutely. So the problem is that as long as Qin Weibai dies, no one will find out who I am. But if Qin Weibai doesn't die, I dare not tell deity the news of Huawu. But if I don't tell deity this news, deity will have concerns about the cooperation with me. Once there are concerns, that woman may not die. If she doesn't die, I will be exposed. What do you think I should do now? His voice was steady and gentle, and he sounded extremely serious. Lu Xingzhanshuan didn't know if he understood the cause and effect in it, but he understood the situation. I see, he said. His Highness smiled and said nothing. I will let Jifeng Sword Training School release some news. Lu Xingzhanshuan said, Jifeng Sword Training School is the local holy land of East Island. Deity knows that I am your follower. I will investigate this matter and release the news. Even if Deity and Qin Weibai suspect you, they can't be sure. They should think that we want to cooperate with Deity to investigate. We can fabricate some evidence and give it to the Purgatory of Heaven capital. I will handle this aspect. Deity is not easy to deceive or persuade. His Highness said blandly. Any invincible realm expert was not easy to deceive or persuade. The invincible realm always started from the weakest chi-controlling realm and created a straight path to the peak. Therefore, any invincible realm expert was not a fool. At least in terms of thinking and logic, they were absolutely sharp. The thinking and logic of martial arts were often useful in the general trend. The most rigorous logic usually meant the keenest insight. I will take good care of it, Lu Xingzhanshuan said calmly. His Highness pondered and nodded. That's it. Actually, He hesitated for a moment. Lu Xingzhanshuan said softly, Your Highness, I personally think that at this time, we may tentatively contact the Wang family of Beihai. Their value is above the Purgatory of Heaven capital. Wang Tianzong? His Highness smiled and said simply, No. Why not? Lu Xingzhanshuan asked. Beihai province is geographically very close to Eastern Europe. In fact, in the chaos of Eastern Europe, Beihai province is the most concerned point of all the superpowers. Wang Tianzong needs to consider a lot of things, and Wang Tianzong has his own position. We don't need to contact him. The result we pursue is actually the same. If we go to him at this time, he will doubt, investigate, and distract the energy and strength of the Wang family of Beihai. We can't affect Wang Tianzong. If we go to him now. His Highness smiled. Do you think he doesn't think enough and is not chaotic enough? Bayou country was not large. It was not large compared to the territory of Snow Country of tens of millions of square kilometers. In fact, looking at Eastern Europe and even the whole Europe, Bayou country could not be regarded as a particularly small country. Among the Eastern European countries in terms of comprehensive strength, Bayou country should be second only to Snow Country. So Bayou country was very strong. But the Qin family of Bayou country was stronger. This was the top wealthy family in Eastern Europe. Even in the whole world, it was a super wealthy family in the first line. The influence of the Qin family was not limited to Bayou country but radiated throughout Europe. The main industries of the family were concentrated in the fields of media, pharmaceuticals, shipping, and oil. As far as Bayou country was concerned, the strongest industry of the Qin family had almost reached a monopoly position in Bayou country. Behind it, the Qin family was the leading arms dealer in all of Europe and one of the strongest arms giants. This behemoth entrenched in Eastern Europe was a real local snake. In fact, in the chaos in Eastern Europe, the superpowers in the dark world who were involved in the chaos wanted the support of super wealthy families like the Qin family, Morton, and Violet family the most. This could almost be a guarantee for them to be invincible in the chaos of Eastern Europe. The helicopter entered the border of Bayou country directly from the sky of Snow country. Qin Weibai sat elegantly and calmly in the cabin, turned his head to look at the mountains and cities below, and thought about the next meeting in silence. The Qin family was very strong. The old fox of the Qin family was even more astute and astute. Qin Weibai did not have much contact with the Qin family in Eastern Europe. But in recent years, the cooperation between the two sides had never been interrupted, and they had always maintained a win-win relationship. This time, the cooperation with the Qin family might be the biggest gamble since the establishment of the cooperation relationship between the two sides. The old fox of the Qin family had made up his mind, but no one knew what decision he would make. The phone vibrated in her pocket. Qin Weibai took out the phone and looked at the text message on the phone. The Holy Disarmament Corps and Holy Punishment Priests of the Vatican officially entered Eastern Europe. He narrowed his eyes and thought of the unfathomable Pope in the Holy Land. This was the power of the Vatican. Although Knights Templars united with the Jianghu family of South America to destroy the largest group of elites of Samsara Palace in Eastern Europe. But Knights Templars was Knights Templars. It could not represent the Vatican. However, the Vatican could represent Knights Templars. This power might become an important bargaining chip to force the Qin family to take a stand. Qin Weibai thought quietly. Outside the cabin, the sunlight fell on her through the window. Bathed in a soft halo, she was motionless. She was as beautiful as an unreal cloud. Qin Weiyun sat opposite Qin Weibai and looked at Qin Weibai carefully but worshipfully. For the sister she had recognized in Europe a few years ago, in addition to worship, there was only a kind of almost fanatical, worship. She was indeed born in the Qin family in Eastern Europe, but strictly speaking she was not a top socialite in Eastern Europe. She was not from the direct line of descent, but a branch of the Qin family, and it was not a very strong branch. Her status in the Qin family was ordinary. However, in recent years, because of the relationship between Qin Weibai and Samsara Palace, the branch of Qin Weiyun's family had gradually been valued and had some right to speak that they had not dared to imagine before. Qin Weiyun wanted to be a woman like Qin Weibai. Mysterious, perfect, elegant, calm, cold, arrogant and superior, but she took it for granted to maintain her majesty. For Qin Weiyun this was the most perfect woman. "What are you looking at?" Qin Weibai suddenly glanced at her and asked. "Sister, you're really beautiful." Qin Weibai said softly as if she was murmuring to herself. Qin Weibai smiled and reached out to touch Qin Weiyun's head. Qin Weiyun's face, which was as pure as water, turned red. She hesitated and asked a question she would ask every time they met. "Sister, why are you called Qin Weibai?" Qin Weibai tilted her head and looked at her. She thought for a moment and then smiled. Her smile was very casual, as if she was relieved after thinking. That smile was very beautiful. No matter how you looked at it, it was beautiful. "Because your name is Qin Weiyun." The phone rang before Qin Weiyun spoke. Qin Weibai took out her phone and glanced at it. She raised her eyebrows slightly and answered the phone. "Sir?" Her tone was a little surprised. She had just boarded the plane and had not arrived at the Qin family yet. She did not know why Lin Fengting called. "I got some news here." On the phone, Lin Fengting said in a low voice. Qin Weibai did not speak and listened quietly. "The Wang family of Beihai. Tianzong seems to be investigating your background." Xianming went to the southwest in person. Kunlun City, the Prince Group and the Wang family of Beihai worked together to investigate. It is said that Xianming has found something. At this time, it should have been sent to Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were bright with a very rational light. She nodded and thought for a moment. They should find a doctor. A hospital. There won't be anything else. "You?" Lin Fengting hesitated. A very subtle feeling rose from his heart. For a moment he could not even be sure of his feelings. Obviously, Qin Weibai had expected such an investigation. Not only had she expected it, she could even tell what the other party would find out. But she did not destroy those things. If it was not too late, it could only mean that Qin Weibai had prepared for it. So what on earth did she prepare? What was the point of preparing these things? Now that the two sides were in the same position, Lin Yuxian asked directly, "Did you prepare in advance?" "If I didn't prepare, how could they find the doctor?" Qin Weibai said softly, "Many people know that I came from a small mountain village in the southwest. The southwest is relatively backward. In many places, the household registration problem is unclear. After so many years, if I don't take the initiative to provide something, let alone the joint investigation of the three groups, even the whole Zhongzhou state, what can they find out? In fact, you are wrong. It is not Xianming who found something, but the intelligence took the initiative to find him." Lin Fengting was silent for a while. Obviously he was digesting the news that Qin Weibai said. After a while he continued to ask, "In this case, did you provide this information to the Wang family of Beihai? What kind of information is it?" "It's meaningless information." Qin Weibai shook her head. "I just made a casual remark at the beginning. I didn't expect to use it now. The information is true, but it is meaningless. But for the Wang family of Beihai, it is very important. So as long as Wang Tianzong gets the news, he will think." "Sir, I have my eyes on the whole dark world, but the most attention is still on the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Tianzong is too strong. I have to give him new questions one after another. Useful information, useless news, I will throw it to him as much as I can. My goal is to make him think. Before anything happens, no one can tell if the information is useful or not. The more he thinks, the more confused he will be. As long as he is confused, I might be able to find an opportunity." Qin Weibai looked out of the window and whispered, "This is just the beginning." The sky in Beihai province was getting brighter. The rain outside the window was getting heavier. Xian Ming followed Wang Tianzong and entered Emperor Hall with the middle-aged man beside him. The decoration of Emperor Hall was very luxurious. But the biggest feeling it gave people was majesty and oppression. Especially the black main hall, which was wide and grand, seemed to be full of oppressive power that made people breathless in silence. The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, trembling, and tightly held a bag in his hand. Wang Tianzong sat opposite Xian Ming, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "Say." In the faint smoke, Wang Tianzong looked at Xian Ming and said in a calm voice. Xian Ming opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know where to start. On the way from the southwest to Beihai province, he thought too much in his mind and organized a lot of words. But in the face of Wang Tianzong, suddenly he couldn't say a word. He thought about the results of his inadvertent investigation. That kind of horrible and strange information hit his whole consciousness, and he didn't know where to start. Xian Ming thought for a while, picked up the cigarette box in front of Wang Tianzong and lit a cigarette for himself. "This is Dean Sunday," slowly Xian Ming said in a low voice. "Your Majesty, Dean Sun is a doctor in a private hospital in Shuzhong." Wang Tianzong nodded. Shuzhong was located in the inland at the junction of Tianfu and Qinzhou province. Compared with developed cities, its development speed was slower. During the days when Xian Ming investigated Qin Weibai, he always kept in touch with him. The three groups worked together and finally determined the place where Qin Weibai first appeared. If there was no accident, it should be near Shuzhong. At the beginning we visited some mountain villages in Shuzhong, but found nothing. But in the process of investigation, we conducted a joint investigation. Some people from Kunlun City and the Prince Group also appeared. The people were mixed together and it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Xian Ming glanced at Wang Tianzong. When the second team was investigating, our people had a conflict with the elites of Kunlun City and fought with them. We didn't suffer losses but we injured several brothers. 2 of our brothers were seriously injured, so I arranged for them to stay in Dean Sun's hospital. Wang Tianzong listened quietly. Dean Sun's private hospital often received some special patients, so he accepted our people happily. But after checking their injuries and wounds that night, there was obvious fear and confusion in Xian Ming's eyes. He swallowed hard. His voice was dry as he said, "That night, the director called me into his office and took out a very old medical record." Wang Tianzong frowned. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced at Dean Sun, who was sweating profusely. The medical records were from a long time ago. Director Sun took the medical records and asked me if I was a martial arts master. Xian Ming's tone was full of absurdity. He said that he had a medical record here which he had come into contact with when he was young. He said that the wounds on the wounded were extremely special. Xian Ming's words were incoherent. He suddenly shook his head. He took out the bag from Dr. Sun's hand and handed it to Wang Tianzong. At the same time, he glanced at Executive Sun and said, "You tell him." "Ah." Dean Sun opened his mouth and stammered. However, he had communicated with Xian Ming several times on the way here, so he knew what to say. "About 20 years ago." Because of nervousness, Dean Sun's face became a little pale, and he spoke a little reluctantly. "That year my wife and I had just gotten married and we opened a private hospital." His tone was short and dry. "In the winter of that year it snowed heavily and there were few people in the hospital. My wife and I were on duty in the hospital. When the spring festival was approaching," he said in a confused tone, "there were no patients that night, but when it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, several monks came to the hospital." "Monks?" Wang Tianzong asked. "Monks?" Dean Sun nodded. "A middle-aged monk and 2 relatively young monks. They seemed to be master and apprentice. The monk in the middle was holding a little girl in his arms." His tone was strange. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old, or maybe 6 or 7 years old. She was covered with blood and wore a big red dress. She was seriously injured and looked like she was about to die. Wang Tianzong glanced at Xian Ming. Xian Ming nodded and said, "Great Master Wu Wei adopted Qin Weibai. That should be the first time he saw Qin Weibai." "Go on." Wang Tianzong looked at Dean Sun and nodded. "At that time the little girl was seriously injured but she was very sober. She was about 5 or 6 years old. The big monk begged me to save her but the little girl kept struggling and said no. She also asked the big monk to kill me and my wife, saying that I owed him a favor or something. At that time she was bleeding a lot and bleeding on the ground. She was injured all over." Later, the big monk knocked her out and then we took her to the emergency room. It was the first time I saw that kind of wounded person. Her injury was very strange, too strange. She was the strangest wounded person I have ever met, so I have kept this medical record. It's hard for me to imagine who would be so crazy to kill a child. I also wonder why the child could still be alive. It's so strange. It shouldn't be, Dean's son muttered to himself. She was insane. Killing. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, you'd better look at these photos. Xianming suddenly said, he took them that year and there are x-rays. Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows and reached out to pour out the things in the bag. One photo after another appeared in front of him, as well as an x-ray from more than 20 years ago. Wang Tianzong picked up one at random. It seemed to be the back of the little girl in the photo, but he couldn't be sure. In the whole photo the little girl's skin could not be seen at all, and there were bloody wounds everywhere. Huge, bone-deep wounds crisscrossed in the blood. This was indeed the cruelest form of torture. The killer had no idea how many slashes he had made on the little girl's back. Dozens, hundreds of slashes. Blood spread out on the photo. Wounds were everywhere, densely packed, and it seemed like there was no end to them. Wang Tianzong picked up another photo. This time it looked like arms and legs, very delicate, but there were still countless wounds everywhere. Many of the wounds had turned over the flesh, and they were frozen stiff and pale. Wang Tianzong looked at the photo slowly. His movements became slower and slower, stiff and sluggish. He didn't know when his breathing had started to quicken. Even his usually calm gaze was filled with clear shock and disbelief. Wang Tianzong even felt that he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen. Finally he picked up the x-ray. His palms were shaking violently. The x-ray was very clear, but Wang Tianzong was not a doctor, so he couldn't see anything. Here, these points are all wounds. The bones have been completely cracked and the internal organs have been bleeding. We have confirmed that the girl should be Qin Weibai. At that time, almost every bone in Qin Weibai's body was broken, her internal organs were almost completely collapsed, and her muscles and blood vessels were completely torn. As for her body, there were at least more than 500 sword wounds. He looked at Wang Tianzong with strange and fearful eyes. What do you want to say? Wang Tianzong said in a deep voice. This is not a cruel killing, but it is also a cruel killing. Xianming took a deep breath. It was true that someone was torturing Qin Weibai in the cruelest way, but they didn't kill her immediately. Instead, they threw her into the snow in winter, wanting her to freeze to death at the most painful time. Your Majesty, more than 500 wounds are all sword wounds. Such sword intent? Xianming opened his mouth and tried hard to say, I seem to know it. Wang Tianzong's body shook and he was silent. Chapter 407. It was August 6th. Yuzhou was hot. The blazing sun shone on every corner of Yuzhou, and the whole Yuzhou was immersed in a suffocating heat. In a closed private club inside the Forbidden City, Li Tianlan drank the special iced tea provided by the club, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the last contract in front of him. The club was called Chang'an. In Yuzhou, where celebrities were everywhere, there were countless private clubs of all sizes. The Chang'an club inside the Forbidden City seemed inconspicuous. In terms of history, it was not as long as the Great Wall Club supported by the Prince Group. In terms of political atmosphere, it was not as good as the Lama Temple supported by the Southeast Group. In terms of international atmosphere, it was not as good as the beautiful land where the wealthy gathered. In terms of pleasure, it was not as good as the Heavenly Earth. It was not comparable to the Black Flag Club, which was full of stars and blood. But the Chang'an Club was the most luxurious club in Yuzhou and even the whole Jianghu state. The Chang'an Club had been established for less than 10 years, and less than 100 membership cards had been issued so far. To some extent, the membership card of the Chang'an Club was not something that could prove one's identity in the upper class. And the less than 100 members in the Chang'an Club did not value it either. What they valued were certain channels provided by the Chang'an Club. The Chang'an Club was really not big or famous. But it was very special. In Jianghu State, it was the only club that was at ease among the 6 groups, and it had the support of more than one heavyweight in the 6 groups. Zhou Yunhai, director of the North Group. Wu Qiuyang, minister of the academics. Qi Baitzong, the former flag leader of the Special Warfare Group and the current top boss of Jianghu State. Secretary General Wu Shijiang of the Army Headquarters. Tang Xiaoshan, the deputy prime minister of the Southeast Group. Cheng Wendao, the vice president of Jianghu State of the Academics. The first membership cards issued by the Chang and Club were all extremely prominent names. Senior officials of Jianghu State. Patriarchs of wealthy families, dark forces, martial arts forces, iron-blooded generals. Everything was there. The membership card of the Chang and Club was indeed not something that could prove one's identity. But the people who could have the membership card of the Chang and Club had already passed the stage of needing something to prove their identity. Since its establishment, the Chang and Club had always played its role in silence. The disputes and games under the table of the 6 groups of Jianghu State, the negotiations and compromises, the cooperation and transactions between the wealthy families, the promotion of wealth and power, the blood caused by the darkness and martial arts. Terrifying, hidden, low-key, efficient, shocking. In the past 10 years, the Chang and Club was like a pair of eyes, silently watching everything that happened here. As long as the transactions that happened here were slightly publicized, it would be an unimaginable fortune. Compared to wealth, it was more important to be trusted by the core figures of the 6 major corporations at the same time. A force that could be accepted by everyone at the same time would either be above everyone else, or would be considered harmless by everyone else. Being harmless also meant being neutral. Chang and Club was the largest neutral club. In the past 10 years, it had belonged to the Han family, the largest neutral wealthy family in Jianghu State. The moment Li Tianlan signed his name, this place also belonged to Li Tianlan. In other words, part of it belonged to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan got some shares here, not much, just 5%. However, this kind of shares with almost no dividends was meaningless in terms of wealth. Being able to access the club's intelligence as a shareholder was the real priceless thing. In addition to the 5% shares of the Chang and Club, Li Tianlan also received nearly 8 billion in investment. And the detailed investment plan of the Flourishing Age Fund in the future. But he paid very little for it, or it could be said to be a lot. 20% of the future interests of the East Emperor Palace. This price could be said to be heavy or light. What he bet on was the future prospects of the East Emperor Palace and the confidence of both the investor and the invested party. If the East Emperor Palace could not develop in the future or even died young, the investment of the Flourishing Age Fund would undoubtedly be a big loss. But if Li Tianlan really broke through the obstacles and the Li family returned to Jianghu State, or even swept the entire Dark World, the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace was almost unimaginable. This was the second time that the Flourishing Age Fund had invested in the East Emperor Palace. Even if the shares of the Chang and Club were not included, the amount of the 2 investments had already reached 10 billion. If the East Emperor Palace developed smoothly, in the follow-up detailed investment plan, the Flourishing Age Fund would provide the East Emperor Palace with no less than 100 billion and some needed help. Of course, the premise of all this was that the East Emperor Palace had a bright future and could continue to grow. At this stage, in terms of funds, the East Emperor Palace, which had a huge investment, had a good starting point. With money, they could naturally lay a big foundation in Tiannan. From the beginning to the development conditions, the East Emperor Palace had already met 20% interest in the future. Li Tianlan didn't think it was a bad deal. The Flourishing Age Fund valued the potential of the East Emperor Palace, and Li Tianlan also valued the Han family's transcendent position in Jianghu State. For some things, the Dongqing clan with a clear position could not come forward, but the Han family might be able to solve them. Li Tianlan put away the contract in front of him and still looked calm. On the eve of his departure for Eastern Europe, it was a happy thing to be able to further cooperate with the Han family. Happy cooperation. Li Tianlan nodded and said. Opposite him, Han Donglu, the patriarch of the Han family, coughed and said with a smile, "When will we leave?" "Everything is settled. If there are no accidents, we will leave tonight," Li Tianlan said lightly. In order to finalize the investment, Han Donglu personally flew from Huading to Yuzhou to meet him. Not to mention his sincerity, the other party dared to pay before the end of the chaos in Eastern Europe. Even Li Tianlan had to admit Han Donglu's courage and investment. "You should have waited." Li Tianlan lit a cigarette and took a drag. "After I came back from Eastern Europe, wouldn't it be safer for you to invest?" "Safer?" Han Donglu couldn't help laughing. "If I pursued stability, I would be in the industry. How can there be absolute stability in the industry I am in? In the industry we are in, no matter how cautious we are in advance, how comprehensive the analysis is, and how well prepared we are, once we start, it looks like a gamble. How can there be stability?" What I want is profit, not stability. Of course, if you tell me that when you come back from Eastern Europe, I can still get 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest with my current investment quota, then I will definitely wait. The question is, do you agree? Of course not. Li Tianlan laughed. The current situation was unclear, and the risk of the trip to Eastern Europe was huge. At this time, if Han Donglu paid for 20% of the East Emperor Palace's interest, no one would suffer a loss. But if Li Tianlan didn't die in Eastern Europe and returned victorious, then both Li Tianlan and the East Emperor Palace would have a different value. Li Tianlan could still take out 20% of the shares, but if Han Donglu wanted to hold it in his hand, it would be at a different price. So after my team's analysis, we agreed that investing in the East Emperor Palace is the best choice. I know the current situation. You have a good set of cards in your hand. If you play them well, you may win. If I invest now, as long as you can come back alive, I will make a profit. If you die, I will just lose an investment. Although the amount will be large, there will also be an opportunity in Jianghu state at that time. I can get back the loss with interest. Han Donglu's eyes were clear and frank. Looking at Li Tianlan's eyes that suddenly sharpened, he smiled and shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth, although it's not pleasant to hear. Tell me something you like to hear. Since I chose to invest at this time, I have confidence in you. I often tell the elites of the Flourishing Age Fund that you can doubt everything in finance and investment, but you can't doubt your own vision and confidence the most. Doubt will lead to hesitation. If you hesitate, you will have concerns. The more you hesitate, the more concerns you have. In the end, you will be wishy-washy. 9 out of 10 you will lose money. Tianlan, you have a strong force in your hands now. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, not to mention victory, as long as you are not stupid, you will definitely have a chance to protect yourself. The Flourishing Age Fund's requirement for you is not victory. As long as you come back alive, even if you have no achievements, it will be a victory. Whether it is Old Gu or Qianzong, they pushed you to this position not to prevent you from making achievements, but to make it clear that they want to kill you. If you don't die when you return to Jianghu state, the East Emperor Palace will definitely have a strong momentum. My investment is equivalent to getting back the cost. You have so many trump cards now. I think it should not be difficult for you to protect yourself. As for the timing of the investment, of course there are risks. It's not that no one has advised me, nor that I am domineering. It's just that the reasons to persuade me are not enough to persuade me to change my mind. You are now facing great difficulties in life and death crises. But the problem is your future path. Before you reach the peak, you will constantly encounter life and death crises all the way. This time you are in danger in Eastern Europe, so I won't invest. But what if you come back? Let's not talk about my loss. After you come back, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City will certainly not let you go. Their means against you will be more and more intense. This time I won't invest. Should I wait for the next time? What if you are in more danger next time? Should I invest or not? Don't you hesitate? I hate hesitation. If I hesitate, there is the possibility of giving up. And I don't like to give up. Many investors have given up some opportunities to strengthen themselves because of hesitation. Of course, more people have avoided failure because of the same hesitation. Facts seem to prove that their vision is right. Because those they gave up because of hesitation at the beginning all failed and lost money later, so they think that their vision is very high and they are complacent. But in my opinion, those are all idiots. They didn't invest. In the end, they saw the failure of a project and were glad that they avoided losses. But they didn't think that if they had participated in the investment, maybe a project wouldn't have failed. Instead, they would have seen more opportunities. What is the peak? After all, it is false to reach the peak by one's own strength. Even fairy tales dare not write it like this. The real peak has always been reached by a group of people supporting each other. Tianlan, you and I are cooperating now. Before your potential disappears, you don't have to worry about my sincerity. I am very interested in the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace in the future. At present, there is no bargaining chip that can make me lose this interest. Some people in Jianghu state have already said that you are the chosen one. With your current achievements, you deserve the title of the chosen one. If one day you become a real chosen one, I can't imagine how much your power will expand. For example, the Wang family of Beihai, their ancestors used to be the chosen one. After hundreds of years and 9 consecutive generations, they can still be regarded as the strongest force in the dark world. I also can't imagine their expansion and status at their peak. If you reach that height in the future, the 20% interest of the East Emperor Palace may be 3 flourishing age funds, 5, or even 10 flourishing age funds. With such great interest and enough hope, of course I am willing to support you. Not only me but many people are willing to support you. But it is the most correct for you to choose me and I to choose you. In Jianghu State, in terms of economic strength, especially cash, even the Wang family of Beihai dare not easily say that they are stronger than me. The Flourishing Age Fund is rich and crazy enough. If you can prove your value, I dare to pay for your value. If you don't invest now and hesitate, when you reach the peak or near the peak, the investment will be meaningless. At that time you probably won't release 2% of the shares, let alone 20%. He paused, looked at the calm and peaceful Li Tianlan and said with a smile, and even if my investment fails, the Han family's foundation is there. Even if Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai have 3 heads and 6 arms, can they tear me apart? I'm not as strong as them, but I have cooperation with them. If the Flourishing Age Fund suddenly collapses, not to mention me, they will first suffer a heavy loss. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time. Han Donglu, who always said one thing and did not talk nonsense, also looked at Li Tianlan for a long time. His eyes were playful, thoughtful, and expectant. He had seen Li Tianlan a few days ago in the Sky Academy. Today, when he saw him again, Li Tianlan gave him a completely different feeling. That was not a completely different person after the transformation of power. But at this time, compared with a few days ago, Li Tianlan had an attitude that he had never had before. A few days ago, Li Tianlan was sharp and indifferent. But no matter what he did, he seemed to be drifting with the current, as if he had no clear goal and starting point, so he had no pursuit. But now Li Tianlan had changed. He was still himself. What changed was his attitude. His eyes would often flash with a light similar to that of contemplation. That was not thinking. It was pursuit. This young man, who was only 22 years old, was now at the forefront of Jianghu State for the first time. At this time he seemed to be doing his best to pursue. He was looking for his position. Han Donglu laughed. Tianlan, even if you don't believe in my sincerity, you shouldn't doubt your ability. You are the chosen one. Your 20% interest in the future has a fatal attraction for anyone. There are not many people in Jianghu State who can fully support you, but you can always find some. Except for some forces of the Dongqing clan and the Li family, there is only me who has the guts and position to support you. As if thinking of something, Han Donglu's voice was a little gentle. I didn't doubt it, Li Tianlan said. He had investigated a lot of information about the Han family through the curtain in Huading, and it was very detailed. With enough knowledge, he had never doubted Han Donglu. Because he did not doubt himself. He firmly believed that he would be invincible in the world and sweep the entire dark world. Naturally, he could also realize what the 20% interest of East Emperor Palace meant in the future. Just as Han Donglu had said, it might be 3 or 5. Or even more than the sum of the Flourishing Age Fund. The Flourishing Age Fund was huge. That was one of the most powerful financial giants in the world. In terms of the scale of the Flourishing Age Fund, their development had actually reached a bottleneck, or the ceiling of their current business model. Next, unless Han Donglu could directly control, rather than simply influence, the financial order of a country, a state, or even the world, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough. This was Han Donglu's peak. And after the peak, it was naturally downhill. So the Han family and the Flourishing Age Fund had reached the juncture of seeking change. Li Tianlan's appearance was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to seek change. As Han Donglu himself said, as long as Li Tianlan could guarantee his strength, his sincerity could be completely trusted. Li Tianlan was very sure of this, because it meant that in the future the Flourishing Age Fund would have a much larger harvest. And this understanding, until a long time later when he really realized what the Flourishing Age Fund meant, he found how absurd his original understanding was. Happy cooperation, Boss Han. Li Tianlan took the initiative to reach out and hold Han Donglu's palm. Han Donglu personally poured a cup of iced tea for Li Tianlan and raised his glass with a smile. To our future. The teacups clinked together. The conversation between the two sides seemed to have become more relaxed. Has the list of the Snowdance Corps been determined? Han Donglu asked. The transfer order has just been issued. There is a meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meeting I will go directly to Am. Li Tianlan said thoughtfully. The high-level list of the Snowdance Corps was officially determined last night, and it was confirmed that Li Tianlan, the commander of the Snowdance Corps, had the power to fine-tune the division of labor of the Snowdance Corps according to the situation in Eastern Europe. The total number of people in the Snowdance Corps was 19,832. It was composed of dozens of departments such as the Border Control Corps, Sai City, Jade Pool, Mount Shu, Shadow Sting Army, Beihai Corps, Kunlun City, Oriental Excalibur, Totem, Divine Light, Jianghu State Special Operations Brigade, Shadow Sect, Azura Path, Butterfly, and so on. It had a huge span, from the military to the special warfare system, to the special forces, to the martial arts forces. The commander of the army was Li Tianlan, and he was awarded the rank of marshal. Chen Qingwan of the Beihai Corps was appointed as the vice-marshal of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Gu Tiankong, the pavilion master of Wind Snow School of Kunlun City, was appointed as the inspector of the Snowdance Corps, and he was awarded the rank of general. Cool Breeze of Sai City, Drifting Cloud, was appointed as the deputy marshal, and he was awarded the rank of lieutenant general. Hua Qingfeng, the master of the Shadow Sect, was the chief of staff with the same rank as the deputy commander. The two major generals of the Border Control Corps, Li Zhonghu and Sun Menggran, were transferred to the Snowdance Corps and served as the two division commanders. The swordsmen of Jade Pool and Mount Shu formed an assassination group, codenamed Secret Sword. All the lists were officially formed and fully respected Li Tianlan's will. Li Tianlan had been paying attention to the desert. After Li Huaqing personally intervened, Fireman had walked out of the desert prison and would probably arrive in Yuzhou tonight. When this force entered Eastern Europe, it was bound to form a frenzy to attack the superpowers. Knights Templars and the Jiang family of South America would bear the brunt. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, thinking about his duties and the oath he made to the sea in the final battle of Heaven Capital more than 3 years ago. He would destroy the Jiang family of South America in his lifetime. He didn't know if the Jiang family of South America had forgotten that sentence. But the sea would not forget it. He would not forget it either. I have a question. Li Tianlan took a sip of tea and suddenly said, "Go ahead." Han Donglu smiled. "Is it related to the Snowdance Corps?" "No, it's a personal question. I just want to satisfy my curiosity." Li Tianlan smiled. In the past few days he had asked a lot of people a question. Dongqing Wudi, Bai Zhanfeng, Li Zhonghu, Li Honghe and Qin Weibai. Even when he met with the senior leaders of the Snowdance Corps, he also asked Yun Qingxi, Han Chongyang and Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud. But he never got the answer. Some people really didn't know. But there were also some people who knew the answer but didn't tell him. But the answer was always there. Before the expedition, looking at the biggest financial tycoon in the country in front of him, Li Tianlan's heart moved. Out of curiosity, he once again asked the question that he thought had nothing to do with him before, but now he had been thinking about it. "Boss Han, do you have any information on Jianghu State in recent decades? Which top masters prefer to keep dogs?" This question was really boring and extremely gossipy in the eyes of people who didn't know the inside story. Han Donglu was a little stunned. There was a strange flash in his eyes and then he smiled. "Top masters who keep dogs, but I know there is one." Li Tianlan's eyes lit up. Han Donglu's flourishing age fund was huge, but strictly speaking it was a new force. Li Tianlan didn't expect to get an answer from Han Donglu, but the reality gave him a surprise. "Boss Han, who are you talking about?" Li Tianlan smiled. Han Donglu gave him a strange look. "Top master who keeps dogs, isn't it you? I heard you have a golden retriever." Li Tianlan looked at Han Donglu and suddenly had nothing to say. He was a top master in recent decades. Even in recent centuries, with the combat capability of the invincible realm, he could be regarded as a top master in Jianghu State. But Li Tianlan didn't ask about himself. He asked about Dongqing Huangtu. But this name seemed to be a taboo in Jianghu State, so Li Tianlan could only use everything he knew to find clues about Dongqing Huangtu. But the information he knew about Dongqing Huangtu was too little. Pitifully little. He knew that Dongqing had a dog. He also knew. Li Tianlan suddenly thought of something and said, "Boss Han, do you know about the killers in the dark world? I'm talking about the killers of the invincible realm." If Dongqing Huangtu was a taboo, the siege back then was destined to be unknown. But the killer of the invincible realm was a clue. When Qin Weibai talked about Dongqing Huangtu, she once said that in Huading, Dongqing Huangtu had killed the only killer of the invincible realm in the dark world with one move. The invincible realm killed the invincible realm. Just one move. The killer of the invincible realm? Han Donglu frowned. There are relatively few killers of the invincible realm. Killers seldom pay attention to frontal combat. It is said that they are weak in willpower, so it is difficult to break through to the invincible realm. Now, in the dark world, It seems that only Tribulation of Sai City is an invincible realm killer. There was one 3 years ago codenamed Evil, but you killed him. What about before? Li Tianlan asked. Did anyone die in Huading? Died in Huading? Han Donglu looked at Li Tianlan blankly. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. You mean Ghost Moon? Who is Ghost Moon? Li Tianlan asked. That was many years ago. It seems that there was indeed an invincible realm killer called Ghost Moon at that time. I don't pay much attention to this. Wait a minute. As Han Donglu said this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted at the door, Ayo Han. The door of the box was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit and sunglasses, a standard bodyguard outfit, came in. He said respectfully, Boss. This is my bodyguard. Han Donglu introduced him with a smile and asked directly, I seem to have heard you talk about Ghost Moon before. It seems that you said it? This is His Highness Li Tianlan. He is more interested in this matter. Ghost Moon? Ao Han muttered to himself, looked at Li Tianlan and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, he has been dead for many years. He died in Huading? Li Tianlan asked. Yes. Ao Han nodded. It was in Huading Airport. It has been more than 20 years. I was still in Huading Special Operations Bureau. At that time, Ghost Moon sneaked into Huading. I don't know what he wanted to do. Zhongzhou State got the news and sent us to the airport to search. And then? Li Tianlan asked calmly. Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan. Then he was killed. His eyes were strange and fanatical. He seemed to be a witness of the battle that year. Even after many years, he still had a deep impression of that battle. Li Tianlan subconsciously sat up straight and said calmly, Who killed him? Ao Han wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at Han Donglu and then at Li Tianlan, frowning slightly. Just tell the truth. Han Donglu seemed to think of something, and seemed to understand what Li Tianlan was investigating. It's Marshal Li. Ao Han glanced at Li Tianlan and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, it was your father, Li Guangtu, who killed Ghost Moon at the airport. One sword strike. Yuzhou was in a turbulent situation. When the list of the Snowdance Corps was confirmed, the final maneuver of the two academies was still going on in the Sky Academy. This was already the 7th day of the maneuver. The maneuver was approaching the second half. In the ward of the Sky Academy, several members of the East Emperor Palace were bored to death watching the TV broadcast in the ward. They were a little bored. The maneuver of the two academies this time was actually very exciting. But perhaps because the first day was too shocking, the subsequent wonderful maneuver suddenly lost a lot of its appeal. Not to mention the few people from the East Emperor Palace in recent days, even the number of people who came to watch the ceremony had decreased a lot. Such a scene inevitably gave people the impression that this final maneuver was the most valuable, but also the least valuable. Just boring. Li Baidian sat on the bed and ate an apple. He looked at the TV screen dully and suddenly said, Tianlan is going to Eastern Europe tonight. It's too urgent. Give me another 2 months, no, a month and a half. Damn it, in a month my injury will be better. If I go to Eastern Europe at that time, do you think I can be a general? Do you think generals are cabbages? Or the general of the Special Warfare Battalion, who can carry a general star on his shoulder in the Snowdance Corps? At least they are at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. You can only be a field officer if you go there. Ning Qianqing said disdainfully. Li Baidian cursed, then suddenly laughed and said, A field officer is not a small position. At least I'm a real thunder-shocking realm martial artist, so I should at least be a colonel. Brother Tough, you're different. If you go there, can you be a lieutenant? Tut-tut. As an expert a half-step to the thunder-shocking realm, you can definitely be a lieutenant. He saluted Ning Qianqing and said seriously, Hello, Captain Ning. Get lost. Ning Qianqing scolded him rudely. Li Baidian did not refute. He was silent for a while, then shook his head. He muttered to himself, Damn it, it was more of a self-deprecation than a tease between the two. In the Snowdance Corps, the generals were at least at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. They were a field officer and a lieutenant. Not to mention being injured, even in their heyday they could not play a big role. It was better than nothing. However, the commander of such an elite corps, the youngest marshal of the Special Warfare System, was their brother. The huge gap between them not only brought about disappointment, but also confusion and confusion. I suddenly feel that it's meaningless to stay in the Sky Academy. Li Baidian said in a self-deprecating tone. I'll graduate soon. I can't stay even if I want to. Ning Qianqing's tone was flat. The ward fell silent again. Yu Qingyan, who had considered marrying Ning Qianqing, sat beside him and held his hand. I'll go to Eastern Europe. In front of the window of the ward, Su Chu's tall figure almost blocked the sunlight outside. He suddenly turned around and said. The sun shone on his back and his expression was a little vague. My injuries shouldn't be too big of a problem. I can recover slowly. I'll go to Eastern Europe at least to help young master. Su Chu said. Although his strength had not reached the peak of the Thundershocking realm, he was a Thundershocking realm expert with Thunder Vein, so he could not be underestimated. Su Chu did not care about his position. It was also good to follow Li Tianlan and be a bodyguard. What? Li Tianlan suddenly raised his eyebrows. If you go to Eastern Europe, then of course we also, let's go to Tianan. A haggard but still pleasant voice suddenly sounded outside the ward. They turned around at the same time. Yu Qingyan cheered, stood up and said with a smile, Sister Yuetong. It was Wang Yuetong who appeared outside the ward. After walking out of Mount Dibing and giving up the identity of a princess, she did not go to Yuzhou to find Li Tianlan, but went directly to the Sky Academy. So far she had not even called Li Tianlan. Wang Yuetong's face was a little pale, and her beautiful big eyes were a little red and swollen. It seemed that she had cried not long ago. But at this moment, without the identity of a little princess, there was a touch of strength in her eyes. She took Yu Qingyan's hand and shook it hard. Yuetong? Li Baidian looked at her in surprise. You didn't go to Yuzhou to find Tianlan? What can I do with Tianlan? Wang Yuetong's eyes were a little blank. She chuckled and said, with my current strength, if I go to Yuzhou, can I follow him to Eastern Europe? If I go now, I will even be a burden, not to mention help. Ning Qianqing frowned and did not speak. So, Wang Yuetong whispered, go to Tianan. It will become the most important foundation of Tianlan in the future. You are his brothers and now you are all looking for your own value. I am his woman and I also need to find my own value. She looked at Li Baidian and Ning Qianqing. Our value may be in Tianan. Tianlan goes to Eastern Europe to deal with the chaos. It is good for us to go to Tianan first to lay the foundation. Li Tianlan, Wang Yuetong, Ning Qianqing, Li Baidian, all of them were very young. At the age when they could squander their youth, every young person seemed to be confused. They were looking for their own value in confusion. Li Tianlan was also looking for his own direction in confusion. They were all so resolute and so duty-bound. Therefore, some very important things were determined in just a few words. There was no hesitation. So there was no worry. It was the afternoon of August 6th in Jianghu State. The list of the Jianghu State Snowdance Corps was formed. Li Tianlan, the youngest marshal in the special warfare system of Jianghu State, led the team north. And the most important team around him, led by Wang Yuetong, began to go south. The light shone down from the sky, and the sun turned into moonlight, bright and clear as always. In fact, any beginning that was crowned as great by later generations was just ordinary when things happened at that time. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.